It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Basketball.
Forget that. Forget basketball and John Tesh. We should have the Eagles right here. Peaceful, easy feeling. Walker Kessler, stream bed, Serenity Now, towering stone walls. I love Utah. Trees in the background. Forget all this drama, PK, about turning down the $140 million. He loves his teammates. Loves the place. Loves the coaches.
Facilities.
Loves the facilities. Loves the fans. Yeah, a little recruiting. Everyone calm down. Walker's good. Were you reassured by the Instagram post?
No.
Oh, never mind then.
Did he sign the contract?
No. Not that I'm aware.
See, that's two different things, though.
Yeah.
I wasn't alarmed in the first place.
Solid.
Because this is about a business end. There's so much more to it than emotions. It's the business, and emotions go where they go.
Yeah.
But the business end of it, I have no problem with him. If I'm Jazz executive management, I have no problem with him being upset. I want him to think that he's a top 5 center in this league. Because in order to be a top 5 center, you got to think it first, or at least at some point have that confidence that I'm really that good. And so if I'm Will Hardy, I just go to Walker, who's still obviously a young man, and say, listen, Walker, there's this guy. He's in the league. He's really popular right now. Every single team passed on him. Every single team. Every team. And then the team that drafted him in the second round didn't think he was good enough at the price he wanted to re-sign him. And that's according to their former owner, who has now come out and said this publicly. We didn't think so. And so then he goes to New York, and we know what Jalen Brunson does. Be Jalen Brunson. Don't be like Mike. Be like Jalen. Go prove every single doubter wrong. This is your opportunity to show the world, a la somebody who is literally a foot shorter than you, do what he's done. You can be that way and have that kind of impact in your own way. And as long as you don't, I never bought that folks hate it here. There's nothing to totally hate. You got to go out of your way to find stuff that you don't hate. I mean, you don't like.
Especially because they live inside the bubble.
Yes,
they drive from work,
practice facility,
and they're there for hours.
Every day, for months on end.
Yes, 1/3 of their life in the town they play in, 1/3 of their life on the road, and 1/3 of their life in the summer, wherever home is, wherever they go, wherever they set up their base.
It's far more important, and it isn't even a necessity, that you like the guys. Because they are the ones you are with every day.
You're really not hanging out with the neighbors that much.
Yeah, you just don't have the time. So even if you couldn't stand it, you don't have time not to stand it.
It's true. I mean, you're leaving 2, 3 in the afternoon, but you're going to be in there 7 in the morning.
Yeah, and you go home and chill out until your body can relax and get you sleep, and away you go. Now, I do like the fact that he, rest assured, as far as the community and putting down the roots, and that's the great thing about it.
Let's see how good an offer he can get, how big an offer he can get. What is someone else willing to pay him? Because, to quote the Godfather, PK, is it personal or is it business? I always forget that quote.
Just tell Mike that it's business, nothing personal. And so you have this opportunity. If I'm the Jazz, I'm totally fine with the way Walker Kessler thinks. I would want everybody to shower me, too, what the first opportunity. Well, it didn't turn out that way. But it's not the end of the world by any stretch.
DJ PK, let's get to the National Basketball Association.
Hashtag NBA.
Trae Young declines a $48.97 million option. Can't help but hear that and think, Maybe there's another guard who can hand the ball a little bit, shoot the ball a little bit, who would fit quite nicely there. Who will bid against Washington? Will they bid against themselves? Does Trae Young just want more years? How's this all going to shake out?
Well, I can't imagine he would get more money.
Right? Hasn't been enough winning. One good playoff run and a trip to the conference finals in Atlanta. He's older, he's smaller, he started to have some injuries, although this year they might have been overplayed because they were tanking. He did strain a knee this year and then was out a long time.
Okay.
James Dolan will not go into the second apron to keep the world champion New York Knicks together. Mitchell Robinson, Landry Shamet, Jose Alvarado, all staring at impending free agency. Alvarado has a $4.5 million player option. So Dolan's drawing a line in the sand.
Well, those are all
role players.
Guys.
These are all rotational guys coming off the bench.
I wouldn't go into any apron for any of those guys either.
Right. But what does this mean for when Brunson is up and can go get more cash?
You give it to him.
But if you're not going to the second apron, it'll be at the expense of somebody else.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
What did the Cincinnati Bearcats know, and when did they know it? That is the question being asked around college football now. Will there be penalties? Was Brendan Sorsby doing something?
Who's
Did they cover him up?
Penalties?
The Big 12?
Then I'll just take you to court. Big 12 has no desire to
Dig up dirt?
Continue this story.
Yeah.
They want to talk football.
The story will continue with the Sorsby in Cincinnati because the Cincinnati coaches are now expecting a lot of calls from NFL teams. What's this guy's deal?
That's a football story.
Yeah, that'll be more football.
That's fine, football. But then, who cares what Cincinnati knew and didn't know?
There are people who care, but I get your point that the Big 12 might not be eager to find out.
People care because they want the heat off them and put it on Cincinnati.
But one vote's not enough. You need the rest of the league to care.
It's a dead story now. Go play football.
In the NFL.
Let the NFL handle it.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Shohei Ohtani on the hill. Good, but not quite as magical. Dodgers do beat Tampa. They sweep the series. Dodgers win 5-4. Shohei goes 6 innings, ends up with a blister and his finger bleeding and gives up 4 runs. But the Dodgers rally and they win 5-4. Big home run in the 6th inning. Put them on top. Got him the W.
Yeah, that's Tampa Bay to you, not Tampa.
Tampa Bay Rays.
We don't call them green.
Not anymore.
It's Green Bay.
For Shohei now, 7 runs in his first 10 starts. Now he's given up 12 runs in the last 2 starts.
Giving up...
No, he's given up 6 runs in the last 2 starts.
Whoa,
yeah, I know, right? 6 times 2. Stop it. The 6 runs in the last 2 starts. So the ERA is now well over 1. It's up to 1.47. All these pitchers who we're seeing dominating, who would you, if you get to start a staff, that imaginary thing? Skeens, Skubal, Mizorowski, Ohtani, anybody else? There's a bunch of, for an era where starting pitchers aren't the stars they used to be, I think there are some players here who are either establishing or have established themselves as stars. Those 4 off the top of my mind.
I would go Miz. He's hitting 104. I like velocity.
Just bring it. Bring the heat.
Yeah.
Get the ball across the plate so fast you can't get the bat through the zone.
He's doing very well right now. Skeens is kind of leveled off a little bit. Ohtani, I'm still torn if I want him as a full-time hitter.
Because you want those 50 homers and those 50 stolen bases.
And all the other stuff. And he doesn't, it's about driving in runs, too. And he bats first, so he's going to have a lesser opportunity if he batted 2 or 3 spots lower. But they're winning, so, everything's fine there. They don't need to worry about that. I still think starting pitching is extremely important. But you can argue that the depth of the bullpen is just as important, and I'm fine with that.
Celebrating the Knicks in New York, Brunson and Hart throw out the first pitch at the Yankee game, and then the Yankees go out and beat the White Sox 10-5. New York flying. That's now 8-1 in their last 9 games.
Did I ever tell you my Reggie Jackson story in Oakland?
Yeah, it's a great story. You can tell it again if you want.
I don't want to, then.
Okay. You got his autograph because your mom stared him down.
Because she knew his girlfriend's wife at the time.
And he was going to take off, and then he realized, this can't get back to him, so I got to sign this autograph. And then that led to an avalanche of autographs. All the kids right behind you. Close the gap.
And a picture of me smiling with a big 12-year-old grin and him looking at the camera, not smiling.
I'm stuck here.
Little did we know, a former and a future Sun Devil.
Right? College World Series, North Carolina knocks out West Virginia, so the Big 12's eliminated. North Carolina wins 12-7. Oklahoma beats Georgia 11-4. Now it's North Carolina and Oklahoma, the last 2 teams standing. They go undefeated through their brackets there in the double elimination tournament, so now it resets, and they'll play a 2-out-of-3 series starting Saturday.
Years ago, speaking of the Sun Devils,
Yeah.
probably about 15 years ago, it was double elimination, except when you got to the final, so CBS or one of those stations could,
No, it was CBS, yeah.
could broadcast it.
Yeah, they won a one
And
game.
the Devils were undefeated, and they finished with the same record as, I think it was USC.
But the other team's the champ.
Yeah. So jacked up, man.
When they went to ESPN, they went to 2 of 3, and then it made much more sense.
Yes.
Because otherwise, that formula was fraudulent.
It was.
Network TV money.
They stole a World Series title from us.
Potentially. You don't know how the next game would have
Oh,
gone.
I do, too.
Oh, you do. Now you know. All these other times. Well, you don't know how it would have played out.
That one I know.
Okay.
So I'm glad to see that they changed that, and it is rightfully done 2 out of 3. I like that a lot.
Saturday, that series will get underway. The Tar Heels and the Sooners. Tacoma beats the Bees 12-6 in 10 innings. Break it open in extra innings, seeing 2 teams that go at it again tonight. DJ and PK.
#golf.
U.S. Open just getting underway. The first groups are out on the course. No early birdies, PK.
They're all E.
Pars and bogeys. That's what we've got. We got a handful of guys who are now, 9 guys out on the course, even through 1 or 2 holes. But they are just underway.
And myself and Carl Tobler won the 2-man at River Oaks on Tuesday.
Yeah? What do you get for that?
$20.
Sweet.
I had the best round of my life. I kind of shorted myself money because I had to split it.
Yeah.
I couldn't take home the entire pot.
Couple birdies and an eagle. Look at you go.
I know, but I didn't get the skin. Somebody else also eagled. Fetch.
Got it.
The elusive skin is eluding me. Hence elusive.
All right, we will have more golf coming up. Brian Taylor's going to join us 8 o'clock. And we will get the latest from Shinnecock Hills, where they're just barely underway. First round of the U.S. Open. DJ and PK.
#NHL.
Well, the Las Vegas Knights made it official. Why did
That's the Golden Knights.
Las Vegas Golden Knights made it
Knights.
official? Tampa Knights. Bay, Rays, Devils, Golden. Ryan Craig, 44 years old, last 3 years coaching the AHL affiliate, gets promoted. He is the head coach. Tortorella was just a bridge to the future. Thanks for getting us to the Stanley Cup Finals.
And
Now-
he doesn't even have to move because the team was in Henderson.
Yep.
Or is in Henderson.
Right.
So he can just
Commute.
take the 215 right over, hit the I-15, and you're there.
Bang. Not our 215, their 215.
And that 215, I always got confused because it was called the Bruce Woodbury Freeway. And I always thought of the former legendary sports information
They
director.
can have Bruce Woodbury at 215, but they can't call the 215 Bruce Woodbury. That's just too much Utah.
But it was spelled differently. There's different ways to spell Woodbury.
Of course. Yeah, that's true. Got your single R's, your double R's, your U or your E. Yeah, they got options. So now Tortorella looks somewhere else, and Ryan Craig steps in, and high expectations, but hey, that's why he wanted the job. No learning on the job. Go get it. All right, that is what is trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Call the experts, Shamrock Plumbing, and they will take care of you. All right, DJ and PK. We'll go to the U.S. Open coming up with Brian. And we've got the question of the day next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 seeing good speeds right now. Just a little bit of southbound slowing as you head near Warm Springs Road, North Salt Lake City. Also, northbound I-15 has some slowing near the south interchange, but otherwise moving at good speeds. You're heading eastbound on the 201 freeway. You're going to see some slowing around Magna at this current time. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. That's you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
He is the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Is there a point where you lock your board down and say, okay, we're all on the same page. Let's not overanalyze this. This is all what we're feeling, and let's just stick with it.
I think at some point after we get everybody in and spend our time with them, and that's kind of the final bit of information that we haven't been able to gather. And again, I don't want to overrate that and say that everything comes down to a few meetings with us. We'll just try to not lock it in until then. And then, pretty shortly thereafter, we'll kind of just say, all right, this is what we're going to do. These two, this is number one, this is number two. If one's there, we take them. If one's gone, we'll take two. And that's the way we'll do it.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year.
Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Time for the question of the morning. Walker Kessler going to social media to refute the claims he doesn't want to be in Utah. What's his value to the team?
Yeah, that's the bottom line, right?
That is the bottom line. How much better does he make the Utah Jazz?
Yeah, and how much do they want to pay him, and how much does he want? And then when you settle that, that will be settled. Then what is his value to the team this year? I could argue that his value is he going in his 5th year? And I realize he missed last year. Will be at an all-time high, because this is the first time he's been on this ball club with the intent to win as many games as possible, and that obviously has not been the intent.
Jay says Walker should accept the Jazz offer, period. Based on his past, that's a killer deal for him. Yeah, well, based on the NBA's past, there might be more out there.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about this, is because it is some based on his past, but it's also a projection for the future.
Yes, and as the cap goes up, if Walker improves and he's locked in for 5 years, he's going to be a steal.
And he doesn't want to be a steal.
No, he doesn't. He wants top dollar and top value.
And we can all say, wow, 20 million, 25 million. I get that, but that's a different world.
Everybody wants the most, even in a world where the most is so much more than any of us can imagine. They usually still want the most.
You want it commensurate to the value that you believe you bring. And whatever that is. It probably is the most. But... And two, now, I think we're still in the negotiating phase. We haven't gotten down to a deadline.
Totally agree. It's June.
Yeah.
If this is where we are in August, maybe it's different.
And we won't be. I was thinking July.
I would agree.
When the bidding really starts.
I think it'll be solved in July and all.
Just not July 4th there. Big K.
No, thank you, Utah.
Yeah.
It was really important, but I didn't come in.
Well, yeah.
I was out of town. But I like the statement, and if those who haven't seen it, I'll read it. I've seen what's being said, and I want it to be clear that I have always wanted to be here. I love this city, these fans, my teammates, my coaches. That's real to me. You don't go roots where you don't want to be. I thought that's an excellent statement.
Thought it was on point. It sounded genuine to me. Other people might, think, hey, this is all negotiating, and maybe it is, but I took it at face value.
and it was deep but yet brief, which is even better. He didn't go to the Players Tribune to write a big spiel that nobody believed anyway.
Didn't require 8,000 words.
Yeah. And so
Couple
he puts
of
it out
sentences,
there.
he's good.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Literally 3 sentences, and he's done. He's in. He's out.
Jared, well, of course he wants to be here. Then in parentheses, with the highest contract any team could offer, in parentheses, and then 3 laughing emojis, and the tongue is the dollar bill, and the eyes are the dollar sign.
I think that's the case, but at least to some degree. I don't know that I could do more often than not. Did Carlos Boozer really want to come to Utah at the time? Now, it worked out, and he played here as a fine player. He's employed, and so he likes it here, blah, blah, blah. But I'm talking about the time when he was with the Cavaliers.
Carlos Boozer made multiple moves, right? He was in Cleveland. He was in Utah. He was in Chicago. And then later, wasn't he in L.A.?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I was never left with the impression that any of that had to do with the cities. Carlos was about basketball and business. So it came down to, can you win and how much money can you make? Which isn't a bad way to shape your career.
I don't know that I blame Carlos Boozer for anything.
Right. Yeah. He took the path he took, and, he says later he regrets one of the moves. I mean, sometimes you make a move and it doesn't work out.
I remember, he was a second-round pick too, wasn't he?
He was a second-round pick.
Yeah, so for a second-round pick, he had a phenomenal career.
Absolutely.
There's no question about it.
Yeah. Well, most of the second-round picks don't make the league.
Right.
Or if they do, it's super brief.
And he was on the Olympic team.
Yes.
He did all that stuff, so man, he superseded his draft position big time. Good for him.
Brian says Walker wants to be on a team that has a chance and the will to win an NBA title. So he's playing the game on a couple of levels, and you can quote me on that, exclamation point.
Well, right now it is a game, and both sides play this game.
Yep, because it's June.
And they go back and forth, yeah.
August and September will be late, but if they go back and forth in June, and if there's a little drama in July, that's the nature of the beast.
And it could, in a sense, backfire on the Jazz, too, because Team XYZ could just throw $40 million at them.
Yes.
And they can have 3 players above $40 million.
Doesn't seem like that would be a good idea, no.
No.
You'd have to go out and find a value replacement at center. You probably wouldn't get someone as young and athletic and as long and all that kind of stuff.
No.
But you only have so many dollars to work with.
Right.
Don't want to paint yourself into a corner. You're going to have to pay other people later, presumably.
So they have to figure that out. And
we'll see when he comes back with an offer what it looks like.
Right, but they have to figure that out ahead of time, though.
They do. And I think they already have.
To a degree. I don't think you can get right down to the literal dollar.
That's probably true. And they're, how many years, how much money, but I think they have a pretty good ballpark.
Oh, sure, because everybody knows how much money everybody has.
Right.
Available. What they don't know necessarily is what the ownership is willing to do as far as going over, or can they jettison players.
I'd agree with that.
My guess stuff that go into it.
My guess is with Ryan Smith is that right now he doesn't know.
He didn't know what?
How far he'd be willing to go over. I think the push is going to come to shove. I don't think next summer. I think it's more likely in 2 summers. But any acquisition could change that. But as we sit here today, I think that's where the money's really going to start to get tight, and even tighter in 3 summers. And I could see him, unlike Dolan, drawing the line. Now, Dolan just won a title, and Ryan wants to win. So I could see Ryan going into the second apron briefly and then dropping back. The penalties compound. If you don't drop back, at some point he's going to. But if they show well the first year, but they don't have any playoff experience, so don't expect him to go very far. But then the second year, they do something like the Knicks did, where, okay, you have 1 year out in the first round, but you have another year where you're in the conference final. Is he just going to want to break that up in 2 years? Or will he bite the bullet and pay a little extra to see, okay, if we bring him back one more time, what happens?
Well, money's not a problem.
Right.
Oh, I think you just answered your question.
Well, it depends how close they get. How close do they feel like they are to a championship when it gets to it?
But if they're further away, then that just means you got to spend more, not less.
But you might let some of the big earners go because they didn't get you that close to it.
Big deal. So you're just, instead of playing player A, you're paying player B. So the money will still always be required to be spent. The names can change, and the names will change. But the amount of money you're going to have to spend, yeah. So I don't think that's an issue. The issue is getting the talent, not are you going to spend the money. Yeah, they're going to spend the money, but are you going to get the talent?
Steve says another millionaire wants more money, and another billionaire doesn't want to pay it. Who cares?
I don't necessarily think they don't want to pay it. I can't say that they don't want to pay it. I think they will pay it. They just have to see what it is. And where are they in negotiation line? How far away? They have to be responsible. You just can't go out there and just give everybody whatever. And so they owe it to themselves, to the franchise, to the fan base, to be prudent. You have to be. It's not necessarily about spending the money. It's spending the money wisely.
Spending the money on the right people. You overpay somebody, then you don't have the room to pay the next person.
Yeah.
You can paint yourself into a corner. The money's going to get spent.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So
but where and who and when.
Whatever players, if these guys don't do it, then you just get some other players in there and you pay them. And these guys will do it in terms of being competitive. I've got zero doubt on that. There's just too much talent not to be competitive.
Jeff says, Kessler, nothing. Go get Boozer. Still won't leave yourself with the real shot-blocking rim protector. You have some tall guys.
No, and the thing that I like about Kessler is that he's going to know his role, and he's going to embrace his role, understanding this is my value, this is why I'm paid, this is why I get playing time. And so he's going to be fully integrated, embracing it at the highest level. And I like that. You know, they're going to have enough offense, and he can give you some offense. I mean, I can argue he's a better offensive player right now than Gobert.
Yes.
And with that in mind, you know, he's probably not the defender and the shot-blocking presence yet. We'll see if he can get there. But offensively,
his ability to
he's
catch,
certainly less awkward.
Yes, I would just start with his ability to catch the ball.
Yeah. So he has a skill that a winning team can really, really use. I mean, you look at Mitchell for the Knicks, limited player, but that was his skill. That's all he provided. And he got a crucial offensive rebound off a missed free throw.
Fourth quarter, game 5, game on the line.
Right. And so you need those types of players who do that dirty work that isn't particularly glamorous on a box score. And it took Gobert years to get recognized for being that good at that particular skill. Whereas if he was scoring 25, well, that just jumps off the page right off the bat. Yeah, so there's not a lot of guys out there that can replace Kessler. So he has some bargaining power. And judging by his statement that he would like it to be here. And I get it, man. You've been here for 4 years. You know, you do commercials. You probably got the same place you're living in, the same routine. And think about it, man. It's not a bad routine. You go to some of these other places and you got to be at the arena at 4. You got to leave at 1.
Welcome to the big city and nightmare traffic.
Yeah. And here you don't. And unless you've been in those situations, I think some folks may take that for granted. That my wife drove me to work this morning. We're doing a thing here. Anyway, she drove me to work. And she said, man, there's more traffic. And we both kind of laughed because we lived in L.A. for a decade. And, yeah, there was more traffic than when I first started doing the show 5 years ago. But still, at no point did I have to tap the brakes.
Bumper to bumper.
Yeah.
Sitting there looking at the paint on the road.
Yeah. So
because you're not moving.
And there's a lot to be said for that, the convenience of it, the familiarity of it. So it's clear to me that he would like to stay, but it is a business. And so if you have to go, you have to go. My guess is, and that's all it is right now, is that he will be in a Jazz uniform this season, even if he has to take a little less. Because he's going to realize a little less is one heck of a lot.
How many teams are going to be able to offer him more, and what kind of situation is it? And does he really want that? But if I told you it's 80 or 90% he stays, you'd buy that. That's generally, that's what I've thought all along. But you never know. There could be an outlier deal coming. It happens every once in a while.
Well, I think a player like him, he's only going to go or only going to be offered in a winning situation. Because you're not going to throw big money at, not exclusively, but largely a one-dimensional player.
The defensive anchor had better have some scores around him.
Right, or what's the
Probably
point?
not the first piece of the puzzle you go get.
Right.
And Locke's point is there aren't that many teams with cap room.
I understand.
Now,
that.
there's a possibility, someone could make a deal and open up some cap room.
There could be.
We'll see. But it's hard because if you're dumping salary, someone else has got to take it on. And it's, as Austin Ainge said, the squeeze has been on with the salary cap for a couple of years now. Contracts have become more important than talent, which isn't what basketball people would prefer, but they have had to live with it for a couple of years.
I don't know that it is. I disagree on that.
What?
That contracts are more important than talent.
They have been for a couple of years because owners have drawn a line on the no cap. I think we're getting to the point now where a few of those deals are expiring and the new TV money is going to kick in and start raising the cap, so we're going to see that ease a little bit.
If you're worried about contracts over talent, you're not going to win.
That is why
contracts don't win, talent wins.
And that's why the Knicks aren't going to repeat. They're going to start picking it apart, much as the Denver Nuggets did.
I don't think they're a great team anyway.
Right.
Things went their way this year. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not worried about what's going to happen next summer, next spring. But my philosophy is if you're worried about contracts, you're not winning because talent wins.
Jessica says the biggest problem, there's only so much cap space for the luxury tax. Will we always be the farm team for all the others to build great teams?
Well, so we have a problem, but they don't?
Apparently. Well, I would start with are we the farm team for all the others to build great teams?
Who's left here that's gone on?
There you go, right? Gordon got hurt. It looked like a great matchup, but he got hurt, and then by the time he was healthy, they drafted somebody who was better, and he moved on, and it didn't matter.
They had two
in
players who
Charlotte.
were better.
Yeah.
He
And
overestimated his value in the league. He thought he was something special.
Yeah. I'm going to be the key piece of this puzzle.
And he was good. I'll give him that.
But he wasn't the key piece of the puzzle.
It's not like players like him are a dime a dozen, but clearly Boston showed we can get better than you. And they did.
And then in Cleveland, they just made the conference final, but I wouldn't label them a great team. They've made some progress. And Donovan has the ball and gets the shots and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but I don't think he really left here in a manner of Gordon Hayward.
It was different. I get it. But the point is, nonetheless, Jessica sees a player who she thinks is good and young, when he's young and he's not really expected to win at the highest level, you go through all the growing pains, the ups and downs, and then when he gets to his prime, when he's supposed to win, and granted, neither one of those guys went to the NBA Finals, let alone won a title, they're gone. So is there anybody else beyond those two? I mean, if you go back further, Boozer and D. Will.
What about them?
But they were good players who left
back. I don't
because they were building towards something, and then it was over. And those players didn't win.
Everybody
big.
is building towards something. And players move around. And I'm trying to figure out how that's different here than any place else.
It happened to them. I mean, you're right. Young players do leave other places. But are we the farm team for all the others to build great teams?
Well, no. We don't, if we are the farm team for others to build great teams, that means we've got great players. Well, what great players? Get on my back, boys. I'm taking you to the finish line. How great are they is my point.
Oh, I don't think they're great. I think they're good.
Yeah.
But the best players the Jazz have had, 3 of whom were drafted. The other was a free agent after they got boozed out of Cleveland after a couple of years.
I don't know, man. I am so tired of living in the past here. We got Walker Kessler. We got. Are the Jazz gonna sign him? It's all about the future, man. And it's not. I'm not just gonna keep going back and using examples and some statistical analysis that says ABC will always equal this. If that's the case, if this magical form of statistics are so foolproof and so guaranteed, then everybody would be doing it and there'd be no busts and no misses and everybody would be drafting because the analytics say this is the player because there's been no history that does this, that does this, that does this. I'm spinning myself 20 feet under the ground doing this because all it is, you just figure out some analytical, statistical analysis of these players, that players, blah, blah, blah. If only it were that simple, then anybody could do it.
So, Jessica, PK's answer is no. We will not always be the farm team. One day, greatness will be here.
No statistical analysis of 35 games in college that shows A.J. DeBonta is going to be this or this. That's ridiculous. You can spin it any way you want. On its surface, that is a ridiculous assertion. That doesn't mean you do not look at that stuff and use that to your advantage, but to act like that is a panacea and everything is numbers driven and it'll show in the numbers. And I got Jalen Brunson over here saying they never judged my heart.
Including apparently his own dad.
They never
and
judged my heart.
And the
now,
teams
what
he
he
played
should
for.
have done is he should have thrown right before heart an expletive to further emphasize the point.
So maybe one day.
One day what?
The greatness will be here. Just as one day it was in Milwaukee, one day it was in Denver, one day it was in Toronto. Places where they didn't have greatness for decades, and then suddenly they had their championship.
Right. And
now, is it going to be 60 or 70 years? Is it going to be 56 years because we're only 3 years away and we don't know it? Or is it going to be the Cubs and the Red Sox and it's going to be a century? Nobody knows. That's why we keep showing up to the games. You don't really know.
Keep doing the right things, and maybe this is not applicable to sports, but I've always felt if you keep working hard and you keep doing the right things and you're going to get knocked down and you're going to get undercut and you're going to be demoralized, all those things, some more than others, some have tougher paths. I get it. Some have far easier paths. But if that's the case, you just keep working and I believe your time will come.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out. Mm-hmm. I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from,
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, I will go to my grave saying that it isn't all about numbers. You got to have some other factors involved. Turns out, too, your finances, a great financial plan is not just about numbers. It's about the people behind them. Let me tell you about Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth has a family office, and what that family office is going to do is going to look at your investments, it's going to look at your taxes and your estate planning, and together, so your family's future is covered from all sides. They'll put them all under one roof, man. And when you think about it, life doesn't stand still at all. Here we are already moving towards the back end of June. We get new jobs. We get kids. We get grandkids. We get new homes, right? We move. Maybe we move states. Well, Trajan Wealth's family family office will keep all that stuff together. Your retirement, your tax, your estate strategies, working together as your life evolves and things change. Does it sound good? Yeah. How about the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth? They're willing and able to help you because they understand what it's all about, right? You want to know about your investments, your tax picture, and your estate planning? Well, Trajan Wealth can help you with that. They're helping me. They can help you. Give them a call to set something up. That phone number for Trajan Wealth to set up that appointment is 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That is the phone number. Call them. Call them today. I met with them at their offices in Draper, conveniently located to where I live. You live up north, they got you covered too, north and south, because they've got offices in Farmington. They'll come up there and meet you in your neighborhood, in your location, north and south. Also, the website has you covered too. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Heading into Father's Day weekend. What has your attention?
Well, don't forget Juneteenth.
Juneteenth tomorrow. Holiday weekend for some people. including us.
That's all I care about.
Focus on the U.S. Open, the World Cup, something else. What has your attention this holiday weekend? Brett said, this holiday weekend, my Jeep has my attention. I need to fix a pesky fuel injection issue. Also, my son is visiting from Oahu, but, mostly just for his friends.
Well, if I have a pesky fuel injection issue, then I take it to somebody else.
No reason to get my hands dirty doing that.
Because I wouldn't have a clue.
We had a fuel injection car when I was a kid. And one day my dad was driving my brother back.
You had a car?
My dad was driving my brother back home. And my brother, who was probably...
Out of the slammer because he had been picked up?
He was probably 7 years old. I don't know where they were coming from or going to, but probably not the slammer. I think I'd remember that. It's like, Dad, how come there's smoke coming out of the car? And it was off the back right corner. And there's like, oh, and they pull over on this pretty busy road. And Dad walks around and looks and sees flames and reaches for the little fire extinguisher. But he hits it, it looks like it goes down, and then it restarts. Hits it, looks like it goes down, then it restarts. Somebody called the cops or called they probably called the police, called the fire, and eventually the whole car burned up. Something with the fuel injection was wrong. It was on a little hill, and the fuel kept feeding back into it, and he just couldn't put the thing out.
Rats.
So they climbed up the hill and watched the car burn to the ground. Yay! Barbecue.
To the ground.
To the ground.
That's dramatic.
Yeah, apparently it melted. Apparently the whole thing just kind of melted. So when you say pesky fuel injection issue, Brett, get that right.
Sure, take it to somebody.
Brett says, I'm also enjoying the summer, and then it'll be time for football. Go Utes.
Just enjoying the summer, which hasn't officially started yet.
Well, it feels like it starts when school is out if you have kids. Or when it cracks 80 degrees, which it has now. But you're right. Officially, we're not there.
Well, to me, it's always Memorial to Labor. Whether they have kids or not, whether they're in school or not.
Most of Memorial hits, you're thinking summer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then when Labor comes, I think it's over. And I miss it. And I look forward again to it arrive the following year. It's a pattern. And then when fall hits and it's cooler, I think that's awesome. And then when that goes away, I miss it. Just one big pattern. And the older you get, you realize, oh, I'm running out of fall. I'm running out of summers. And I miss them even more.
I want this to keep going. This has been fun.
Yeah.
And yet it doesn't always work that
And
way.
Thanksgiving weekend comes, and it goes, and I miss it. On and on. You got to enjoy the little things, man. Everybody would enjoy a trip around the world in some exotic 5-star hotel accommodations and blah, blah, blah. But it's the little stuff that makes the difference.
Elda says, I'm looking forward to the NHL draft.
That's not this weekend, though, is it?
It is not. That is next week with the NBA draft.
Right.
NBA's Tuesday, Wednesday, NHL's Thursday, Friday.
Right.
If you like drafts.
Well, I just put
next
the
week's your
weekend
week.
because certainly next weekend is all.
We know what the story is Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty clear.
Oh, yeah. Once we come back here on Monday, I mean, it is the whole week. Yeah, obviously. And particularly for the Jazz, because they've literally never been in this position, this group, after 4 years like this, and to have this opportunity to really, really reverse course. I mean, they've already reversed course. If they didn't have the pick, I would still expect them to be competitive next year. But with this pick, with this talent available, they have a chance to set the direction for the next decade to an extremely high level. That's how critical this is. And I like to mess around and get all hyperbolic and all that stuff. But I don't think in this case that's what I'm doing. I think it's an actual potential reality, and that's exciting.
Dr. Duncanstein just had a birthday earlier this week. That's the last time they had the number 2 pick. This is, to your point, a very rare opportunity.
With this talent already here.
Yeah, back then they were really starting at ground zero.
I don't know. I'm tired of going back to in the history. I want to look forward.
Well, you get to look forward to whoever this is, maybe leading this team till 2040, if things work out right.
That's what I'm talking about. The opportunity is there. And I don't know what kind of team they had back then, but I do know they have a good team now. And you could add potentially the best piece too. That's what's crazy. You have a good team now, and you could potentially add a great player that you got to give him a couple years to develop at least, and could end up being the best of the bunch. That's exciting.
It could happen.
Yeah.
Hit it, get it right, and you have your cornerstone.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Theoretically, he and Ace Bailey could both be the cornerstones.
Hopefully.
And go from there.
Yeah. And you've got really good players to bridge that gap until they're ready. So it's not like you have to roll your eyes and say, oh, my gosh, we got to wait again. We got to wait longer. No, I don't think you do. You have to wait for them to develop. I get it. But you could have a lot of good times along the way and a lot of competitive games. And this place across the street can really, really be rocking in a manner that we haven't seen in a good while. And they, fan base did a good job filling it up these past 4 seasons. But now the intensity in it will be something that will be far greater. And knowing that these players are not going to sit, you're going to go to the arena, and I'm not going to see the big guy with his hair all curled up in some nice outfit. No. I want to see him sweating.
It's not a fashion show.
I want to see Mark
be in uniform.
I want to see Markkanen get it as ugly as he possibly can. Yes, I do.
Get ugly.
Right.
That is the slogan.
Yeah.
For 2026-27.
I want to see him.
Jazz basketball. Get ugly.
Gassed. I want to see him, his uniform, sweaty, his hair, messy. If he wants to smile after a win. Yeah. And have the gal interview him on the wins, on the court, doing that stuff. Yeah. And I think there's an excellent chance that that's going to happen. That's what I'm saying. This team is really set up nicely you've got good players, potentially all-star players, who can help you bridge the gap until Ace Bailey is really ready and A.J. DeBonsa is really ready. And a lot of teams have tried that, and then Warriors, man, they just botched all these recent picks, practically one after another. And you can score and not botch it, and you can have these 2 picks. You have 2 top 5 picks. Like, that's what the Spurs have done, are doing. They're all top 5 picks.
They hit on 1, 2, and 4.
Yeah. Right. Now, you don't have 2 of them, but you could argue, well, wait a second here. You had traded for Jackson. He was a top 5 pick. He's only 26 years old. So you could have the 3 top 5 picks.
Now you're talking.
Yeah. You do just what the Spurs have done. And I get Wembanyama is really good, but the other guys haven't really proven that they're really, really good. Dylan Harper looks like, okay.
If they didn't have Wembanyama there, they would be scrapping to make the playoffs or the play-in. I mean, who would they have instead? They'd have somebody, so it's hard to know.
Right.
But these guys carrying it every night, would they get to 50? You wouldn't think so.
But you could make a strong argument that you're not going to have the Wembanyama. I get that. But the other top 5 picks are better players than the Spurs' top 5 picks.
There is a debate, and there's no real answer to this, so it's a perfect question for you. Right now, is it most important? For a long time in the NBA, it's been most important, how good is your best player, because the best player tends to win a series. There have been so many playoff series that has been true. But now, because the best player gets so much of the salary cap and who's around him, does it become more important about who's your weakest link on the court?
I hear what you're saying.
And the Knicks, did they have the best player in the NBA? No. But they could run a team out there where there weren't really a lot of weak links to pick on. And then Brunson gets hot on top of that, and there's no real weakness. Now you're in a pretty good spot. And so going forward, is that a way you can build and should build? I mean, you really want both, right? The Chicago Bulls never had a weak link, and they had Jordan. So.
If you can't get both, then that's the most likely the best way to be as good as you can be.
You love your baseball analogies. If you can't get a bunch of pitchers and go 7-8 innings, build a better bullpen. And that has been, first it was get a closer, then it was get a guy for the 8th inning, get a guy for the 7th, now you get a guy for the 6th, multiple guys. And so it's get the outs a different way. And then I think that's maybe basketball's trending a little bit in that direction. It's a pretty small sample size, but maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah, I could argue that Brunson, though, was the best player on the floor.
That can be argued, and it will be argued, and that's why I said this small sample size, and there's no way to know for sure. And maybe both ways are valid, and it'll just depend on the year. Like you said, who gets the breaks, and a team that's built differently might win.
Yeah.
All right, DJ and PK coming up next. U.S. Open Golf Championship is underway. Brian Taylor is there. We're going to talk with him next. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This 2026 U.S. Open Update is presented by Copper Rock, where the pros play on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, and we're joined now by Brian Taylor. Brian Taylor and Bob Casper's appearances this week are brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union, Mountainland Supply, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and Uinta Golf. BT, good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. How are we?
We are good. How is Shinnecock Hills? Is the wind blowing? I look at the scoreboard. I see guys are already making bogeys.
Yeah, wind's blowing, fog's in, everything's delayed 2 hours this morning. Not exactly how you wanted to start the U.S. Open, but we were up early, and the fog was basically they pulled players off the golf course, and it created a 2-hour delay. And so players finally had a chance to warm up. They're back out there. All tee times today are delayed 2 hours, and the whole morning was calm too. And that's part of the problem is that there was no wind to blow the fog out of there. And so now that the players are back out on the golf course, the wind is picking up, and it's going to be a really interesting test. If you're just tuning in and you're seeing that on TV, you might be thinking you're a month early to the Open Championship. But this is the U.S. Open, where it just looks a little more British, Scottish links than New York links today.
Do you then think it's an advantage, disadvantage, or it doesn't matter as far as having to get warmed up, play, stop, get warmed up again versus the 2-hour delay, and then you only have to get warmed up once?
Yeah, I think it's a huge advantage to not have to go off the golf course, right? The TV crew was trying to fill time for a while, and they were interviewing players like Ricky Fowler standing around. The whole idea is most of the players that had a tee time, for late morning or for early afternoon probably woke up, saw it was a delay, and went back to sleep. But the guys who were out on the golf course, they had to stand around for a little while. Then they were carted back into the clubhouse, and then they sat around and had to go warm up again, and then, be carted back out to their position and go. So anything like that's disruptive. But I was thinking about it this morning, and I was like, if I was playing in one of my first U.S. Opens, or if I was one of the early tee times and I was a little nervous, maybe a little fog delay, just kind of break it up, make you forget about the situation, might be just what the doctor ordered for some of these guys. But for the serious contenders, they just want to get going, and they want to get into their routine, and that's what we're starting to see as Rory McIlroy and his group just teed off a few minutes ago.
You've listened to players all this week. Is there anybody that you've heard that made you think, this guy mentally is really dialed in, or mentally is like, oh, that's not the level of confidence you need when you're facing Shinnecock Hills?
Yeah, that's a good question. I always look for that, because there's a lot of players who, when they get to especially a U.S. Open test where they just complain about everything and they talk about how this looks unfair or this is going to be crazy or whatever. To me, those guys are already beat. And Tom Watson used to say that about the Open Championship, is when he'd like the weather to be as bad as possible because half the field was eliminated, and then he felt like he could beat the other half. So, and he ended up winning 5 British Open titles. So, but having said that, the players I listened to were all pretty even keeled. In fact, they were pretty calm. I felt like this was about as calm of a presser as I can remember this week leading into it, and which is interesting given that the history of Shinnecock, because it has caused a lot of consternation. It's been somewhat controversial in times past. So I would say everyone's been pretty calm, pretty mellow. And Rory did have the comment about the way the USGA is handling the firmness of the golf course this week. And he said when he first heard that they were going to syringe the greens between grooves before and between flights, he thought that was stupid, is his word. He goes, that sounds stupid. But once he listened and understood, he said that makes a lot of sense. So it's going to be interesting. In fact, some of the early coverage showed a guy with a hose out there spraying something down in the background of somebody playing. That seems to be almost like the opposite of what you would expect from a USGA championship. So that said, Bob and I were talking this morning, and with this golf course, they could be overcautious. They could get it over soft. They could do all of the things that would be out of character for a USGA, and the golf course would still win. Like, it's just that good because the winds they look to be relentless. Maybe laying up a little on the weekend, but I think the water probably gets let up a little on the weekend as well. So I think this will be one of those, look at it as kind of a positioning first 2 rounds. And then you just got to be in position, kind of like when they're doing hot laps or whatever. You just got to be in position. Checkered flag or green flags. Checkered flag is the end of it, right? But anyway, whatever the flag is to start things off, that'll happen Saturday morning. And that's when I think you're going to see the real championship unfold over the last 36 holes.
Can you take the attitude as a golfer out there that, part of the deal is if you hit a bad shot, you have to worry about the rest of the field hitting good shots, like the idea being, well, I got a birdie at par 5 because I know most of the guys are going to do it. All right, well, this course, these situations are not necessarily where you can count on great success in particular holes, particular shots. So can that take the pressure off a little bit, knowing that if I hit a bad shot and I'm in the rough or whatever it might be, there's going to be plenty of other guys that are going to be right there with me.
That's one of the biggest mental challenges of the game you just went through right there is, you feel like you're playing horrible and you feel like you got to press, and then you turn bad situations into worse, and come to find out you get in the clubhouse, you look around and man, everybody is struggling. Turns out it was really just that hard. So
right.
Yeah, I think patience is a huge key. I think mental challenge. I mean, John Bodenhammer, the chief championships officer for the USGA, said that he wants, when they set up their championships, he wants all 14 clubs to get dirty, and he wants to mess with the 6 inches between your ears. He wants that to be a mental grind. And so, yeah, I think that's a part of it. I think you described that. And I think the guys that have been out here before, you got to think, man, the best players in the world are playing out here. Surely somebody's going to go on a run, and it wouldn't surprise me. Somebody's going to get hot. Somebody's going to hit the right shot. Someone's going to get the right breaks, and they might drop a low number. When I say low, it might be 3 or 4 under. Which would be pretty remarkable. But can they do that consistently over 4 days? That's unlikely, right? So I think for the most part, these guys are, especially in these first 2 rounds, they're out there getting a feel for it. They're wanting to make sure they don't make any big numbers. Bogeys are okay in U.S. Opens. You're going to have a birdie or 2 out here. You're going to have a couple of bogeys, and you just want to try to get in there around even par and see where you stand. So I don't suspect these, especially the contenders, are going to be looking around too much to what the other players are doing, and mostly just focused on, trying to get it as clean of a card as possible.
Scotty Scheffler turns 30 on Sunday. It's Father's Day. Should I look at that and the karma and think, well, he's been close. He's got a bunch of second and third place finishes here. He's going to win on his 30th birthday on Father's Day and complete the career Grand Slam, obviously. Or he's going to be standing off to the side saying, this is what's really important, holding a kid. We're going to go celebrate my birthday and Father's Day. It's just a golf tournament. Oh, well.
I think he'll feel that way regardless of what happens, knowing Scotty. But, that scenario played out multiple times for Phil Mickelson over the years because his birthday's right around this time as well. And he had some Sunday, birthdays, and it never came to fruition for old Phil. And, so, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Look, I love a good storyline. Everybody loves a good storyline. And Scotty Scheffler in contention on his birthday to win a career Grand Slam would be, I mean, who's not tuning in to watch that, right? So I hope that's the case coming down the stretch. But Scotty, look, he's just turning 30, as you said. So it doesn't feel like that clock is ticking on him. I don't remember if we already had this conversation, but it just doesn't feel like the weight of the Grand Slam is continuing to pile up on Scotty Scheffler like it was Rory McIlroy early. I don't know if that's because the Masters, from the time, from July to April, that's a long time between major championships. And there's a lot of anticipation coming into the Masters. And so there's a lot of time to talk about and think about and ask Rory about this, elusive, final major to complete that career Grand Slam. So, and it just feels like the anticipation going into the Masters is always so high. So I felt like that was a heavier weight to carry than what I feel like Scotty Scheffler is. He's in the middle of the season. There's a lot. There's tournaments last week, this week, next week. And so it just doesn't feel like it's piling up on him yet, and probably because he's still early on in the process. But, look, give it another 7, 8, 9 years. If he hasn't done it, you'll start to feel some pressure come June when he has an opportunity to complete that. But, we'll see.
Right, because Scheffler has been able to have sustained success, whereas McIlroy, Spieth had success early, and then there was a dry spell, and particularly with Rory trying to get this situation. I was going to say Mickelson, but Scotty hasn't gone through that, so it's not a storyline yet. Now, maybe yet is actually never. We don't know as far as that goes.
Likely, though, right? My biggest thing with watching this, PK, to your point, is these windows that these players have where they're being dominant or successful. They're not very long.
No.
I mean, I think the what you see with Tiger is every time one of these guys bursts on the scene. Look at McIlroy, look at Spieth, look at Koepka, right? Every time you see them just go out and dominate, and they start getting compared to Tiger Woods, and then all of a sudden they fall off. We don't hear from them for a while.
Right.
You start to realize how amazing Tiger was over a decade. That window was open longer than most golfers. So, I'm not saying Scheffler's done, but I think it's interesting to note that, this isn't the kind of season. He's got to win in a bunch of seconds. Phenomenal. But he certainly isn't dominating and swinging the same as he was even a year ago. So we'll see.
I wouldn't say he's done by any stretch. Maybe you can argue there's a little bit of leveling off.
Yeah. But I don't think the window's closed, but I think it is something to watch.
Right.
It certainly
no question.
could.
Yeah, right.
You know how this thing is.
Yeah.
Like that window could close, and he might go 3 or 4 years, and then boom, he pops it back open again. You don't hope that. You don't wish that, but, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, Rory went a long time. And then that, I think that's part of the emotion, where Scheffler's not showing much emotion because it seems like he's winning every other day. So this is what I do. You know what I mean? He hasn't had that big struggle or that big dry or drought period yet. And maybe he won't have it. Maybe he'll win a bunch. And then when he goes, maybe that's just he peaked and he's done, so to speak, as far as winning at a high level, or maybe he doesn't. We're waiting for Spieth. I think if Spieth somehow gets it back and wins a major, you're going to see it bring him to his knees, because there's just been this big dry spell. Now, part of it is these guys have lives and they do other things and they have kids and whatnot, and so that stuff, the Johnny Miller story, it sort of gets in the way, and they're kind of okay with it.
Yeah, look, at some point in time, you have to put it all in perspective, but the competitor in these guys that drives them to be the best in the world doesn't allow them to settle for second place, right? And so it eats at them, it drives them. But, you've always got injuries, physical things, as you mentioned, other things in your life that can cause, distraction. Not that it was a bad distraction, but distraction nonetheless, right? So, yeah, I mean, I look at Tony, right? I mean, Tony Finau was in the final group, was he in the final? He was tied for the 54-hole lead anyway, coming here last time, and he doesn't even qualify to play this week. It's that's kind of surprising. So, but here's the thing that you have to take into consideration as well, is just watching this group tee off. Ludwig Oberg is right there playing with Tommy Fleetwood and Rory McIlroy. I'm just waiting for Ludwig Oberg to become the number one player in the world. That guy's got all the tools. He's got all the physical, like everything about Ludwig looks like he should be a number one player in the world at some point in time. So when does he catch fire and jump out? And then all of a sudden, Scotty, it's like, what have you done for me lately? Who's that? Or remember when, kind of thing. And again, not saying that's going to happen, but that's sort of out of your control. Like when you're on the peak of your game, kind of like the Jazz, man, they were really good, but then there was that Jordan guy, right? And so, I mean, stuff happens. That doesn't diminish their greatness. It just sort of was a bit of an obstacle in achieving their ultimate goal. And so a lot of these players are absolutely phenomenal. And how many majors would guys have won if Tiger hadn't been playing, or, Scheffler or Rory in his window, that kind of thing. And so I think not only just their own sort of just game and windows and abilities, but then the rest of the guys, who's coming up, who's catching fire, who's having that run. I mean, those are interesting things to consider.
I think it was Rory who had a comment that, hey, we had a pretty good thing going on the PGA Tour, and now we're looking at all these schedule changes because of LIV, but LIV paying all that money didn't really work for them. I mean, it sounds like Rory wants to go back to what was, but But that isn't where this is headed. 2 tours or 2 tiers to the same tour or something like that. Is anybody with Rory, or is everybody else looking at bigger paydays and a new system?
Well, look, Rory just stated what's the obvious, right? When this whole thing started a few years ago, I've been beating this drum. It's not sustainable. It was never sustainable. And I love that he threw out they created a false economy. That's exactly what happened. These guys weren't worth that much money. Tours can't operate spending that much money. And it's clear. I mean, if something is too expensive for the Saudis, who can afford it, right? I mean, those guys seemingly have unlimited money. So if it was too expensive for them, then it's certainly too expensive for anybody. And so, yeah, look, what he was saying is, hey, turns out we had a pretty good thing going. Turns out, the purses that we were dealing with were still great, and we could operate, and we didn't have, with this extra money comes additional responsibility and requirements to play more often. And I think what Rory's trying to say is what he's always said is he wants to be able to make his own schedule. You notice he always throws that in there. I'm going to keep playing my own schedule. So it doesn't matter how much money they throw at it. Rory's saying he's not going to play more than he normally plays. But if you're a sponsor and you're being asked to up the purse, to spend more money, you pretty much want the guarantee that those top players are going to be there, Rory and the others. And that was the one thing that Liv was really hanging their hat on, saying, hey, look, guys, you don't have to worry about who's going to be in the field. You don't have to wonder who might show up. Our guys are going to always show up because they're under contract. Now, there's something appealing from a sponsorship standpoint for that model. But when that happens, sometimes you don't get the best of the guys and they don't want to be there, blah, 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 whatever the case may be. So I think what Rory's saying is when it all shakes down, it's probably going to look a whole lot more like it did before than what it probably was on the trajectory to be when Liv came and disrupted everything. So that said, what a great time to be on top of your game, man. I mean, there was a lot of money. That money is real. I don't care where it came from. I don't care if it was a false economy, whatever. Those checks cashed and those players made a lot of money. And so, good time to be a professional golfer at the highest level, and we'll see where it all shakes out. But I don't see how it's sustainable to be able to have these $20-30 million purses for 20 events of the year and then have some little, as he called it, glorified Corn Ferry events. That comment was a bit of a blow to what the PGA Tour is trying to do, because that makes it really difficult to sell to that next tier of sponsorships. If you're saying, hey, it's tier 2 PGA Tour, it's still PGA Tour. And then, them say, well, Rory says glorified Corn Ferry. So let's go with that cost.
Mickelson's birthday is June 16th and Scheffler's is June 21st. And they're both trying to acquire their first U.S. Open. And obviously Phil is likely done. But Phil, in his heyday with a June birthday right around the U.S. Open, he was known, his nickname was Lefty. Why isn't Scheffler known as righty?
You see what fog delays will do to this conversation.
How come nobody's nicknamed righty, but we've got plenty of people nicknamed lefty? I don't understand.
That's an old Seinfeld bit. One of his original bits that he did, I think, on the Johnny Carson show, where he talked about that. He goes, how come the criminal's always lefty? It's never good to be left. You're left out. I won't try to do much, but it was a great Seinfeld bit.
And I saw yesterday, I've been using this line. Sometimes I have to do a little public speaking. And I saw this very thing when I speak, I spoke to some golfers down in Mexico. And I'm telling them, I'm looking forward to the golf season. I got some new clubs, and I also got my ball retriever regripped. And it gets a laugh. And I saw somebody put that very thing out on Twitter. I should have trademarked that, just like I should have trademarked Magic Happened.
Yeah, no one's ever said that before. Do you have a ball retriever, though?
Yeah, I play with DJ.
Oh, so
Magic
you're going to admit
happens.
it, but you're going to qualify it.
I'm a friend. On my tombstone, it's going to read, he was a friend.
By the way,
he was willing to break out the embarrassing ball retriever to retrieve his friend's ball.
He finishes like every third segment with "on my tombstone." Yak and I always talk about it. He's going to need a mausoleum just to get everything engraved on it.
I said it needed to be a scrolling screen.
Oh yeah, you wanted the electronic sign
because there's no way to fit it all in stone.
Yeah,
right. Multifaceted, aren't we all?
The PK pyramid. Can we get the PK pyramid somewhere?
Hey, let me give you a list of names, and you tell me if you think any of them are going to win the tournament, win the championship. You ready?
Okay.
Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, Cameron Young, Matt Fitzpatrick, Russell Henry, Bryson DeChambeau.
I got to remember all these.
Tommy Fleetwood, Alex Fitzpatrick, or Wyndham Clark. He just needs one or two to jump out at him.
I think I would take all but the last two there. And
Okay.
say, yeah, good shot. Yeah.
All right. There
And
you
you
go.
know what? The last two are pretty good picks. I mean, you could argue Wyndham Clark's the hottest player on tour right now, but
We're a little,
I just think there's karma.
yeah,
Sorry.
we're a little limited because we can't pick the guys we picked earlier. We can only pick them once a year now. So you got to spread it. You got to spread it out. There, like you said, Oberg is a good pick. Well, PK and I picked him in the previous tournament, so we can't pick him now.
Yeah.
But
Sorry about that.
don't-
That was probably my fault because
No
I
worries.
would have definitely told you to pick that.
Do not leave out and ignore Joaquin Newman.
See, we left him out. We did not pick him.
Joaquin
we did ignore
Newman?
him.
What was that again?
Yeah, what's his last name? What's Joaquin's last
Is that,
name?
are we on the Seinfeld thing here?
Yeah.
Neiman. Joaquin Neiman.
Yeah,
There
that's
you go.
close enough. I Americanized it.
It's like Russell Henry or Henley. You know, let's not let the
Or Shane Lowry, for that matter.
details.
I love a good Irishman.
So who'd you pick? Who's your leader? Who's your guy, DJ? Who'd you go with?
I took Rory in the first round. I took Russell Henley in the second, and Alex Fitzpatrick in the third.
Okay. I mean, not terrible. What do you got, PK?
Not terrible. Thank you.
Who do I have?
PK took Cameron Young in the first, Bryson DeChambeau in the second, and Wyndham Clark in the third.
I like both your first picks. I think the rest of them are pick'ems, but I know Bob took Scotty Scheffler.
He
so-
took Scotty right, and then he took Matt Fitzpatrick and Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, Bob's got the stronger lineup there, boys.
I took Fleetwood back in the Masters, so he was off the board for
Well,
me.
I
And PK
did-
took him in the
The
PGA.
PGA, I took all foreigners. So I'm trying to go, a particular pattern. And on this one, I took all white guys.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's smart. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Wow.
I thought you weren't going to give him anything, but that wow brought a little smile to his face. That's all he wants is a reaction.
Don't get all queasy.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care what kind of reaction, as long as it's a reaction.
Jeez.
Just something to let him know you heard it and you're alive. That's all he asks.
Unbelievable.
Maybe you should go now. Maybe it'd be safer, Brian.
Well, we're hanging out in this the
Fog
comfortable
delay.
confines of this beautiful Hampton house that we're staying in, and so we're gonna head over to the golf course. As we said, they are playing. We'll have a lot more to talk about. We'll have a lot of golf under our belt tomorrow morning, so should be a much.
We're off
more
tomorrow
insightful
morning, Brian.
conversation. Oh, that's right. Enjoy your holiday.
We will. Thank you.
Good to visit with you, boys.
Brian Taylor, Bob Casper, they are at Shinnecock Hills for the U.S. Open Golf Championship, and they will have more for you coming up with Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, 10 to 2 today. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
An emergency traffic situation crashed southbound I-15 just before Parish Lane. It's now blocking the right lane. Delays remain from Park Lane over to Parish Lane at this moment. Also slowing on the same stretch on Legacy Parkway. Traffic trying to find an alternate route around that. Also northbound I-15 overall looking pretty good. Just a few pockets of slowing from Sandy on your way into South Salt Lake and downtown. Doug Smith has your summer ride. Their award-winning lineup features Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Kia, Subaru, Mitsubishi, Chevy, and more. Visit heydoug.net today with your KSL traffic update. I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim Lacombe.
He is the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Can you go anywhere without anybody trying to say, hey, Austin, just between you and me, just, come on.
Oh, everywhere I walk, people ask, but we don't tell anybody. I don't tell my wife. I don't tell I don't tell some of the people on my staff that I work with every day where I'm leaning. Like on top of the competitive advantages and the trades that could kill and some of the other things that would harm, there's huge betting markets now. And
that's true.
Some guy I played golf with makes $500,000 on who the draft is, and then the FBI is knocking on my door. We can't be having that.
No. We don't want any of that.
No. And that may be in the news right now, so you want to avoid that for sure.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessels and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let less be here for you.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers, OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yes,
is the lesson
is.
just don't worry about stuff, PK?
Oh, no, panic.
Well, there's panic over Walker Kessler. 5 years, $140 million. He wouldn't sign. Didn't want to be in Utah. And then he's sitting on the creek in the stream. And I like my teammates. I like my coach. I like Utah. Grow where you're planted or whatever deep inside he had there.
I think there's a heightened level, and maybe this isn't the right word, of anxiety throughout human beings who are on social media.
Yeah.
Because all this stuff generated from social media.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be you had at 10:17 or 11:17, depending on the time zone, the sportscast would come on, right? And then you would go to bed, or maybe go to bed before, and then wake up in the morning and look at what's going on in the paper. Well, that's all gone now, right? Did the Jazz win? We'll show you next. I mean, that's so outdated. That's ridiculous. And so now it is literally, if you put your phone down for 10 minutes, you feel like you might be missing something. And everybody's got to have something. The media is so much different now. Who could have imagined? And so, Kessler's miffed. No, Kessler's not just miffed at the contract. He may not like it there. And then it's like the old thing where you have 10 people and they whisper a story to somebody.
Oh, the game of telephone.
And then number 10, the story's completely different from where it started at number 1.
What an awesome lesson in elementary school that was.
Right.
To do that, sit in a circle and have something get mangled and the whole class bust up laughing.
And so I think that's a large part of it. And Kessler's over there working out, doing what he's doing, and he gets wind of it. And these are kids in a sense, and they're brought up in the social media thing, and they look at it. Oh, that's not true. But the fans, then they don't know, because you get a guy like you read Sam Amick's resume sometime this week. Mm-hmm. All right, it's pretty good. I didn't know it until you said it, but I know the name. I wouldn't know the face, but I know the name. And then you show me the face, and that's you. That's why I sabotaged your computer the last 3 days, but they finally fixed it. And I was, trying to. I was the one. I poured liquid on the keyboard, is why it broke.
It was you. There was club soda everywhere.
Do we need to rehash the Coke story from back across the street?
So, no, I didn't. But anyway, just joking. Guys like you who are constantly looking, and a lot of people are doing that, and so you got to have something. So it raises this level of anxiety, and you ask, well, do we worry about it? Well, yeah, I get it, because you're a fan. You want Kessler. Like, wait a second, man. We got him for 4 crappy years. He's a shot blocker. There's not guys like him don't grow on trees. I want him in the lineup. Wow, he's not happy. Oh, no one's ever happy here. And we take that to where you read something. We're just a farm system for the rest of the league. No, we're not. No. Or if we were, we're not going to be. And I question if we were, but I can at least understand the argument to a degree. Going forward, that's done. We ain't no farm team for anybody. No. Except for the Angels with the Bees. That's it. And soccer for the European teams.
And only briefly for the baseball AAA.
We'll see. Briefly more.
Demanding Major League Baseball.
So, yeah, awesome. Huh?
Bees can be a farm team for the team up I-15 a few miles.
Whomever.
The Outlaws.
With that in mind, I understand that, but what level of truth is, I think you have to wait and see how things play out. Right now, it's just in the posturing stage. And I appreciate Kessler putting that out there, because he didn't have to, and it certainly is reassuring, but he could have used it as a negotiating ploy. Hey, man, we like it here, or we don't like it here, but we like the deal, and we're going to go get the deal.
Yeah, I don't think he gave up negotiating territory when he said that.
But if he didn't want to say it, I get it.
I do too. I get that. Paul says Kessler's going to sign his offer. Maybe a year less. The agents are playing the game. Ben spoke well of it on his show.
Well, of course he's going to sign his offer. That's how it works. Whatever that offer is from whoever gives it to him, he's going to sign it. That's got to get the ball rolling. That's when it really comes down to cutting time. You're like, okay, once that offer is signed. Now, if it's signed for the Jazz, well, then there is no 48 or 72-hour spiel. I mean, he's signed and sealed and delivered. He's ready to go. Good.
The agents are playing the game. June is posturing time. July is signing time. Forget to August or September, then you can get really worried about what the heck is going on. But right now, June's posturing time, July's signing time.
I do think, though, part of the deal is public relations, and the fans are so invested. Here, we'll say particularly here because this is where we are. Mm-hmm. But they're so invested that they want you to love. You don't have to love them as much, but they want you to love the team as much as they do. And that was part of the deal with Hayward. Making Mrs. Miller get on a plane, fly down there, was just unbecoming. It was unseeming for a woman of her level of dignity and respect to have her do that. If any, go to her house.
Didn't Joe have a story, though, about Gordon opening the door and going, what are you doing here? Like, dude, we're making a pitch. Just, he thought he'd given the signals like, I'm going away now.
But it doesn't matter what reality is. It's the perception of the reality.
Yes. And the Jazz perception was they still had a chance. Hence, she had to get on the plane. And since they didn't have a chance, it was highly insulting, which is your point.
Right.
It was highly insulting.
And it was over the holiday or the holiday weekend or something?
If you don't have a chance, they were third. It would have been July 3rd before he left on the 4th because it was 3 teams, 3 days.
And so...
Dog and Pony Show, he was going to Boston.
And even on that, because the long-timers know... we put up with letter carrier because he was just moody day to day, hour to hour, whatever. But he showed up every 82, so we overlooked it. But you got Stockton over here. Hey, I ain't in the soup kitchen, man. Let's go, blah, 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 blah. But we're good, right? And so that's what we're used to. So I think it's important for Kessler and as these other guys become available, Keontae George, is to let them retain their dignity in the process because the fans, they eat this stuff up, especially now more than ever because everything is out there on social media, whether it's true or not. We have Austin coming on. Yeah, we didn't make a trade the day after the lottery selection was known. He joked about it, right? Because people put that stuff out there. They want to be first. They want to have something that is eye-catching and all that, and it's hard. It's hard to survive in the media world today, right?
Oh, well, especially when the sources are manipulating you for whatever they need.
And you have to judge that.
Right. The agents are playing the game. Totally agree, Paul. Paul is spot on. So Sam Amick or whoever, but Sam's the guy we were talking about, literally gets told something by an agent or gets told something by a club or gets told the same thing by an agent and then by a club. And so he writes it.
Yeah, but you got to make sure that it's true. I've been told a million things.
And then you didn't want to write them because you thought, if I write that, yikes, this will come back to bite me.
Rick Bucher one night at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night. Majerus is taking it, man. I'm going with it. Okay. I'm not.
But you can.
Well, I got this, and this. Okay. Go. But every instinct told me.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
It's going to come back to bite you. Yeah. You're going to look bad.
And there was, with Chris Burgess, there was a guy in town. I got it, man. He's going to BYU. You remember that?
I do.
And
there was also one about who was going to start one week.
And
another one where you're like,
right.
But blah, 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 blah. Like, well, do whatever you want. But
I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it. You can do whatever you want. I wouldn't do it if I were you, and I'm not going to do it because I'm me.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was flying down to Orange County, and I land, and there's like 3 messages on my phone. Oh, he's committed to me. Well, let's hold off. I'm not going with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to wait because I knew that somebody in his camp was always favorable to wherever that media representative was. Meaning, if he was from North Carolina, it was Duke. If it was from Utah,
Duke. And 5 minutes later, and I really like the Kentucky Wildcats.
Yeah. And it wasn't him; it was somebody in his camp.
Right.
And I knew that person, and I knew that they had shrewdness, and they were playing to the audience that was interviewing them, right?
Yep.
And then also, too, with that, Ben Olsen is starting on Friday night against Utah State or whatever it was. Monday morning. He's going, man. Okay, run with it. I remember he's all passionate. Came in. Go ahead. You run with it, because I'm not. Because I knew the guy in charge changed his mind a fair amount of times. So you got to have some discretion, but it's hard, especially from people who know what they're talking about and you believe them and you have a history with them. So it's put out there you have to be basically, and even if I say something, I include myself, you have to have, as a consumer of media, you have to have a level of skepticism. If not downright, I refuse to believe it.
And then when you share it, you need to try to phrase it carefully, like something you think, something you believe, something you're willing to report. It's different shades, and that gets lost in translation in that game of telephone you talked about earlier.
Yeah, it can be that. When Keaton Slovis committed to BYU, okay, I got the thing about 10 o'clock at night. He's committed to BYU. You sure? You sure? You sure? Yes, he's committed to BYU. So I tweeted it out. And the next day or two, he signed. And in that interim, you're an idiot, blah, 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 blah. Well, you got to really believe in who's telling you that. And I really believed in the person who was telling me. Just like last summer, my gosh, I wrote about it 4 times at KSL.com. Bachmeier's going to be the starter.
Because you believed he was telling you. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I didn't come out and quite say it so definitively, but I talked with Josh Furlong, editor at KSL.com, and we were laughing. I said, okay, I'm gonna submit another Bachmeier starting story. And he laughed because I wouldn't come out and headline, the breaking news, Bachmeier is starting without question. But everything was trending that way, so I thought, rather than just being so over the top, I'm just going to hit him with a bunch of stories on it because it's going to happen. Barring something crazy, it was going to happen. And it did happen. So you got to go that way. And then you got to figure out, is it right? But this world in which we take, I don't even know that Amick said that he was the guy who said he's unhappy here. But you take it, he's miffed that they didn't offer him. Okay, that's not the same thing as being, I hate it here, I'm not going to re-sign here.
That's a game of
that's
telephone.
A huge
and
difference.
That's post-traumatic stress from the last 4 All-Stars that left.
And all the fans get all excited and think, oh my God, and their anxiety level rises up.
But they're scarred by the last 4 All-Stars that left, instead of the 2 longtime All-Stars who stayed and kept battling and finally got over it. And they've seen that model and they want to see it again, but it doesn't happen because nobody stays long enough for it to happen. Well, and so now they're just anticipating, because it's like you always say about cushioning the blow. So they're anticipating, well, Peterson won't stay here. Oh, my gosh. Okay, Peterson. First off, Darren.
Darren Peterson.
Yeah, he hadn't even been drafted here yet. You don't even know if he's going to be on the board when they pick. There's a decent chance he's not going to be, that he's going to go number 1. There's lots of little red flags going up, and the Wizards can still do whatever they want. But it's a decent chance he's going to be off the board, and we'll never know.
Well, and who's to say if they drafted DeBonsa when his time came to be a unrestricted free agent that he would want to stay?
You don't know. It looks good now. He looked really happy here for 2 years, but he just got asked, well, Utah's home, and Massachusetts is home. And somebody's like, why would he say that? And I'm like, math? He lived in Massachusetts for 17 years. He's lived in Utah for 2. You're surprised he would say Massachusetts is home?
Well,
he lived in Massachusetts a lot longer.
Where you reside and what is home. I have this discussion with Jake Scott because he always should say Utah's home. Here's the deal with home.
Yeah.
You don't pick home. Home picks you. You pick where you live. But is that home? Not necessarily, even if you've lived there for 50 years.
Yeah. DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay with us.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out. I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from.
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK for Peach Doors and Windows. Give your home the $1 million feel it deserves. Doesn't matter if you're looking to sell it later this summer. Doesn't matter if you're going to live in it for the next 20 years. And maybe it's getting a little too hot inside this summer, PK. Maybe you're starting to feel that sun as the temperature warms up. Whatever you want to do. Maybe you want to make your home more comfortable. Maybe you want to make your home look different. Maybe you want your home to have more value and resell it. Any of those things, go into Peach Windows and Doors, tell them what you're working on, and they will have ideas for you.
Yeah, with Peach Windows, if the fact is that it's a little too hot, they can set it up so that could take care of it. Or flip side, you want the sunlight to come in, they can fix that. And the great thing about it is that they could do both with the same windows. That's how good they are. Give them an opportunity. You won't be disappointed.
We took a tour of the showroom, and they started showing us custom windows, larger glass with slim frames, European-style windows, tilt and turn, unique for American homes, a wide range of products to choose from. And just about the time my head was spinning, they started showing the motorized custom roller shades, the blinds, the smart drapes, the shutters. You can open and close with your phone. You can set them to open at sunrise and close at sunset. It's unreal, all the options. So have them out to your home. They can do a little analysis of your home and start making suggestions of what might work at your home. And you can just go down and meet them at their showroom, 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City, and walk through and see all the possibilities lining the walls, one room after another. It's amazing. Check them out online, peachwindowsanddoors.com, or go to their showroom, 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Noah.
My first car was a 2001 Dodge Neon with a blue wing, and it happened to match my high school sweetheart, who's now my wife, her black 2005. So my uncle has been in the industry for well over 25 years. He recommended Rock Auto immediately to buy my first set of brakes. I would recommend Rock Auto just because it's simple, it's easy to find the parts you're looking for, it's all at a good price.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Tim Hughes back with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Now, you may be ready for summer, but the question today is, are your lawn and garden areas ready for summer, for the long, dry, hot summertime? To make sure that they are ready, you need a good foundation, and that starts with good soil blends. Greg, you've got them all here at Replenish.
Yes, it's in the soil where it all takes place. That's where you're going to get good nutrients for your plants. We have a topsoil compost blend, which is phenomenal, and also a Ute-like garden mix. Both of them are used by the best landscapers in the valley.
It's also, Mike, going to help hold the moisture that you do get, either from Mother Nature or you put down yourself.
It does, yeah. It's got compost in it, and that will help retain that moisture. We have it in bulk or bag. You can come pick it up, or we can deliver it as well.
Come by and see them here at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call, 801-262-5142. It's good stuff.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Attention commercial property managers. GoPave Utah offers seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Schedule at GoPaveUtah.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to spend more time on this next week, PK. But I just want to say, you were just talking in the last segment about, as a media member, you got to be careful with the sources and all that. And the flip side of that, sometimes people give you a ton of information, it's not accurate, but they're trying to get something out there. Other times people talk to you and they're trying to tell you something, but for various reasons, they don't want to say it specifically. They just want to get you close to the stream and then figure out somehow the horse will figure out how to drink, right? And I felt that when Mark Harlan was talking to us. And I'm like, he's trying to get a message out here. And I even had a follow-up question in there, he was saying that on campus, there's a way for us to integrate sports with these people in the community, and they want access to the rest of campus. I didn't follow it up. Well, what does that look like? What does that mean? And he's plenty smart enough to have just bluntly answered the question. And there were clearly reasons he couldn't/wouldn't. And my small brain couldn't figure it out. And I'm still not sure I figured it out. But I was sitting in traffic on Foothill the other day, and it occurred to me, there's a lot of people leaving Research Park. And they're up doing a lot of stuff. A lot of it's in the health science area, but there's other stuff too. But there's a lot of that. And people are trying to get patents, and some of those patents can be pretty lucrative and can launch businesses.
Yeah.
Maybe launch the next billionaire. Maybe there's another campus that could have 4 billionaires living within a mile of campus.
Oh.
But how do you take that and get into the business world? And maybe that's what he was getting at. I still don't know for sure, but sitting in all that traffic, I thought about it. I thought, maybe that's what he's getting at. Maybe there is a way. These premium suites, these luxury suites that people pay enormous amounts of money for. This isn't about selling tickets to the family and kids. This is where people do business. And they talk, and they figure out if they can stand being around each other, and if they want to work together, and if there's a project that makes sense that they can both make money on. And these deals can be $5 million, $50 million, $500 million. Who knows? So it's not a big deal to pay $1,000 or $2,000 or $5,000 a game. To the rest of us, it's crazy. It's ludicrous, right? We're trying to see if we can get $50 tickets for $25. That's what most of us are trying to do. And there are people in the university community doing this, and it made sense to me. I don't know if it's true or not, but it would make sense to me if that's what Mark was trying to get at. He obviously did not want to, probably for multiple reasons, say specifically what they're thinking. But they got to be thinking something. And he was answering that question for a reason, the way he was answering it. It just wasn't luck. So what does that mean? But it occurred to me that it makes sense. It's the kind of stuff you can't blurt out, but it would make sense about why you would want to redo the South End Zone or redo the football stadium in the 90s and redo the South End Zone a few years ago and redo the Huntsman Center now and create these spaces and then link different people on campus. What's the most entertaining part of campus? Well, for a lot of people, it's the sports facilities. Maybe that's where you do the business and how you link people to other places on campus. He has something up his sleeve. He and the president and whoever else, there's probably a few other powerful decision makers in this process, they got something in mind. But that's the kind of thing that, at least to me, made sense and could pay off down the line.
Well, payoff is the key phrase because right now, what you can afford to do is leave money out on the table.
Mm-hmm.
And for them, with the Huntsman Center, using them as the example, I should say, is that money is being left on the table, and they can't afford that.
Right.
And so what do you do with that? You're going to go ahead and do something, but don't just do something that's on a small scale. Do something that's on a bigger scale. You know, they had talked about maybe relocating it and building an entertainment district around it, which would be fascinating if they could do both. Do something at the Huntsman Center and also put in some other stuff around it that could help them with revenue.
DJ and PK. We will keep talking to people and keep trying to dive into that for you. Stay tuned. DJ and PK. We're going to take a break. Stay tuned on the other side. Lance Anderson, head coach, Utah Tech. College sports is changing very quickly, and he has seen it from many angles. He was at Stanford for years. Now he's at Utah Tech, having a run there. We'll talk with him next. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest event of the year, kicks off Thursday, July 2nd. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, see qualifying and the two-wheel skills and high jump world championships. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice Echo Stadium July 2nd through the 4th. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and Texas Roadhouse.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers, OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and 0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and 0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris
Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined by Lance Anderson, head coach, Utah Tech. Utah Tech with a golf tournament at Thanksgiving Point. 2 o'clock this afternoon, shotgun start. Coach, good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be with you guys.
Well, thanks for coming on the air. We have so many questions to ask you about college football. You've got interesting viewpoints because you were at Stanford for a long time, so you're one of the halves. And now you're at Utah Tech, and it's a totally different world in the Big Sky. And I'm curious, as you watch these changes, and some of the people you may actually know or have some contact with, do you see anybody with a long-term view of what's best for college football, or do you see a lot of people doing what's best for their employer, whether it's a league or a school?
I think right now a lot of people are just trying to do what is best, for them and trying to find a way to survive, because it's really, things have really changed just with NIL, with the transfer portal, with just some of the conference realignments, things like that. College football has definitely changed. I mean, the game on the field is still, it's the best. There's just nothing better than college football. But it's the stuff outside that is definitely very different, and you have to find a way to navigate that, in order to be successful. And I think it's a little bit different for everybody.
Yeah, with that in mind, fundraising is such a big deal. How do you go about doing it at your level to be able to get the players that you want?
It certainly has been a challenge at Utah Tech. I think there's a ton of potential here, but we just got to roll up our sleeves and dig in, do a little fundraising. That's what we're doing with the golf tournament today. But it really does come down to money, and it's been very interesting. I think almost everything is filtered down to the FCS level in terms of players with agents, players looking for money, the transfer portal, and I've never talked to so many agents as I did during the month of January when that transfer portal opened. Mm-hmm. And that's always the first question is, how much money do you guys have? How much NIL do you have? And it's if you don't have money, it's definitely hard to compete.
And I would get a junior or senior looking to go to the Big Sky and looking at Utah Tech would want to get the money. This is the best payday they could be looking at. But I was curious at that level when you're dealing with freshmen and sophomores. I'm sure they want the money, but how much are they interested in how much you can help them improve as a player? Because they still have a couple of years of eligibility, and we see plenty of Big Sky players go on. Scadaboo's probably the best example, but there's plenty going to the Mountain West, the Pac-12, the Big 12, the Big 10, whatever. And that seems to be important, but I don't know how much people are looking at it when they're freshmen and sophomores.
Yeah, I think, if they can get something, that they want to get that. And if, things are even, then that's maybe the deciding factor. But you're exactly right. And that's the thing that we're really trying to push is the opportunity to play, the opportunity to improve, the opportunity to get better. Just knowing that, hey, if you have a guy that might play well for you for a year or two, they might move on and go to an FBS school or a Power 4 school. And I think today's day and age, you just have to embrace that and understand that's what's going to happen. And so that's a big selling point for us in recruiting is, yes, come here and help turn this program around, have an immediate impact, really put some stuff on film, and then that may allow you to get kind of that kind of NIL deal that you're looking for and the opportunity to play at the kind of school that you would like. So that's just the day and age now, and we have to embrace that.
Yeah, we've talked to other coach Eric Kerr at Weber, who's starting this year. He was talking about that. Todd Phillips, basketball coach at UVU, has gone through this now several years where kids have come to his program and then they've gone on to the Power 4, Power 5 in basketball, and that's the way of the world, and that's the recruiting pitch. How much from the perspective of the kid does he buy that? Because Todd's telling us, hey, even if you're a 4-star, if you're a freshman, you might be buried. Well, you come here, you're not going to be buried.
I think each kid's a little bit different, and I think they all do their research at different levels, and I think some are more realistic than others. But I think some kids are very realistic about it, and they look at like who else is on the team and where their role might be, and I think it does factor in if they feel like they could have a bigger role and bigger impact somewhere else, even though maybe the money's not as good, but with good guidance and stuff, looking at the long-term picture, that some of them might be willing to, I might not make as much money right now, but this is a great opportunity for me to, show my skills, come here, help this team compete for a championship, and then in the future, maybe I can capitalize on that.
Your sports information director, Steve Johnson, I was talking with him a year ago, and he started listing all the schools your players had gone to. It was pretty impressive. San Jose State came in and took a guy. I think Wyoming or CSU, maybe both of them, but at least one of them came in and took a guy. How long is that list now? If someone asks that, can you just start reciting all the schools that you've sent players to?
It is, and it's an impressive list. I mean, in addition to some of the schools you mentioned, we're talking like Washington, UCLA, Utah State. I mean, it's a number of schools, Wake Forest, and that's why you got to be excited for the kid, because you look at some of the money they're getting in terms of NIL, and it's like, wow, that's impressive. Like our tight end last year, who's our leading receiver, is at Oregon State now and got a really good NIL deal. And just the opportunity to compete at a level like that, you can't blame them for being excited about it. It's just tough for us as you develop them, you help them get to that point. You feel like they're really a focal point of what you're trying to build, and then they move on. But that's the nature of the game, and when that happens, we got to go out and replace them.
September 5th, you come to Provo to play BYU. How much does that help your bank account?
I think that will definitely help. Little things like that definitely help. So, but maybe not as much as we need, but it will help.
But you just play one money game, right?
We do. Yep.
Has anyone tried to talk you into two?
I've had those discussions with our athletic director. He's brought that up, and there might be, some years coming up where we might do something like that. But I think he's been pretty good about that too, understanding that, one is probably enough each year. The Big Sky is tough. A lot of good teams, top to bottom. But we'll see as we go year by year.
The junior college player, it doesn't seem like that is as prominent anymore. And I know you're going to recruit Utah, you're going to recruit Nevada, you're going to recruit California, you're going to recruit Arizona. I have an Arizona background, and junior college in the Phoenix area football is all gone now. They don't even do it anymore. And that's terrible. It stinks for those kids that do not have that opportunity. How does that affect you, just a junior college player at your level? Because it seems like it's not as big of a deal as it used to be.
You're right. As we go out, because we've still tried to target the junior colleges, just trying to find ways where maybe we can find maybe some talent that's being overlooked a little bit. Plus, you look at the junior college kids, and I think that's a good way to replace some of these transfers that we've been talking about, where these kids have some experience. They've played in games at the college level. They should be able to jump in and play sooner. And what we found going around a lot of junior college coaches have told us the same thing, that they're not getting the same kind of traffic or interest that they did, several years ago. So I think that could be a good way for us to maybe find some guys. Now there is, there's always the academic piece of that and the eligibility piece, and we found that's been a challenge at times. But I think we can find some good junior college kids out there. We've got some on the roster. We've got a few coming in again this year that I think will really help us.
Lance Anderson joining us. He is the head football coach at Utah Tech. It's a change for you. You're going into the Big Sky this year, and you're really embracing it because in addition to BYU, it looks like you filled out your schedule with the teams that you weren't meeting in Big Sky games. Like a lot of leagues, it's gotten very big, and they don't play a complete round robin. So you just dove in and used Big Sky schools to finish the rest of your schedule.
That's exactly right. So in addition to playing BYU, the rest of our schedule is all Big Sky teams. It's just our game against Montana, our game against Northern Arizona. Those don't count as Big Sky games. But yeah, the schedule is full of Big Sky teams. I think this is something that a lot of schools are going to do going forward, just where there's not a lot of other FCS schools out west. And I know our athletic director has mentioned to me that he's been in communication with a lot of other athletic directors in the league that, hey, if there's a year we don't play a Big Sky game, how about playing a non-conference game? So I think we're going to see a little bit more of this in our league.
Since you've been in coaching for a long time, you build relationships wherever that may be, and it can literally scatter all over the country in terms of you guys knowing folks and so forth, particularly you. Have you been able to tap into that to help get players?
I think so. During a lot of my coaching career, I've recruited in the state of Utah, and so I know a lot of high school coaches in the state. So I think that's been good. And we want to do a great job of recruiting in the state of Utah. I think high school football is really good in the state. I think the coaching is really good in the state. I know there's a lot of competition, with BYU, Utah State, and then you add Weber State and Southern Utah to that along with us. There's a lot of competition for kids in the state, but we want to get Utah kids, and I think those connections that I've got, or other our staff members, other connections they have, are definitely helpful in that recruiting process.
Does it give you a little window into the world of NIL? Because I know there's a lot of smoke and mirrors as far as who has what, but have you been able to figure out what the range is as far as budgets in the Big Sky?
None of it is exact, but just whether it's talking to high school coaches, other college coaches, like I mentioned, all the conversations with agents now, you start to get a feel of kind of, who has what and what other schools are offering. So we kind of have an idea of what we need to be shooting for. We got a lot of work ahead of us, but yeah, you kind of have an idea. And there certainly are. There's the haves and the have-nots. There's some schools in the Big Sky that are paying quite a bit of money, and there are, I think, other schools that are similar to us that just don't have a lot right now. But we know that's something that we need to build towards, because I just don't think that this is going away. I think NIL might be more regulated going forward at some point, but I don't think it's going away. So it's something we have to be prepared for.
Every year we'd go down and cover Pac-12 media days, and I always enjoyed talking to the coaches. Now we'll do Big 12, obviously, here coming up. And one of the guys that I loved to talk to every single year was David Shaw, and it got to the point where we would laugh about him coming in and taking our players, and you know that full well because you were recruiting there. And he feasted on Utah kids because he once said on the air, you tell those people in Utah we're coming and we're coming often, and he laughed about it. And then each year he'd approach us, and I'd say, oh no, here comes the thief, and he'd laugh and we'd carry on. So I got to develop a little relationship with him, and he was always fun to talk to, very insightful on and off the air. And he stepped aside at Stanford at a relatively young age, and I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten back into the head coaching business. What do you think about that? Because obviously you knew him very well.
Oh, he's a great coach. I mean, what a tremendous run, we had during that time at Stanford, and Coach Shaw just did a tremendous job there. And in addition to being a very good football coach, he's a very good person. I have learned so much from him, and learned so much of, how you go about things, how you treat people, just how important it is just to do the right thing, no matter how hard that might be. And I think there will be another opportunity. You know, he's with the Detroit Lions right now, and I think he enjoys, coaching in the NFL. But, I think down the road there will definitely be another head coaching opportunity for David Shaw, and I think he will do very well when he has that opportunity.
When we had Bronco on, we were talking about how much time he spends fundraising, and he just said nonstop. And I'm curious if you found it to be the same thing, and if that's the kind of thing that would keep a David Shaw from returning, is that the job's changed a lot since he had his really good run at Stanford.
Yeah, I think for David, just, some of our conversations, and I think that's why he decided to step away when he did. It was just with all the transfer portal, the NIL, some of the fundraising, and just, the arms race, things like that, where, one of the things that we really liked during that time at Stanford, that decade when we really had that thing rolling and we were one of the top programs in college football, was the continuity. You knew that you were going to get some great kids in there. You knew that you were going to have them for a while. You knew you were going to have a chance to develop those guys. And I think that's kind of maybe what drove him out, is just all those changes with the fundraising, with NIL, with the transfer portal, and always just trying to stay one step ahead instead of just being able to concentrate on football and developing young men and trying to get better. So it is certainly a challenge, and it's as a head coach, you just don't get to spend as much time on just the football part as you would like. You are torn in a lot of different directions.
Well, I know you got a golf tournament to go to, and you have money to raise before you go back to St. George and having probably another golf tournament and more money to raise, because it's just nonstop these days. Lance, we appreciate it.
It is.
Yeah, right. We appreciate a few minutes. Thanks for hopping on the air, and good luck the rest of the day.
Oh, thank you so much. Sure appreciate it, and I look forward to staying in touch with you guys.
All right, there's Lance Anderson, Utah Tech, making the move to the Big Sky this year with Southern Utah. Weber State's already there, obviously. 11 Big Sky opponents, including both Montana schools and Weber State and SUU.
That's tough.
It is tough. There is a really good argument that the Big Sky is the toughest league in the FCS, and they're probably people in the, I think it's a different name for football and basketball. I think it's the Summit League. But whatever the league is with North Dakota State, South Dakota, and South Dakota State, except they just lost one of those moving up, the best one, North Dakota State. So that league taking a hit, losing that team. It's a tough schedule either way. Yeah. Whether it's the best or the second best league doesn't really matter.
I think they've gone 1-11 and 2-10.
They are coming off 2-10. Yeah. So, but saving some money, they don't have to travel instead of flying off to.
I understand that, but the level of competition
is high. It's high. There's no way around it.
You're getting these programs that are entrenched at these levels.
Yes. And Eastern Washington's had an awesome run. Montana State have been really good. UC Davis has been really good. You go on down the line,
Right.
Weber State had a run. They've been down a little bit. We'll see if Kerr gets them back.
There's no gimmies. Whoa.
We'll see when Kerr gets him back.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Sitting over there in all your Corner Canyon gear. I forgot who I was talking to for a minute.
Yeah. I expect the same level of success at Corner as I do at Weaver.
Does he have the NIL? You were talking about it with Utah
I'm doing all
this
I
week,
can.
and you that $25 that used to go to SU after the Rose Bowl, straight to Eric Kerr and Weber State. All bit, 25, not 20. Not 20.
Every little bit helps.
I was going to get an Allen Iverson practice thing there if I wasn't careful.
But it's hard to compete, particularly in the state, when we've got so many schools playing football in this state. You look at Arizona, which is double the population.
Yep.
And they just don't have that. And now they lost JC's, which is, I think it's a blow. And obviously Rick's is no longer Rick's. They call BYU Idaho, and they've stopped, and that was a very good program. Dixie, when it was a junior college, was a power.
I think your line about JC football is just, that line of thinking is really interesting. There's still got to be some talent there. It is getting overlooked. Kyle Whittingham addressed this a couple of years ago at a press conference. We were up there on a Monday, and he got asked about it. He says there's no question that junior college recruiting is taking a hit, and people are going to the transfer portal to get the junior that they used to get out of a JC program or the sophomore they used to get out of a JC program. They've totally pivoted. Well, there's still kids playing JC who are late bloomers or who weren't on good teams, who've been overlooked for one reason or another.
Academic improvement.
Maybe they need academic improvement. They're one reason or another.
Yeah.
And they can still play and they can still help your team. And if it doesn't make sense in the Big 12 anymore, well, that ought to be a bonus for the Pac-12 or Mountain West. If it doesn't make sense in the Pac-12 or Mountain West, then it ought to be a bonus for the Big Sky.
Right,
There's
but I
gotta
just
be some
named
talent
this
there.
7-8 schools that ain't playing anymore.
That's true, but there's 70 of them playing in California. That, they're still playing at Snow. Now, we've also lost JCs here. I mean, Utah Tech used to be Dixie JC, so that's one JC program that goes away.
Right.
Rick's is another one. It's now BYU Idaho. It went away. We've lost teams here, too. But nonetheless, there's still dozens and dozens playing in California. And they're still playing JC football in Kansas and Texas. And a lot of schools are going away from it.
Yeah, I as we see in high school kids too, because of the transfer portal. And, we saw like Rob Wright the other day was addressing why he came back.
Mm-hmm.
See what your options are, but ultimately he comes back. I just don't know at a place like Utah Tech if you're going to be able to get those kids, okay, I've surveyed the landscape, I'm coming back.
It seems unlikely.
Right.
There's too much money at higher levels. So as Lance just pointed out, losing your star tight end, if a player is really good, there's too many schools above you in the pecking order with more money, including other Big Sky schools, but certainly the Mountain West, the Pac-12, the Big 12 on down the line. And Washington's in the Big 10 and they're taking a kid. But San Jose State's going to have more money than you. So they lost a kid to the Spartans a couple of years ago.
It becomes hard for them to compete, and we'll see now, we've got 3 schools in the state.
Right.
Who else has 3 schools in the state?
The thing is, it's not just it's not just like all the high school kids. Oh, they don't. No, nobody in the West does.
Right.
I mean, seriously, we're getting a California number of schools. California has more. Well, okay, California's got, 15 times more people.
Yeah.
So, of course, they have more.
Right.
But Oregon only has 3. Oregon State.
I'm talking just
and
Big
Portland.
Sky.
Yeah, they have 1 Big Sky and 2.
Right, but I didn't add in the others.
But we have 3.
In state.
Yeah, we have 3, and
Right.
Oregon has 2, and Washington has 2.
What do you mean they have?
At the FBS level.
Oh, okay.
We have BYU, Utah, and Utah State. Whereas they have Oregon State, Washington State. Then when you drop down to the Big Sky level, they each have 1. And what do we have here? We got 3.
Right.
It's like there's, and that also stretches the NIL dollars. In St. George, if there were fewer teams playing in the state, well, maybe they could go up to Cedar City and raise a lot of money.
That's what I'm
but
saying.
Guess what? SU's already knocked on every door in Cedar City.
Right.
So you're kind of limited.
Right. They've got 2 basically 45 miles apart.
Right. And Oregon's got 1 in the whole state. And
Right.
Washington has 1 in the whole state. And Arizona has 1 in the whole state. And Colorado has 1 in the whole state. Now, Colorado does have a bunch of D2s. So there's that.
There's that. It just is, it's very difficult, and I'm not sure I see a way out.
No, I get your point. Unless there's just 1 or 2 people with deep pockets who want to make it happen. Because that seems to be how a lot of schools do it. It's how Texas Tech is doing it. It's how Oklahoma State did it.
Right,
it's how
but
Oklahoma
you're
did
gonna
it.
get a huge
And this is
bang
lower
for
level.
your buck,
But
yeah.
what's going to happen is you're going to look up at Montana that's got 2 Big Sky schools, not 3, and has no FBS schools. And ranchers and Hollywood types are going up there with money. There's wealth in Montana. I mean, there's a lot of people grinding,
Nick
too.
Faldo lives there.
Nick Faldo is there. If Montana or Montana State golf suddenly gets really good, we'll know why. Nick, what have you done? With the 3-month golf season they have up there.
I would love to see them all succeed, but it just doesn't seem realistic.
It looks like really heavy lifting.
Yeah.
It looks like really heavy lifting.
Right.
You got to try to find an angle and play an angle that nobody else is playing. And when you get it, and you find someone like Jay Hill, he's going to get taken away. You're going to lose your coaches who figure it out too.
Yeah, but he was there for a good while.
He did. That was a good run. No doubt about it. Was it 7 years all in when he was
something
there?
Like that. But it worked. Mm-hmm. I just wonder if Utah Tech can find even a way to get to 500.
It's heavy lifting. There is no way around it. Heavy lifting. All right. Thanks to Lance for coming on. DJ and PK, when we come back, everything you missed in this show next. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
Joining us now, he is the athletic director at Brigham Young University, Brian Santiago. AJ DeBonsa comes in, and what a big get it was for BYU. But did that exceed your expectations, not just on the court, but how he embraced the community and the community embraced him?
AJ is remarkable from day one, all in for BYU. The one thing about this draft is I hope in the worst way he goes number one, because I know that's his dream. I know that he's put in so much to put himself in a position to be the number one pick in the draft. One thing that I do have a lot of confidence in, and Danny Ainge, he's the best in the business, so is Austin. They got it. They'll figure it out, and they'll do what's right for that franchise. It's going to be super interesting to see how it works out. I'm one that's pulling hard for him to be the number one pick, even though I'd love if he ended up in Utah.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Didn't it just seem like the other day it was Mother's Day? Well, what do we got this weekend? We got Father's Day, right? Yeah, wow, time really blows by, and you've got to be prepared for it for sure, particularly when it comes to your finances. You know, whatever your goals are, Trajan Wealth is who I'm talking about, the fiduciary advisors. They believe in one thing. They want you to be able to plan smarter, and then if you plan smarter, your dreams, your aspirations, and what you want down the line, they can grow, they can get bigger, yeah, and they want to help you along the way. And with that in mind, give them an opportunity, because when you think about it, man, choosing the right financial advisor, wow, it's one of the smartest financial moves that you can ever make. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth, what they're going to be able to do for you, as I've sat across from them and listened to what they're about, and most importantly, they listen to what I'm about, and together you craft a reliable income plan or plans that help you have that situation under control, and then you can stay focused on what matters in your current life. You don't have to worry about it. You got that peace of mind. Wow. Can you imagine having peace of mind in your finances? That's pretty cool. Let them help you get that, right? Give them an opportunity. And with that in mind, when I say opportunity, it's not going to cost you anything, because initial consultation is for free, even if it's just for a second opinion. Let them review it. Give them a phone call to set up an appointment. The phone number, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number. You spell Trajan, Trajan. Offices conveniently located in Draper and Farmington. Got you covered north and south. The website, man, comprehensive, also has you covered. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Ready Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. PK in the break was just like, I already can't remember who I drafted for the U.S. Open with Bob. You know the thing about the U.S. Open I don't get?
What
is the fascination with making it so that nobody can break par?
Because it's a tradition.
Why?
Because that gives you separation.
I don't like watching that.
But it's all equal.
I get that.
It's not a steady diet.
No, it's this tournament. Nobody else does this.
It's like the Masters. We know every year it's the Masters. It's the same course.
Mm-hmm.
So that gives it the separation. So that's what makes it unique. So I don't have any problem with it.
The risk reward of a guy standing over the ball in the fairway, and I don't have the first clue if he's going to make eagle or bogey. I love that. Now, that only happens on the par 5s on the back 9. But even so, on the other holes, I don't know if they're going to make birdie or bogey. I love that. Two-shot swings all over the place. Drama. It's the best.
They need to have this. This is more relatable. The grinding nature of it, where everything's not going so smooth.
Yeah, I don't want that. I also don't like watching the tournaments where it's 20 under and he's 20 under. He's really got to get it going, though, and make some birdie putts here because somebody's going to win at 23. I don't want to see that.
Well, you do.
I like the birdie bogey balance. Have a winner at 8 under, 10 under, whatever. That's to me, that's entertainment.
You get that.
Win. Not every week. Some weeks I get 20 under.
But you're not sitting there glued to every tournament.
No, I'm not.
There's too many of them.
There are. Well, that's just sports
you follow
these days.
it, but you don't necessarily sit in front of the television.
That's exactly
Whereas
right.
I'm going to be out of town, and I'm making sure we leave early to come back. So I'm here minimum for the back 9 on Sunday.
The final round back 9 you want to be glued to. That's the most
for
drama.
a major.
For a major.
Not for the John Deere, maybe.
No, for this weekend. You were talking this weekend. Yeah, not for the John Deere. Absolutely not. Follow it. Look at your phone. Oh, somebody's got a 3-shot lead. I don't even know if I'm turning that on. There's other stuff on.
But at the same time, if somebody's shooting 60, great. That's fun too. Golf can give you that variance. And
I like the variance.
So many people play golf and have a working knowledge of how difficult it must be, and it's to the point where you marvel. I went down and covered the Espen and followed the ladies, and it's awesome to watch them do their thing. And I had told you a few weeks ago, I played with a gal named Emma who played at Corner Canyon and then went over and played at a college in Denver. And watching her bomb it 30 yards longer than me, I'm older and not a long hitter, never was as a young. I can't say age has gotten to my game because it really hasn't. It's not like I was hitting it 280 as a kid. But watching her do her thing was majestic. I was literally studying her driver. Once I figured out, we randomly get paired up, right? Well, by the second hole, all right, this gal's a player. You already know it. And then the rest of the time, I was studying her technique on her driver and her follow-through. It was an absolute thing of beauty. And she told me, she said, she's out now, works as a nurse, and she said, yeah, my father has been after me to join a women's league so I can keep playing competitive. I said, women's league? Forget that. You want to be in a men's league. And I meant it.
Yeah.
And so that's levels of golf, and we've been there and be able to watch. I don't mind a few struggles because you see the struggles no matter where it is, what it is. You've seen guys, women get on the green, and then it's not working for them. The pressure is just enormous. I had an eagle putt the other day. I mean, I don't have many eagle putts, but it's a short par 5. I hit 2 good shots. And it was only like a 3-footer. I thought I was going to vomit.
Well, did you?
No.
Okay.
And I made it.
All right.
And it's funny thing. And
they didn't win the skin because some other fool made his eagle putt.
Right, but we were playing a 2-man, so it was a little different. Mm-hmm. And so I'm trying to win the thing, and also I'm trying to help my friend. Mm-hmm. Because we're together, so we're like a team right now, right? Mm-hmm. And so no one wants to let your teammates down. It doesn't work that way. You want to be the guy to help your team, right? And I can remember conversations. I got to tell him next time I talk to him, I might text him, that I totally channeled my Mike Weir. Because I've had conversations with Mike on and off the air. You're in the playoff in Augusta. You're in a playoff, man. How do you handle that?
What'd he say?
He says you have to try. It's impossible to block out everything, but you have to just go to yourself, okay, I've done this 1,000 times. I've done this 500 times. I've done this. Blah,
all you
blah,
can
blah.
do is hit the tee shot.
Yeah.
All you can do is
and so you try to literally stay in the moment and just eliminate everything else. This is something that he couldn't put a number on the amount of practice putts and tournament putts and college and growing up as a kid that he's taken to be in this moment. But you can't say, wow, I've been doing this for 20 years to get to this moment, and I'm here. It's just overwhelming. He said, take a deep breath and tell yourself, this is what I've done. I've done this 1,000,000 times. I can do this. And I literally thought that to myself. Yeah. Nobody on the planet gives a crap. Maybe my partner does. But other than that, for me, this is the biggest thing I got going right now. And so I did that. Okay, I can do this. Come on, this is no big deal. And I just, in my mind, and it went in. Now it was a 3-footer. Come on. The percentages have got to be in the high 90s at that point, right? And so with that in mind, I literally channeled my inner Mike.
I do think what you said early on and all of that about you keep an eye on it, you can't watch all of it. That's where sports is these days. There's so much going on. It's unreal. Everything's gotten bigger. Even the events that have been around forever are bigger, right? The NCAA basketball tournament, there's more games than ever. The NCAA or the World Cup, there's more games than ever. You got the question up, and we'll get to the reaction here in the next one. Like, what are you into this week? And I'm like, well, I'm going to cherry pick. Like, am I going to watch the World Cup? Well, I'm absolutely going to watch the U.S. play Friday afternoon, for sure. But there's like 4 games a day. I'm not going to sit there and watch all of 4 straight games. Maybe some YouTube highlights, some clips here and there, some social media. That's going to have to be good enough. Normally going to lock it down on, what did the USA Network have, like 11 straight hours? It's awesome they put it out there. 0% chance.
Are you talking US Open?
Yeah, 0% chance.
It's on right now.
Right, 0% chance I'm going to sit there hour after hour all day long. I got stuff to do. I'm going to check it out. I want to see the highlights. And it's just over and over. I mean, you're a baseball fan. There's too many baseball games to consume them all.
Not enough.
It's not true. You pick 1 or 2 a night. You watch, maybe you watch Shohei when he's pitching. You watch your Diamondbacks, whatever. They're overlapping. We're all drinking out of the fountain here, out of the fire hose.
But at the same time, I know you don't like it because you got the big TV. You can watch stuff on your phone.
Yeah.
And the phone, it's obviously smaller, but the quality is really good.
The quality is unreal how good it's gotten.
Yeah.
The first thing I ever watched streamed was a Nebraska-San Jose State football game. I was curious. The first college football game to be streamed. I got to check this out. It was grainy. It glitched a little bit. We have come so far. And that game had to be 25 years ago.
But still so far to go.
I don't know. It's pretty good. That HD quality is...
I'm getting philosophical here.
Oh.
Yeah, I can remember as
Give me some more poetry.
Youngster my friend, parents had a big screen, one of the first ones. And
with the projector with the 3 colors?
I can't remember, but I just remember, I remember that we come over, and they were big ASU fans. Right?
Yeah.
So we were together.
Right.
So I want to go over because you watch, and the dad actually had season tickets. Right?
So everybody's into
In
the
fact,
Devils.
I
It's going to be
cherry-picked
fun.
a couple of times.
Nice.
His season tickets.
Sweet.
And they took me. And
Man, between Knicks games and Devil football, you did well.
Yeah. And so I think I want to say they were in the Holiday Bowl. But the big screen is like, it was like there was fog. You know, they've set off the fireworks.
Yes.
And the smoke hadn't cleared. It's like, this is, it's a bigger screen, but I can't see as well.
So when my first job straight out of college, and most of us were 22, 23, except for one woman. She was probably 28 or 29, and her husband was a stockbroker, John and Martha Bull. Awesome.
Martha was her name?
Her name was Martha, yeah. His was John, no
That's
H.
cutting edge.
And the two of them.
No H even.
Nope, Joan.
Wow. What
And
the hell?
Every
What
Monday,
the L? Who put the H in L?
Nice try. They'd have us over Monday Night Football. You get off work, go over Monday, and they do your own pizza thing. And
Was she hot?
And don't do that. You
You're
can't answer that
22.
properly. You can't answer that properly. I'm at her house eating her food with her husband, who is awesome, watching football on their big screen projection TV. The thing, you had to stand right in front of it. If you got off at an angle, like if you're on the first baseline, nope, that angle, that 45-degree angle doesn't work. You got to get right in front of it.
Is there other advantages if you got off at an angle?
I don't even know what that means, but it sounds wrong. And I'm not sure why. It's just instinct.
The analytics show?
The analytics show that is going to be trouble over time.
How was the house? Was it nice?
It was nice.
Ocean view?
No, it was in Montecito, and it was in a canyon, and it actually burned in a fire, and they
the
rebuilt.
house burned?
It rebuilt, and it burned again.
Wow, that's bad luck.
And they
was it brush fires?
Yeah. And they moved down by the water. I was never in that third house. I don't know what the view was like, but it was between the freeway and the water, and there was a flood, and they couldn't get to their house, and that is when they left Santa Barbara and moved into Mexico. They'd had enough.
I probably would have gone for a little more.
You would have taken one more shot at it? I got to admit, I'm with you. I was like, really? You left for New Mexico?
Nothing wrong with New Mexico.
No, nothing wrong with New Mexico. And their kid was over in Moab or something, like working on a ranch south of Moab somewhere. Yeah. Danny. There you go. There's the Bull family story.
Their last name is Bull?
Bull. Bull. Yeah. She's classic. Her path to journalism, PK, she was super bright. She was waitressing in the radio station that people at a place they would go for lunch. And she would come over and take the order and not write anything down. They're like, you're not going to mess this up. And she's like, pfft. She'd come back with the right order. They got so pretty soon they started swapping seats. And she, without a beat, would give the right person the right thing, not react, not give them the satisfaction of saying anything, and walk away.
I don't know if I believe that.
Well, you should.
In fact, I'm going to call that Bull.
Oh, nice. Anything else you want to tell the people? Shohei had a blister on his finger. He's gotten hit the last 2 outings. ERA's over 1. He was down around like 0.8 or something like that.
Was like 147.
Yeah, it's 147.
You know, Kessler wants to stay, all things being equal. I think he will. He put out a statement. If you have Instagram, or you don't, you can Google it and see Instagram, see the statement. I don't have Instagram, but I still saw the statement. And that's a good sign. He wants to be here. And this team is building something here. If you're a Jazz fan, have a quiet level of confidence. Don't be so pessimistic anymore.
Your feedback is coming up next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is, they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from.
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you've tried Beehive Meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new Flat Top Meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge of your seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Are you due for something that actually tastes as good as the service feels? Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is your place. The perfect occasion for all occasions. Great food, ambiance, service. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
closing time. Open all
DJ PK, it's time for your feedback. We got one headline breaking, PK. What do you have for us there? You were just sharing this.
Well, the SEC and the Big Ten, they're going to oppose. We continue to believe revisions are needed to secure our support for the bill, meaning my own translation is they have no right to take money away from us.
I believe your translation, and I believe the senators from Alabama, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee are now going to vote no. Indiana, no. Well, we'll see how it works out. Counting votes, counting noses.
Yeah, I get it. Why should they be forced to give up money?
Yeah. Maine and Alaska have no dog in this fight, so, who can flip them?
Do they have a wolf or anything, though?
Maine would have a bear. It's the Maine Bears. I remember that from when they came out and played Weber State in the playoffs. Alaska, I don't know. I don't know what they are.
We have bears here.
Yep.
Everybody has bears. I've seen a bear in Arizona once.
It's the name. It's the nickname of the team. U.S. Open World Cup, something else. What's got your attention this holiday weekend? Bruce says the Vernal Dinosaur Roundup Rodeo.
No, for sure. Yeah, I figured that was obvious.
Josh, Walker Kessler thinking he's a max player currently has me intrigued. I don't know if Walker thinks that. Maybe it's more a case of Walker would find out if anybody who controls budgets for one of the 30 NBA teams thinks that. That'd be more intriguing.
I think what will be interesting is that if he gets a big-time offer more than the Jazz want, what does he do? Because if he really wants to stay here, would he want to sign that and then force the Jazz hand, or we'd go back and say, okay, they're offering me, say, 37 for argument's sake. Can you get it up to 33?
All possibilities, all negotiations.
I want to take the money. This is my chance to earn my money, and I have a 10-year window, and I'm going to do it.
And would they do it, or would they see if they could call his bluff and we're not going to do it, and you don't want to sign with them, just come sign this? How would that all play out? All intriguing. Don't know. Who's the team?
Because
what's the
their
offer?
opportunity to get this money is so limited.
Yeah.
That's something that they have to consider. Who was it? Edgerrin James. I think he left the Colts and signed with the Cardinals. Like, what do the Cardinals suck? What's about? But he's a running back, man. He got to take the money.
He is one hit away from being all done.
And so the money was there, and so he took the money. He went to a lousier team, or a lousy team, but financially it was the right move. It's like Sean Bradley, man. He came out because he had to. The money. They're going to have this cap right afterwards.
Yep, they're going to have the cap, so get out first, and they're going to give you like $45 million or something like that. 44, 45, whatever it was.
Right.
It's a lot of cash.
Yeah, and you're going to tell them, go back to school, blah, 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 blah. Who are you to say that? No, he made the right move. He had to. That's what it's about. And, you sacrifice other stuff. It's not like you get everything the same. You didn't have that opportunity to be with the college and all that and the fun, but ultimately the money is most likely always going to win out. Not always, but most likely always. And Yak's got some news on Parker Kingston.
Yeah, so they just had another continuance hearing down there in St. George. The prosecution, the DA's office, had requested yet another continuance. They wanted to delay the trial by another 2 months. It had been set for July 6th. They wanted to push it to September. The judge went through a lengthy brief. I listened to almost the entirety of it while we were during the show. And he denied the motion, so there was no continuance. And then he further dismissed the case without prejudice. Now, what that means is it can be refiled at a later date. But currently, there is no trial date set for Parker Kingston.
There is your update. And with that, we're out of time. Coming up next, Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe. Right after the break, right here on The Zone.
Well, that's our show.
This concludes the entertainment part of our program.
That was fun.
I think it went really well.
See ya. I'm out of here. I'll see you. Show's on. Bye-bye.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And Wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
In the draft on June 23rd, it's not just about talent. It's about building the right team. And that's exactly what you'll get when you work with the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. By using premium marketing plans and pricing your home strategically, the Stern team has built a championship-level lineup designed to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to win in today's real estate market, draft a team that's been winning for years in Salt Lake City. And that's the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern team.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help. At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic? Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number one overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number one overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out. I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from,
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey! It's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, cold to the end of the rain. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside. Squeezing nickels, squeeze it till the scream and cry. Wait until the coast is clear enough we get by in the sky. Waking up the neighbors, waking up the neighbors, taking care of strangers, waking up the neighbors. You never know what they're gonna do. You never know what they're gonna do in the morning, in the morning.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yeah, that's me. That's not the voice you're used to. This doesn't certainly make you feel like sitting up next to the cozy fireplace and taking in sports like my friend Scotty, but we had stuff going on today, and we've just been running.
I'm sorry.
You're great. You're great. I'm glad we got to hear more of that song, though. And the idea that it's waking up the neighbors, because we kind of feel like we do that either on the radio or you with your chainsaw, me with my guitar.
I was out in the bullpen, and Lloyd pops out. He's like, "We've already woken up the neighbors twice. Let's go." I'm like, I know.
Well,
I'm sorry.
he has to consider who you're being corralled by. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm aware.
Hold on a second. I want our listeners send in a tweet. Tag Scotty and I. Who was Scotty just corralled?
Take a guess as to who
was corralled by.
Yeah.
Text?
Or you can just download the new KSL Sports app. I'd say new. It's been around forever. But the KSL Sports app, and then there's a, what's it called there at the bottom? Voicemail.
We need to enhance this. We need to, like you're doing with your yard, we need to make sure this blossoms. Because I want to hear from our listeners. I know we can't do it like old school.
My flower bed is on point, by the way.
Dude, show the camera. Like I
don't know if anybody can see that, but
I don't know. I told Scotty today he's on the verge of being translated to Temple Square if he keeps this up, because it's not just the beauty; it's the structure and organization of these flowers.
All right, so let me ask you.
Next level.
I'm not going to call out the place because I don't want to be that guy. But
oh, come on.
No, I get in trouble. A guy I knew once got sued for doing this stuff, so I don't want to do that. But there is a nursery that I have given a significant amount of money to in the landscaping of my house over the last several years. Okay.
Well, you pay a lot of money to them for their landscaping stuff. That's because you got a lot of money.
Okay, stop. But the
as Scotty now is, Tim may become.
So I have bought a lot of stuff, a lot of plants, and they have treated me very well in terms of how those plants have responded, right? For the most part. And look, I do everything the right way. I've got the fertilizer. I've got the right mix. I've got the right everything. And everything they give me has worked beautifully. Except for I got a flat of these verbena. I think that's how you pronounce it. And every one of them, I planted them, treated them all the same. They all died. Just all of them. And so I went there yesterday. And I'm like, hey, I've paid a lot of money to you guys. And all these things died. And that's the only thing that's ever died. Like, I think you gave me a bad flat. And they're like, no, sorry, no returns. I'm like, I know I can't return dead flowers, but I'm just saying, like,
I've had a little credit.
I've had a pretty good success rate in growing things.
Maybe you need to look in the mirror.
And no. When it's just one specific flat and they all die and everything else is great. And I'm like, hey, can you like give me some credit or something? Like, if you give me money, I'll just spend it right again with you.
You see this thumb? pretty green.
I know. And they're like, no, nope. And I'm like, is there? And then I went Karen a little bit. And I'm like, do you have a manager that I could talk to?
Oh, I've been down that road. And you know what's crazy?
Can I
Typically,
see
it
your
doesn't do
manager?
any better.
No, it's just because it's like the pimple-faced kid. He can't make any decisions. Like I wouldn't expect him to be like, oh, sure, go in the back and take all you want. Like he's not going to be the one that signs off on that. So I'm like, hey, is there somebody else with maybe a little bit of authority that's over the age of 14 that I can talk to? And and they're like, no. And then I brought in the big guns. Jenny came with me, and Jenny's like, where's the manager? And he's like, they're not here. They pop in and out.
You left and grabbed the big gun?
No, the big gun was over in another part of the store.
Like, you actually left and went and grabbed the big gun?
And because if anybody can get a refund on anything, it's Jenny. Like, Jenny will make it happen. So she comes over.
Yeah, that's Jessica, too.
And then she's like, so where's the manager? He's like, he pops in and out. Like, what's their number? And he's like, I can't give out the phone number. And he's like, well, we're going to have to figure something out here. So we'll be back tomorrow. And I'm like, that's my girl right there. That's my girl bringing the hammer down. But anyway, I'm
called?
I'm a little upset by that, though.
The Jenny piece of that's a check raise.
That is a check raise.
Yes. We bring it full circle.
That is a old school check raise right there. Anyway, I digress.
Good job on the yard, dude. It looks great.
So if you want to figure out who kept me away from the start of the show, just go to the KSL Sports app and use the voicemail function, and Lloyd will play the best ones on the air, and we'll be good to go. Hey, how about this show today? We got Bob Casper at 11:30. Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State University, will join us in studio today at 12:05. Lauren Green will join us at 1:05 from that Jazz broadcast crew, and David Locke will join us coming up at 1:30. So all that entire show is all locked and loaded, and even Locke confirmed earlier. Is that true? Wow.
So just making sure you have Lauren, it's all good. You've got Lauren all confirmed and good. I mean, I do too, but have you guys talked to Lauren?
No.
Okay, I just need to get you the connection. It's good.
Yeah, send me a screen grab and
it's on time.
I'll reach out.
Hey, relax with the screen grab.
Just send me a screen.
You make one error.
Is she joining us over video? Did she say she's going to join us on video?
She will be willing to. I just will turn that over to y'all, and you make it magic.
Okay.
Because Pops don't want to be in the deets.
Yes. You're more of the big picture guy.
Yeah, you're more of the, hey, let me just turn on the mic and do what I do, and you handle all the other stuff.
I sit to the right of the big picture guy.
What's the Danny
I talk and that's it.
What's the Danny Ainge? I don't want to mess around with the day-to-day stuff.
Yeah, just call me when crap gets real.
Yeah. When the important stuff happens, I'm here for you.
And you know what? Crap's getting real.
It is.
Like, we are on the doorstep of the draft.
Let's get to it. Starting a lineup right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, and draft day is coming up, folks. It is on Tuesday. We will not be on the air tomorrow. So essentially, Coach, after today, we will only have 2 more shows left before we'll know who the Jazz are going to be drafting with the number 2 overall selection. And I think that if you were to go over to, I would just by default, I always say the Zions Bank basketball campus, but if you were to go down to Southtown and you were to walk through there and pull a bunch of different execs and a bunch of people from the front office and say, who do you want at number 2? I think you would get a good chunk of 3 different answers.
I still think we're there. As crazy as that sounds, I still think we're there. And the uncertainty, usually by this point, if there's a definitive number 1, you kind of know that. But we said it the other day, and I do believe we were right. I think what we're seeing in terms, because now AJ's groups come out and said, hey, we've also talked to the Wizards, and we feel pretty comfortable we're number 1. So we kind of called that posturing when we saw it from DP, and I think that's what that is. I do believe there are a million reasons to take each of these guys, and really it's just sorting it out. So Austin said it. One of the things they're trying to avoid is groupthink. And I love that. I love that there's arguments and conversations. But I would bet you're right. I bet you the decision makers ultimately, are still have a lot of hard conversations. And then when it comes right down to it, the board will be put up because Austin has the final say. And, we are within shouting distance of the number 2 pick for the first time since 1980.
So there are pros, there are cons, but ultimately, I don't think you can go wrong with any of the 3. I think all 3 of them are going to be great. I'm curious to know. Let me ask you how much, because I got burnt by this a long, long time ago, and it's one of the dumber things I've ever said, and I'll own it till the day I die, but I had some concern about Damian Lillard coming out of college because I said he didn't win a Big Sky Conference championship. Like, if you are a lottery pick, you should probably lead a team to a Big Sky Conference tournament title. And then I said the same thing about Paul George when he was coming out. Like, Paul George never was above 500 at Fresno, let alone knocking on the door of winning a championship. Like, his teams were not that good. Obviously, Paul George, tremendous NBA player, and Damian Lillard, that goes without saying. So given all that, how much does winning play into it? Because everywhere Cameron Boozer has played basketball, Cameron Boozer has won. Whether AAU, high school, college, like, that dude is a winner. And that's got to count for something, though, right?
Oh, absolutely. And we used to use that, Scotty, as kind of a tiebreak. When you got guys and they were right there together, look at their lineage and winning lineage, because it doesn't just mean they're a great player and they can take their team to winning, but they can also be the best player on a team that functions right. That wins, that does what it's supposed to do. And you can't always use that, though, because you'd miss on Dylan Harper last year.
Yeah.
Because how in the world did that Rutgers team with Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey actually have a losing record?
Yeah.
I mean, so the other thing, there are a lot of variables. Coaches they're all not made equal. I mean, I think I'm living proof. There's some of us that are a little wacky. And so there's a lot of variables. Who you playing with? What's your schedule? But to your point, Damian Lillard and Paul George combined 0-3 against BYU when I was there. I mean, I watched those guys and watched Paul George out there thinking, man, he's supposed to be everything, and we're beating them by 15 at home.
Yeah. I mean, Tyler Newbold. I love Tyler.
Took it to him.
Took it to both Damian Lillard
Absolutely.
and Paul George.
Yeah. So, it's again, you have so many little windows that you're basically using to make this decision. And the way I see it, everybody's got, like, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And you've got a guy in Justin Zanuck who's seen more great players, in his time. Certainly the Ainges. And the best part about it, strong opinions. You don't want dudes sitting in that room, whatever you say, sir. Like, you need to fight because this is big. And I don't believe the Jazz can make a mistake here. I really don't. But I'm hearing more and more on the Boozer front. I mean, odds are starting to, if you watch Vegas, odds are starting to increase for him being the second pick. There's a little bit of buzz out there about that. Again, cipher smoke from real. But I'm hearing more that you can't pigeonhole this kid as a big. Like, this kid's NBA future, and David Locke said it a couple weeks ago, but I'm hearing it from more people now. It's Cade Cunningham. This is a guy who's going to have the ball in his hands, coming off ball screens. It's hard for us to envision.
Yeah.
Because we've only got him seeing him as one guy. But that's the part of this is so exciting because it could be AJ. And you do get that freak athlete that is on the rim before you can say hello. You certainly got the upside of Darren Peterson, the shooting, the ball handling. And then I'm telling you, the stock of Boozer's rising for all of the reasons that I just mentioned. He's not just a big guy.
No. But he can be a big guy.
But he can be a big guy if you need it. And again, versatility, playing multiple positions, guarding multiple positions, having the intellect to do so, really important.
The physical frame is there.
Oh.
You look at across the board, the things that he can bring to the table. There's intangibles, and there's an element of, and you've pointed this out several times, whether it's his upbringing, being around professional basketball players, whatever the case is, he walks in and he's the adult in the room. And he may be actually even younger in calendar years and days more, than AJ or Darren Peterson. But because he's been raised by professional athletes, that dude walks into a room and he knows how to hold his own in a room. There's not that dude does not scream 19, 20 years old.
No, this kid is the youngest player in the entire NBA draft at 18 years old. And again, this is another part of the jockeying for position that prospects do to, come out early a year or to wait a year, bypass a year, go to one extra year. So in our eyes, we're seeing all these guys that are supposedly in the same class. But in this case, again, that's another real strong reason that Boozer's pretty darn incredible.
Yeah.
At 18 years old, he was the Gatorade National Player of the Year at 15. I mean, he earned that twice. The Gatorade National Player of the Year at 15. At 16, he goes to Duke, which is the next pinnacle, the next level you want to dominate. 22, 10, 4 assists, and, wins the Player of the Year award. So he's 6'9", 250. I think he's bigger than people think and more agile. So he is making a big-time case from everything I can surmise with my eyes, ears, and heart that for the Jazz at number 2.
So I would, Jazz fans get scarred, and I get it. I totally understand it, and I think every fan base does to a certain extent. But I think there was a lot of stuff around Carlos Boozer back in the day where he didn't necessarily ingratiate himself to the fan base. There were a lot of injuries and a lot of things, but people forget how good Carlos Boozer was. When Carlos Boozer was healthy and at his peak in a Jazz uniform with Darren Williams, they may have been the second best team in the NBA. The only problem, they kept running into the Lakers in the playoffs. Like if the Lakers weren't the Lakers at that point and Kobe in his prime, the Jazz may have an NBA title from those teams with Memo and AK and Darren and Boozer. Like, people forget how good those teams really were, but they get caught up in the extracurricular stuff with Boozer and Darren and the stuff that went on. I really look at the fact that this guy comes from great NBA lineage. And even though Carlos may not have been the most popular guy here in Salt Lake City, he's still an elite NBA player. So if you have 20-year-old visions of Carlos Boozer dancing in your head and you're thinking, I never really liked that guy that much, forget about that. Just eliminate that right now. Don't hold that. The sins of the father do not hold against Cameron Boozer, because Cameron Boozer's his own man, and Cameron Boozer's a hell of a player. A hell of a player. And if the Jazz had him, they would be just fine. Same with Darren Peterson, same way with AJ. But I think Jazz fans probably ought to wrap their brain around the fact that Cameron Boozer might be a member of the Utah Jazz next year.
3-time Mr. Basketball in Florida, 2-time Mr. Basketball USA, state championship, MVP of FIBA, U16, gold medal, U17, gold medal. I mean, what's not to like on all of this stuff? So we've been kind of tucking Boozer as the most ready, most safe in some ways.
Yeah.
I would contend this kid is the youngest player. So he's actually doing all this with his peers that are a little bit older than him. And he's doing it at a high level again and again and again. And for all those people that want to compare the Carlos Boozer, like, I'll do you a really big favor. All you got to do is look at Walker Kessler's Instagram post last night. Stuff gets misconstrued by agents and adults. The players take the brunt. And there was never a time where Walker Kessler said, I don't want to be here. I wouldn't even go to the point. I know there's conversations. I know there's hard negotiations. But all you got to do is read his post last night to understand the human part of this. I mean, it's a kid who's like, just like you are in your corporate world. You're trying to get, every piece of that pie you can with your skill set. So we can't damn a kid for that. And certainly all the things that flew around, you hit it on the head. We ran into Michael Jordan in his prime, and we ran into those Lakers teams. Beyond that, we probably have a championship in Salt Lake. So let's pick the best player, regardless of the political, the school affiliation. Let's lose all that stuff from our minds. These guys are great players. Let's find our guy and let's Get him on Tuesday, and let's go.
Let's roll, baby. Let's roll. There is so much, I think, to really look at in terms of next year and how good this team could be. I think AJ probably starts on this team. I think certainly Darren Peterson starts on this team. I think he can coexist with Keontae George. And then I also look at the fact that I don't know if Cameron Boozer starts, but he's obviously getting a ton of minutes. I don't know if you start him, you're going Kessler at the 5, Laurie at the 3, and then JJJ at the 4. So you probably bring him off the bench, but that's a hell of a bench player to bring in.
Oh, dude, it's crazy. And again, part of this is drafting the right guy regardless of the role you put him in.
Yeah.
It's going to be harmonious. Because if you watched the Jazz last year, particularly toward the end when all those guys were out, they got a technical foul for celebration. Like, this is a very cohesive team. And then you see the photographs of the summertime. And, typically you'll see guys like, in those films, like last year, you'd see Micah Potter and Conchar and a couple dudes that hang around. I mean, the core of the team's here. Jaren Jackson's here lifting every day. Ace is here, trailing him around, trying to figure out, how can I get as big as you? Keontae's working every single day. And when I hear those guys get after it, in the gym as well. So all the stuff's building, the momentum's there, and the ping pong balls cooperated for the first time. So let's go.
Let's have some fun. All right, Bob Casper is going to join us coming up at 11:30. We'll talk about that Walker Kessler post that Coach just referenced coming up next. It is a busy show. U.S. Open underway. Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State, is the Aggies now just a couple of weeks away from a new conference affiliation in the Pac-12. What's that like? We'll talk about that coming up at high noon. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out. I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from,
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There are about 4,000 books a year published about leadership. 99% of them are written by self-proclaimed experts who see leadership as a fire that burns within. They assume that leadership is located in us, in the head and in the heart. Well, they're wrong. Leadership, like love, is a co-creation. It requires a relationship. It is found in the space between people. It is a series of behaviors, not traits of an individual. Leaders don't fly solo. They need a co-pilot and a crew. They need to collaborate. Learn more about leadership in an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. It is a Thursday for some of you out there. It may be your Friday, so nothing wrong with that. All right, so last night, look, I thought you did a tremendous job yesterday to, tout up my guy here because I think you nailed this yesterday when you mentioned, hey, look, everybody got all fired up about Ace Bailey last year. Ace Bailey comes to Utah. Ace Bailey falls in love with the city. City falls in love with him. We realized that that was all smoke, and it was coming from a guy that wasn't Ace Bailey. So Ace Bailey got here to Salt Lake City, and there hasn't been a whiff of him and any issue whatsoever that he's had here in Salt Lake City. He has embraced the community, and it's been awesome to watch. Walker Kessler now is in what some describe as a contractual impasse with the Utah Jazz. Now, he's a restricted free agent, and he'll test the waters, and he'll end up getting an offer from somebody, and there's a strong chance that the Jazz will match. But there is a vibe out there that it has become vitriolic between these two sides, and that he doesn't want to be in Utah. Well, last night, he sends out an Instagram post with a bunch of pictures with him out in the Utah wilderness and says, I've seen what's being said, and I want to be clear. I have always wanted to be here. I love the city, these fans, my teammates, my coaches. That's real to me. You don't grow roots where you don't want to be. I think that's a great line. Here's the thing. Agents are doing their jobs. Front office guys are doing their jobs. Everybody is going to haggle. All right? My dad was really close friends with a guy that he'd buy cars from. But, boy, those two dudes would fight like tooth and nail over when they would haggle over the price of a vehicle. And they would say things to each other that I couldn't imagine saying to another human being. But you know what? When the deal was done, they'd shake hands, and then they'd be back to being close friends again. That's just business. And Walker Kessler loves being part of the Jazz. Don't take this out on Walker Kessler. Just realize it's business. And when this thing gets settled, Walker Kessler will be back in a Jazz uniform. He'll have a big smile on his face, and the Jazz will be great next year. But I loved what you pointed out yesterday. Don't go after Walker. Just realize that this is just part of the business. And people are going to leak information from time to time to try to get a little bit more public perception on their side. It's just how it goes.
Totally how it goes. And, shame on Sam Amick and guys like that for adding their editorial comments in there, because it does lead to people. I was reading Twitter last night, and I still call it Twitter. Sorry.
I do too. And that's what I'm going to keep.
It's just a protest. The comparisons to Ostertag and, this guy just can't be grateful for anything. And it's none of that stuff. This is, again, consider yourself when you're up for a promotion and that budget slot is between X and Y.
Yeah.
And you're going to try to get as close to Y as you can. And that's just everybody. And this one is just way out there in the open. It's public. And that's one of the downsides of being a professional athlete. The upside is the number that they're floating out there.
Yeah.
But to us, you should be happy with $27.5 million. And in their mind, they're seeing guys at his position making more money. And the Jazz are just trying to, with him, find the slot that fits. And I believe that will happen. And I believe this kid is going to be great here. I just do.
So there's a lot of conversations, especially even on the national side. This is the Hoops Collective podcast. Brian Windhorst, Tim McMahon talking about the situation.
And we have a story in The Athletic yesterday by Sam Amick, quoting sources that say Walker Kessler would like to not play with it. What was the exact line? I don't want to.
I mean, the short version is Walker Kessler's upset with how the negotiations have gone.
Right, and doesn't want to play for the Jazz.
Yeah.
In other words, we want to be able to sign an offer sheet and you not to match, or you be willing to sign and trade us.
And that's been the messaging from his camp for a while. They were not thrilled that the Jazz didn't send him to Indiana before the Pacers ended up trading for Ivica Zubac, which, by the way, that took away a potential destination. The Wizards trading for Anthony Davis took away a potential destination. The trade deadline didn't help Kessler's positioning. And the Jazz's thing is like, listen, we get it. It gets hairy, and restricted free agency is not like a pleasant experience. But we're making, I'm speaking as if I'm the Jazz. We're making a very fair offer, the most dollars ever given to a big who's never been an all-star. And, if you can get a better offer, that's certainly your right, and then it's our right to match or not.
I do think that there's a walkaway price from Walker Kessler. So if his agent out there really wants Walker Kessler to be moved somewhere else, which I don't think is the case in regards to Walker Kessler, but just even if that's the case, then they can go out and they can get a team to give him just this crazy high offer. And I think that there is probably a number where the Jazz say, too rich, we'll walk away. I don't think that any team out there is going to give him that crazy offer. And what was the number? 28 million per?
Yeah, 27.5.
Yeah, round up a little bit. 28 million per is probably where, given his resume, where Walker Kessler should be.
Well, we read a list of guys yesterday, and it's very distinct. You kind of go, Miles Turner, a very effective big in the league. It certainly causes lots of problems. Had a nice run with Indiana, and he went and got paid, but he's getting paid about 28 per year. A guy like Jakob Poeltl, who again, big body, affects a lot of different things in ball screen, rebounding, and he's right in that range too. You step up starting to get to 30, and again, they're guys. Hartenstein's done he's won a championship. He's 29. You go up a little bit, and Jared Allen, who's been a defensive nemesis in the league for a long time, won awards, been a part of All-Star. He's 32. And up to Rudy Gobert, who's got 3 Defensive Player of the Year, is 35. Bam Adebayo's in there somewhere as well, right in that range. So it's just slotting him in a spot where the Jazz feel comfortable. And I do. I think there's a walkaway price. My guess is it's anything above 32.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why I said I think we're within $3-4 million a year. What you may see here is that 5-year deal become a 3-year deal, where there's more money in the deal per year, but it's more in the digestible range of what the Jazz can or want to pay over a 3-year period. The offer they've offered him right now is not only a really great offer money-wise, but it's a real investment. Hey, you're going to be our 5-man for 5 years. And so that's the part of it that, I feel like the Jazz did a great job of researching in good faith and putting it out there. And now, the game is he can go get more. But I would ask him, is the situation better? You really want to go mess with the Lakers? And certainly there may have some room if LeBron leaves, but you're kind of in a situation you were just in.
All right, so let me ask you this, and Lloyd, chime in on this. Would you go Walker Kessler on a 5-year contract worth $140 million? So that's about $28 million per. Or would you go a 3-year, $99 million?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
3 years, $100 million, 99. So essentially 33 per, which is a higher number, less overall guaranteed money, but he gets to get to free agency a little quicker, and you're not tied up with a big salary if he continues to keep getting injured.
I'm with Tim on that. I think I like the 3-year. I like fill it out, see how he does in that 3 years. Sure, you give him a little bit more, but the long term, I don't know if I'm sold on that. On the long term 5-year.
But I think that he is probably going to, what he's hoping for is he gets that 5-year. Let's see, what's 5 times 30?
155 or something.
Yeah, so
or
165.
165.
If he gets that 165, if I'm the Jazz, I'm like, you know what, Walker, pat you on the back.
Love you, pal.
Love you. But, we've got this guy named Keontae George we got to get paid here pretty quick. We got some big decisions we got to make. Ace Bailey is a couple of years away from needing a lot of money. And this guy that we're going to draft is about 3 years away from needing a lot of money. So, yeah.
You know who's got a great eye for journeyman big that can help you in a pinch?
I wonder who that might be.
His initials are AA. And the reason Luke Cornett was in the NBA championship was because the Celtics signed him off the street. And he instantly became a guy that got minutes and developed. Another guy that actually really close to your heart, Mr. Nimi Keita.
Oh, yeah.
Who, came into the league. People appreciated him but didn't really get it. Man, he's made a name for himself in Boston.
Rebound and shot blocks. You don't need offense. You don't need offense from Walker Kessler. You need a rim protector and a rebounder.
All the offense is a bonus. And I will say, to Walker's credit, way more of an offensive threat than Rudy Gobert.
Yes.
I mean, he's actually added things to his game. I love the most important thing, though, is he's added a bulk and physicality and he is an incredible rebounder. So, man, if you want a 5 that can, at an elite level, protect the rim and rebound, you're right. All the other stuff with Jaren Jackson, Lowry Marketing, Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Cameron Boozer, AJ DeBonsa, whoever it is. I mean, you've got scoring out in spades, right?
Yeah.
So, this is a position, Walker, we want you here. But there is a certain level where we've got to think 5 years down the road. And to you guys you both agree with that 3-year deal. The other great thing about that, big guys get hurt.
Yeah,
there's more of them out there, and you just never know. So, just if they could maybe package something like that's enticing to him, we'll see. But still, that thing in my mind is going to happen. So, just back away from the keyboard.
All right. So by the way, let's just say for the sake of argument, there's a walkaway price. Jazz walk away from him. Let's say the Jazz draft Cam Boozer. Can you slide Triple J to the 5, even though he's not a great rebounder, knowing that Cameron Boozer is a good rebounder?
I mean, certainly that is another reason that would make a lot of sense. Because we talked about him as a ball handler, and that's really kind of where you talk about his versatility, but his bread and butter, that's He knows what he's doing in a roll. He knows what he's doing in a pop. He can facilitate and play through them. Yeah, I think there's a lot of merit to that for sure. And so the draft comes at a really great time because all these things are up in the air. But the thing that it points to more than anything is Jazz are going to be loaded with talent.
Yeah.
Loaded with talent. Like we've never seen.
Nah. I mean, that's, and the interesting part too is, Ace Bailey may be coming off the bench next year.
Isn't that wild?
It's crazy to think of, and but that could be the reality of it.
Think about this, because the other guy who really made a name for himself and found a niche last year was Isaiah Collier, off the bench. As an aside, Keontae George was asked, of all the guys on the team, which of the guys would you not want to date your sister? And he said Isaiah Collier. So he's as fast off the floor as he is on,
Hey-o.
apparently. But he turned my head, Scotty, last year because he's perfect. He's a perfect guy to throw out there with that second unit because it instantly has an identity, and that identity is go. And he can put a lot of pressure on the ball. So, yeah, I mean, they talk about lines in hockey, but that's kind of what you could form is a couple of lines with different attack points in each one. And, again, the versatility that Will Hardy will have, I mean, I'm so happy for him because it's going to be immense. He can do a lot of different things with his team.
10:45, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed coming up next. Bob Casper joins us at 11:30. Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State, will join us coming up at high noon in studio right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm already jonesing for a little bar dub grill. You and I were down there on Monday. It's Thursday, and it feels like it's been too long. We need to make another drive down to Nephi. If you want to really hook up Dad this weekend, get in the car, drive him down to the Bar W Steakhouse, make your reservations at thebardwsteakhouse.com, and really show Dad what he really wants, a big old fat steak. That's what he wants, honestly. You can give him ties and all that other stuff. Give Dad a steak, whether it's ordering one and having it come to your house where you can cook it at bardwbeef.com, or, Tim, just going down to Nephi and having somebody else make it.
Yeah, going down to Nephi is a great option. And we had a listener yesterday shout us out, David Baugh, about the Aloha Burger. Also a really smart guy, GW801. He sent me the receipt. He ordered beef to be sent to his house on subscription. So he, like everybody else, is just learning. And once he gets that, sinks his teeth into it, that subscription will continue.
No doubt about it. All you have to do is go to bardwbeef.com or drive to Nephi off of exit 222. It's the Bar Dub Grill and the Bar W Steakhouse right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
And Mike, the other thing is it makes it look fantastic, and you've actually had people come in and tell you, my neighbor's done it and I want to do it too.
Yeah, we do. We get that quite a bit where people do come in and say, hey, my neighbor picked this up and I want the same thing. I want it to look like theirs.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me. Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you may have missed right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim LaCombe. We do it every day from 10 to 2. What you may have missed is we mentioned a little bit of an interesting storyline here for the upcoming draft. Trae Young of the Washington Wizards plans to decline his $48.9 million player option and will become a free agent coming up on Monday. Washington, though, remains the front runner. He apparently wants to return. Washington wants him to return, but he will hit the open market, willing to give up that $49 million to get a long-term contract that will pay him significantly more over the length of the contract. A lot of people have talked about Washington and what they've essentially built with Trae Young and how that would work with A.J. DeBonsa, with two guys that really need the ball in their hands, and how that would work together, although it does feel like unless Trae Young pulls a Carlos Boozer and says, I'm going to re-sign, and then goes and plays somewhere else like he did to the Cleveland owner back in the day, I think you can pretty much anticipate that he'll be back with Washington.
I can't imagine there'll be a bigger sum of money for Trae. Again, did a great job in a year, took Atlanta to the Eastern Conference Finals. But, a guy who has definitely been more about his numbers per se than the numbers of the team. And it is interesting from the standpoint of, if he were to move, the smoke about Darren Peterson possibly be going there to be the one and play the point. Certainly AJ and his crew is saying, no, that's going to be us. And, it's up to the rest of us to try to figure it out. I am feeling today, and this is just today, that Washington is going to take AJ first. I think AJ is going one.
I agree with that. I think there's a lot of smoke out there. I think this thing has a very strong chance of going chalk, like we've all felt like all along, with Peterson 2, Boozer 3, although wouldn't surprise me if the Jazz take Boozer over Peterson.
I sense Austin, if I had to pick, I would bet Austin is a little more enamored with DP.
Yeah.
I know there's a absolute love with Boozer, and that's growing all the time. So it may actually jump up and it actually may bite Darren in the butt that he didn't come out here.
Oh, yeah.
In some ways. Yeah. Because
if you want to go to Memphis, you may have just gotten your wish.
The one thing I have heard that did come out, through different avenues is that the kid, Boozer, is the real McCoy. Like as a person, as a player, as a teammate, as a kid with an intellect, like there's a lot to love there. And I think he left an impression, and that's something Darren Peterson chose not to do.
And I think that stuff matters. We talked about winning as a tiebreaker. Like that kind of stuff could be a tiebreaker. Okay, who do we know is just going to come here and get to work? And I think Cameron Boozer's that guy. Like I think Boozer's the guy that will show up and just put his head down and say, what can I do to win? What do I got to do? I want to win. I want to work hard. I want to be a part of this team. What do we got to do? I assume that Darren Peterson, I hope, would be that case, but I know Cameron Boozer will be that guy. I don't know if Darren Peterson will be that guy. I would like to think he would, and I'm not saying he's not, but I know Cameron Boozer definitely would be that guy.
So he's kind of got that going for him. He's got the winning going for him, lineage going for him. And again, that's why I think he's starting to fly up in the odds there. But it's going to be a tough choice. And, it very well may be that the numbers in the room are 3-1 Boozer. But that one is the guy putting the names on the board. And I've learned, this was asked last year, if that were to happen, it comes right down to that. And everybody's sitting in the room, whose name or whose word goes, and it's going to be Austin's word. So that is the other part of this. You can feel like the organization is on board with everything, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Austin making the call.
So this isn't a democracy.
No, I mean, the democracy, that part of it is going on now. Everybody, like today, I bet they're sitting around a board watching the film, run that back, see this, that's where this, and that is ad nauseum. I stopped in to do a training when I was still working for the Jazz during the 14 or 15 weeks of the Scotty and Friends that I endured when I was over there. And even then, Austin poked his head out, and I'm like, what do you guys do? We're watching tape, buddy. I mean, it's just a nonstop thing. So you can get sometimes analysis by paralysis, but that's why I like the argument. I like the fact that nothing's decided yet. And I think that's the way it should be with a bunch of really good players and a lot of different options. This thing can go a lot of different ways still.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about that.
I was going to say, like, part of this, when you guys made the decision, I mean, it's very similar. You think about these guys and we think about them, we turn the TV on and they come out and play. And then you put them to bed.
Yeah.
But there's a life. These guys travel together. They work out together. And so, like, how people deal with people it's important. Did that go into it? Were there guys that applied and you're like, there's no way on God's green earth I could spend more than 4 hours. And I know I was on that list, but I talked my way out of it.
Well, no, I think there's people that we worked with that were very, very qualified to have this job that could be listening right now. And there were a couple that were eliminated immediately because of that. Now, the people that we worked with and got further along in the process, I felt comfortable with working with all of them. And I'm a pretty easygoing guy, despite what Lloyd says. I can get along with anybody. But I also, I was selfish. Like I want to be able to, if you're going to spend 20 hours a week 2 feet away from a guy, you want to make sure that you can have a good relationship with that guy, because that's miserable to work with somebody in that close proximity that you don't really like. I've done shows like that before prior to Hands, and it's not fun. I mean, it sucks. And so that was one of the biggest priorities. You're right. Like, can I just get along with the guy? And yeah, I mean, that was 1,000% a huge part of the process.
And sports is no different.
Yeah.
So all that stuff's thrown in. I mean, the one thing about Peterson, he's a self-professed loner, and he kind of stays to himself and he's quiet, and that's great. All of these things.
I'm not going to hate on that personality.
No. I know somebody like that. I think I try to push a little too much sometimes.
Not at all.
I'm just kidding. Honestly, you don't have to fabricate chemistry here.
Yes.
You and I knew each other for so long, and we'd talk on the phone like this. So it's hard when you have to fabricate chemistry. Like, hey, man, we've got the best locker room in America. Just look at it.
Yeah.
You know, you can't tell people that. They got to be able to see that with their eyes.
All right, 10:58 coming up next. Jake Hatch will join us quickly in studio. Some updates on the Parker Kingston trial or lack of trial. We'll talk to him coming up. Also, Bob Casper will join us at 11:30. Cameron Walker will join us at 12:05 here in studio. It's a busy Thursday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. Coach, is it done?
It's done.
They're all installed.
They're all installed. I couldn't believe how easy it was. You think that process is going to be ugly and dirty and messy. But we just had to have the furniture 5 feet away from the walls, take all the blinds down. And during the show, the first day, they came Tuesday. During that show, they did the upstairs. During the show Wednesday, they did the downstairs. They were gone before I got home. And I got to shout out Eli and Josh for a great install. Everything went great, and everything was on time. The product itself, I couldn't be more happy. My house feels cooler.
Really?
Yeah, they promised me it would, but I could not get my house below 76. And last night, my wife and I were both freezing. I went and looked, and it's at 73.
Nice.
So, I mean, it's made a huge difference already just to the efficiency, the look, the feel, everything. So I couldn't be more pleased. It was a 5-star experience from start to finish.
Well, you can have that same kind of coach experience as well. They'll take $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. And, Coach, you and I started the show, and you signed up pretty quickly with Advance. That was 7-8 weeks ago. That wasn't that long ago. And they were true to the word. In less than 8 weeks, you had those windows installed.
Yep, that's what they told me up front. And honestly, to the last day of install, they were supposed to be at my house at 8:30. They knocked on the door at 8:29. I mean, that's how it was the entire time. I've had service companies just sit and wait around for hours. And, sorry, we're almost there. They consider all that stuff. So it's professional. The quality is there. And, again, the efficiency and the things. I get a rebate, too. I'm actually going to get a check back because I made that change and made my home more efficient.
All you have to do is call 801-850-9100. Coach Tim Lacombe's had his windows swapped out. You should as well. 801-850-9100. It's Advanced Windows, 801-850-9100.
Do you use AI? Do your neighbors or colleagues? New Microsoft findings show how AI use is spreading across the U.S., highlighting where adoption is highest at both the state and county level. Microsoft President and Vice Chair Brad Smith has more.
Over 30% of working-age Americans are using AI, but while the U.S. leads in innovation, it ranks just 21st in global adoption, due in part to uneven use across the country.
The report highlights widening urban-rural gaps, but college towns like Williamsburg, Virginia, and Story, Iowa stand out, showing some of the highest AI usage rates globally.
As demand grows, AI will become a foundational technology, on par with the internet. It'll reshape how people learn and work. Closing the AI adoption gap will be key to ensuring its economic benefits are shared more broadly.
View the report and see how your state compares at aka.ms/USAI diffusion.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Like a star that can wait for a night. I hate to think I've been blinded, baby. What can I see tonight? And the warmth of your smile starts burning, and the thrill of your touch gives me fright.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Coach Tim Lacombe, Jake Hatch. You hear him every morning with DJ and PK. You can also catch him on Locked On Cougars. All right, so a little bit of a finality for now on the Parker Kingston thing. Coach and I we're not lawyers.
I'm not. I didn't even stay at a Holiday Express last night.
But reading your Twitter, you sound a lot smarter than us. So kind of give us an update on what's going on here.
So there was another hearing this morning. The prosecution, the DA's office down in St. George, had filed for yet another continuance, which essentially means a delay in this trial. They wanted to push it from what was slated for July 6th through the 10th and push it out to early September. They asked for a 2-month delay, saying that the alleged victim in this circumstance wasn't ready to testify at court, concerns about if and when they would be ready. And it came down to it. The judge, I listened to almost the entirety of the hearing. He went step by step in all this. And at the end of it, he says, it's okay that she's not ready to testify in this case. And then he said, this case is dismissed without prejudice. Now, without prejudice means the case is dismissed for now. It's a temporary deal. It can be refiled at any point. There is no statute of limitations on this under Utah state law that she could refile it tomorrow, a year from now, 5 years from now. But it'll go through the same procedure. He'll be arrested, arraigned, bailed out. It'll go through the whole charade all over again. So for now, there is no trial set, and Parker is, I guess, in somewhat of like a kind of a holding pattern for now.
Yeah. So he's free.
That part is still yet to be determined. Now, he has been out on bail. He had originally an ankle monitor that was placed on him. That was taken away after another hearing in this. I assume he is free to kind of do as he's been doing. And they said in that hearing that he's going to be essentially asked to stay off social media, which was one of the court orders with this trial and the like. And his legal team said, yeah, we will abide by whatever the court wants.
I bet.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, for now, he's not facing any trial as of now. So what was set for July 6th, where he was supposed to be down there in Washington County facing trial on that rape charge, it is currently off the books.
I assume BYU has not made a statement at this point.
Not that I've seen. I sent a note down there to say, hey, do you guys have a statement on this? Because they obviously are pretty good about staying on top of this, but they have not sent anything back as of yet.
I think it's safe to assume that his career at BYU is done.
That's a great question.
Given the Jake Retzloff situation last year, there's a bit of a precedence there.
Yeah, Retzloff was facing, if I recall,
6 or 7 games.
6 or 7 game suspension. He opted, you know what, I don't want to deal with that. Unenrolled from school, enrolled down at Tulane, and played a full season. If that precedent holds here, which we don't know as of yet, that would mean multi-game suspension, and then maybe he plays again. Or do other schools out there start prowling around and say, hey, now that you're cleared for the time being, you're going to come play for us?
The difference being that Jake Retzloff was cleared. I mean, it was done.
Yeah, it was a civil lawsuit. It was dismissed.
It was dismissed.
With prejudice.
With prejudice.
Meaning it could not be refiled.
So, and then this one, there is a cloud hanging over wherever he goes that this thing could be refiled and he could go to trial anytime.
Yeah, and that was the one thing his legal team, his side of this has always been, his lawyer, I think Kara Tangaro is her name, she has been pushing, he has a right to a speedy trial. It's in the U.S. Constitution.
Yes.
You as a defendant have a right to a speedy trial. They've been ready to go to trial ever since this original trial date was set. They've been like, we're ready to rock and roll. It has been the prosecution and the DA's office down there who's filed for these continuances, saying that the alleged victim has not been ready to testify in this case. So his side of things is like, hey, we're ready to rock and roll here. We're ready to go to trial. Whereas the other side is saying, hey, we need to make sure this victim is ready to testify in open court.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I hate talking about playing time.
Sure.
When somebody is accused and allegedly did what he did. However, as a player, I got to imagine if it's not BYU, there's going to be a demand for his services in some way, shape, or form if he is able to play.
Okay, I think he had just under 1,000 yards receiving last year. He's BYU's leading receiver by statistics, receptions, yards. He's also a phenomenal return guy. Punt return guy. Remember that play against Kansas State?
He's unbelievable, man.
So you'd be hard-pressed to not think of another program or programs out there. They're like, hold on, can we get this guy? Like that, I know, trust me.
I know.
But why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That's a near 1,000 receiver who's got legit speed, and Parker was going to get a chance in the NFL before all this went down, and it kind of sidelined everything. But yeah, I would be under the impression that BYU, if they say, you know what, we're just cutting ties, because he has been expelled from school.
Yeah.
He's no longer part of the football program. That has not changed so far as I'm aware right now. But there have got to be other programs out there who are willing to take a chance and say, hey, you want to come play for us?
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Appreciate the update.
Absolutely.
You know what? For a guy who says you're not a lawyer, man, you did well.
Well, okay, I don't claim to be PK where he claims he was pre-med and pre-law on Friday nights at Arizona State. So,
One thing about our guy Yak, though.
More northern Arizona.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
He's
got his ear to the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy knows what's going on, and we appreciate it, my guy.
Absolutely. Happy to do it.
Good stuff. Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, thanks, boys.
There he is, Jake Hatch. You can catch him on Locked On Cougars, obviously with DJ and PK every morning from 6 to 10 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So when Coach and I don't know what we're talking about, which can happen on a high level of frequency, then we bring in the experts.
Every other segment for me. I get out of my depth. But we swim back. We're good.
Football season, man. Camp is getting closer. Just getting closer. We're almost there.
This is going to be like in my inaugural season of this. So
you will love it.
I'm going to be, willing and able, but you're going to have to point and click some and say, hey, look, you got to go get some of that sound. You got to, I'm willing. I'm here.
Our Mississippi Bloodhounds. He's ready to get to work, man.
Yes, he is.
Although you're going to be, the cool part now is we'll get all this time together in the summer, and then you'll untether and go to parts unknown for a while.
No, I always find a way back home.
I know you do, but I just like that. That's a fun life.
Well,
a busy one.
It is fun, and it's fun to really immerse yourself in that side of it because it's really. My tone with coaches or how I talk about coaches has changed immensely since being around coaches because the amount of work that you guys do, football or basketball, to prepare for just one individual game has blown me away. Like I knew that there was work. I knew that it was, a lot of details. I knew that. And so I expected to be seeing these guys work hard. I had no idea it was at that level. Like I didn't really appreciate how much work and effort goes in to just one singular college football game or one singular college basketball game. And so knowing the work and the effort, I don't second guess as much as I used to because I know that anything that I could come up with, those guys came up with and thought about 10 times more than I did and still decided to go a different direction. Now, does that mean they were right? Not necessarily, but it's not like they're just pulling stuff out of their you-know-where and throwing it up against the wall and seeing if it sticks. Like, everything is severely calculated and thought of and really, gone over what would be right and what would be wrong for an individual game.
What's crazy to me, and it's one of the things that I take from my time coaching, it was 23 years total, high school, 7, and then 16 of college, is how hard it is to win one game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I know you know him. Lewis. What's his name?
Yeah. Lewis Wilson.
Lewis Wilson.
All caps.
All caps. One of my favorite dudes on the planet. He said that over and over, and I know he's not the only one, but he's like, never, ever look down on a win because winning a game in college basketball is so hard.
In college basketball and college football, baseball, the thing that we get myopic and we say, we've got all these recruits. We study our team, but the other team recruits. The other team has a game plan. The other team has boosters. And the one thing you learn real quick, that the team that should win doesn't always win.
Nope.
And so, you've got to, especially if you're, Majerus used to say it, heavy is the head that wears the crown. And when you get out there and actually make a move as an organization or program, people notice. They want to knock you off that pedestal. And so it's just a constant fight, game in, game out, to stay one step ahead of the posse. And it does. It's an awesome experience, but it's not what it looks like from the outside.
No.
I mean, Lloyd wears 100 hats. You wear 100 hats here. I mean, as a coach, you've got to be everything to everybody. And sometimes the truth of the matter, you have your most success when you just throw crap against the wall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's no different than life. You can have these great plans, and then all of a sudden you fall into something. And so the bottom line is, I think you have to always be diligent and trying to keep, I found when you keep the best, just like the Jazz are going through, you got to keep the best, you got to have the best possible scenario and keep stacking good decisions. Because you make a bad one and you couple that with another bad one, it's going to inflict some damage on your program. And it could be bringing the wrong type of guy in, could be miscalculating on how much of a load a guy can carry. So there's a lot of, you talk about Sorsby, you're as bad as that. You don't have actual bets on the table, but your life is pretty much hedged out there pretty good on the decisions you make.
Oh yeah.
And you got to live with them.
And one recruit can change your whole life for good or bad. Like you hit on that generational player, like you guys hit on Jimmer, and nobody anticipated Jimmer would become Jimmer.
2 stars.
But all of a sudden you bring in, you're like, wow, we're all of a sudden very smart at coaching now. Look at us.
And the same thing. We were running the same stuff.
Yeah.
Ben Murdoch was running that same stuff. And we probably leaned into ball screen more because when you get a guy and you can clear space within 30 feet and he's got a 55% chance of knocking it in his senior year, let's set more of those screens.
By the way, I see Ben. Our kids went to the same junior high.
What a dude.
And so I'd run into Ben all the time.
Honestly, Ben gave everything he had and then some. So gritty. Like he and Sam Burgess were our 2 guards when I got to BYU. And it was those 2 guys and Kamard. And they were the perfect running mates for Kamard because they'd all chew your head off.
I will say, like, if I ever got into a fight, those are 3 dudes that I'd want next to me.
Then we had Tavenari at the 4.
Okay, I wouldn't want Tavenari in a fight.
And Playstead at the 5. So there was our 5.
I love you, JT.
No, you'd want him in a talk-off.
Yeah, no. Yeah, like, look, if I need somebody to represent me in court, JT's going to be my guy. Shoot a 3? Absolutely. Throw fists? Maybe not so much.
One of the best things Coach used to do when things would get hairy and tight, we'd go in maybe after a tough loss, and you'd think you're going to go in there and just get undressed. And we walk in the morning, and Coach is like, guys, playing wiffle ball today. And he would pull out the bases right there on the court. We'd set up, you hit it into the stands above the 5th row. It's a home run. And that's the way he'd break some of that tension. So it'd happen every so often. Steve Bushman, our equipment manager, would throw on the full umpire gear, get behind the plate. I have never seen a more sorry swing in my life than Jonathan Tavenard. There's no way that guy plays golf. Yes, he can shoot. Yeah, he's a good basketball player. Put him nowhere near the batter's box. You might as well have sent my grandson Hank straight out the womb. He'd have a better chance of hitting.
Wow.
And I'm not trying to be mean to you, JT. It's just facts.
Look, he's Brazilian. Those guys are blunt down there. They know what's up.
I mean, you think maybe he'd have. They got to have cricket close.
Yeah.
He just didn't have any kind of. He was not good with the stick.
Oh, JT. That's too bad.
I wish you could have seen one of those.
Who had the best swing?
Well, Burgess was a baseball player.
Yeah.
Kamard was pretty good.
I could see Ben.
Jimmer actually, the day we did it, we got beat by UNLV. They just destroyed us. It was the game that Coach threw the DVD into the stands and shattered it. We didn't watch it. And Jimmer, I think he hit 4 home runs that day. He was running around the bases like Babe Ruth. Kind of a slow jog.
Calling his shot.
Oh, he was calling his shot. He was a good baseball player.
I'll be darned. All right, so Jazz, 2 big things brewing with the Jazz. Number one is the draft. That's your number one priority is the draft coming up on Tuesday. At what point do you think they lock that board?
This weekend.
This weekend?
I bet they have a drop-dead date. And, business, probably the end of business this week. Or maybe they have their idea and they tentatively set it and then lock it in on Monday.
Yeah.
Because you still have that day. I know that we're going to have to talk to Lauren Green today. She's going back to New York. Ben Anderson's going back to New York, so we'll have great people on the ground we can get access to. It's a big moment. Big moment in Utah Jazz history.
Yes, indeed. And then at that point, is it hard? Would it be hard to walk away from it? Okay, we locked it. And then you're like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, you heard the man. He said you got to do it.
He did say it. And, I asked him point blank, like, is there a point? He's like, oh, absolutely. There's a point where we will say, okay, we're walking out of this room and we have all the scenarios. Now, there's pretty much 3. You don't have to worry about many scenarios. What happens if Washington takes AJ? What happens if Washington takes Darren Peterson? What happens if Washington takes Boozer? What do we do? Those are the only 3. And frankly, there's only 2 probably that you have to really consider. And then that's the question. And then, look, if Washington goes with Darren Peterson and you have Boozer ranked ahead of AJ, then you're like, okay, are we ready for this? Yeah. And then you got Danny like, I don't care. Austin like, I don't care. Jay-Z doesn't care. Like, I'll let the business guys handle all that other stuff if there's any pushback on us not taking AJ. But yeah, are we all on the same page? Yep, we are. Okay, let's go.
AJ gets taken 1. You're the GM today. I know Boozer's made an impression on us, so I'm just curious, and I'll give you mine.
I still go Darren Peterson.
I still go Darren Peterson today, too.
I think Darren Peterson has the capability of being a top 5 player in the NBA with his skill set.
I do, too. And he just is a guy who comes in instantly and provides something, shot creation, that the Jazz could use. Another wing, another guy attacking the paint, and his handles. The one thing I love about his handle and his footwork are like textbook.
Darren Peterson can be the face of a team. AJ DeBonsa can be a face of a team. Cameron Boozer, can he be a face of a team?
He definitely has in every team he's been on, right?
Yeah.
You talk about those MVPs he's won all along the way. The reason he's growing on me is because, again, I think even I have been guilty early on in the process of pigeonholing him.
Yes, yep.
And saying he has to do this or he can't play.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not the fact. As I watch, and then you take into account he's 18.
Yeah.
He's 18 years old. You're going to get him at such a great time because he's going to impact and be able to play like Flip did, but probably at a higher level. But then you can really develop all that other stuff.
You and I were talking to a mutual friend earlier this morning, and you were talking about some, youth basketball, and some guys hit their peak 18, 19. Some guys takes 22, 23, 24 before they really figure it out. When you see Boozer, obviously he's a tremendous 18-year-old. Is there still a long way to go past that in his development?
I think the fact that he's 18 would indicate historically, yes.
I would think so,
There's more room. And especially, I've seen it. Guys do a great job, especially a guy like him who's hungry. And they've sought out opportunities and been part of these teams that go compete on an international basis. But his ability to come in and just acclimate, that's been one of the real positives. But it's that development piece that's got to be tantalizing because, you think of a guy in AJ. AJ's got to develop a shot. That's going to be his biggest thing. DP's got to acclimate. He's got to get over, all of the negative stuff early on with the creatine, all that. He's just got to come in summer league and show, hey, I can do this. And then Boozer, his ceiling, people say his ceiling's lower, but again, I'll just say Con Knippel last year was thrown in that same bucket.
Yeah.
And he pushed his hard and probably should have won the Rookie of the Year. That was more of a, who's on the ballot? Oh, yeah, Cooper Flag.
Yeah.
But Con had a great season, and you can see how he's going to impact the game at a high level for a long time.
I mean, honestly, if you were to Sorsby this thing and give odds on who's going to be the Rookie of the Year next year, I'd go Boozer.
I think so because he just has the skill set.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that Boozer will be the best player in 4 or 5 years, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if Cameron Boozer is the best player of this freshman class next season and has the biggest impact on his team next year.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been comfortable saying that all along. But it's just all that and then all the other stuff. It's going to be a hard one to say no to regardless of who's sitting there.
I just think it's interesting, too. Obviously, Austin Ainge has the final say. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, you're Austin and you like one guy. And you look across the table at Will Hardy, who's going to be the guy primarily working with these dudes. He's the one, you may be buying the groceries, but he's the one cooking dinner. And he's like, I want this guy. I know I can do this with this guy. I know this guy can fit in my system. I know this. Like, how do you acclimate that? Like, how do you make that work when you've got, your head coach really going for one guy, but you yourself want to go a different direction?
That's where all of this time, I'm sure there's, hey, can we meet for an hour? and so there's all of that lobbying, I would imagine, because that is the beautiful part of this. These are all really smart dudes, but they all see things a little bit differently.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And so where, I do know that if Austin's as headstrong as if he feels like it's right and the head coach is asking for something else, I still believe Austin does what he thinks is right because that's the kind of guy they will not be one bit affected by public sentiment about this pick. I promise you that.
All right, 11:25. The great Bob Casper joins us next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from,
who
for
does
sure.
It benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Insiders. Shamrock Plumbing.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have 2 locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high-security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just 1 tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Baby hair with a woman's eyes, I can feel you watching in the night. All alone with me, we're waiting for the sunlight. When I feel cold, you warm me. And when I feel I can't go on, you come and hold me. It's you.
It's me. 97.5, the Kiss. Oh, I was just singing along to the song. Great song.
I can play this.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So, by the way, playlists are going to start next week.
Next week.
You have Monday?
I'm hunkering down tomorrow since we don't have a show.
Yes.
So if you tune in tomorrow, you ain't getting us. And I will be, I'm going to get into the lab. I'm going to put lists together. So how are we doing it? Do you want to inform everybody? We talked about it.
So you have Monday.
I have Monday.
Am I going to take Tuesday? I can't remember. Whatever. I'll take. Let's give Lloyd Tuesday. I'll take Wednesday. Alex does Thursday, and then we're going to have like a listener list. And I'm going to get into Spotify and figure out how listeners can add to a list, and it'll be your bumpers, the listeners' bumpers every Friday.
And I want to start that off if you guys are cool with it, because we had during our fundraising radiothon.
Yes.
We met CJ the DJ.
Yes.
And so I think for our inaugural fan show, we're going to have CJ pick the bumper music for that Friday show to kick it off. How does that sound?
I think that's great.
And I have a connection to his mom, so we'll get that done.
So be ready for that.
Bro. Why?
You know what?
I seriously, I'm just trying to figure out how to fit in. I'm just trying to help. I get chastised for trying to help.
Me and CJ's mom. I know her.
Got it going. We don't have anything going on other than CJ. Did you catch it?
Yeah.
CJ doing our thing.
And then boom. Oh,
that was as bad as the Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Although I love when Lloyd laughs.
Yes.
As long as we make him laugh, good, bad, or ugly,
we're good.
We're good.
All right, let's get to it. It is time for your U.S. Open update with the man himself, Bob Casper.
This 2026 U.S. Open update is presented by Copper Rock, where the pros play on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So, it's got wind, you got exposed greens, you got all kinds of stuff going on at the U.S. Open. Bob, how you doing out there, my friend?
I'm doing well, and it's kind of interesting to watch the guys get up the leaderboard and then go down the leaderboard and then travel up the leaderboard, and it's just all because of the weather and the conditions and that kind of thing. But the golf course, it's playing on a knife edge, but yet there's still a lot of moisture in the golf course. You see a lot of green, you see a lot of and not burnout brown, and that's simply because we have cloud cover. We've got moisture from the USGA that they're putting on the golf course and that kind of thing. And even though it is kind of a friendly setup as far as the golf course is concerned, this golf course is a beast, and it's going to be extremely tough to really, really play well.
So Sam Stevens with the early lead. He and our guy Ludwig Oldberg, who happens to be on Team Lacombe this week.
Nice, good for you.
No, there you go.
And I picked him again, Bob. I think I've done it. So these guys are just going to have to get used to this.
Well, you know what? You only got 54 holes to go.
Yeah, that's true. And
we'll see what happens in the next 54.
It's a little early to be going on your victory lap.
Okay,
here.
sorry.
Let
me back down.
Don't be raising that hand too high yet.
Yeah, that was a big time. That was a Tiger early pump, right? The ball hadn't even got there.
That's right.
How are the greens receiving the ball with that moisture? I would assume that's got to lend to a little easier approach shots.
Definitely a little easier approach shots. The ball seems to be, they aren't bounding unless you're coming from the rough when the ball hits the green. What the shots into the greens are have a little bit of check on them, and some of them are spinning back, especially when they're hitting wedges and stuff into the greens. So the greens are very friendly right now, and guys are able to get the ball a little bit closer to the hole. But the thing about these greens is you can play all day from the middle part of the green in the flat areas. And if you get going downwind or whatever, then you've got to play from the front edge to those middle sections. If you're into the wind, then that's going to spin the ball a little bit more, and you need to make sure that you carry far enough in, because when it hits the green, it's going to spin.
So I just saw it on Twitter earlier today. I didn't pay attention to who the golfer was, but it was early in the morning, and some guy dropped it. It looked like a good, 8 feet from the hole, and that thing spun, and it spun, and it kept rolling and went deep back into the fairway. I mean, if you hit a great shot like that, you're thinking, oh, this is great, and it ends up being a miserable shot.
Well, and that's what I meant by he's probably had a shot into the wind. The wind held it up a little bit. It came up a little bit short, and then with the moisture on the greens, then it spins enough and it comes off. All those greens there kind of sit up. Even the ones that you don't think are too benign, they kind of sit up off of the up off of the fairway level. And then the USGA has also done something for the first time here. They haven't brought a lot of rough in around the greens. There's a lot of mown areas around the greens, and actually around every green. So if you miss the green on one of those shoulders or off of one of the edges, it's going to get off the green and it's going to repel away from the hole probably 15, 20, 30 yards. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they do. And as we know, this golf course only has had in the modern era of U.S. Opens, this golf course has only had 3 guys break par, period. 3 guys break par for 72 holes for the tournament.
So that actually answers my question. I mean, with this many players out through a good amount of the course, only 2 guys, I guess 4 guys, or 4 guys above par. Do you think for the week, with the weather being this much of a factor, it's probably a world where the winter's a plus?
Well, and the weather, the factor of the weather is the wind. That's what it is. I mean, it started out at about 8 or 10 this morning, and it could go up to 40 miles an hour winds this afternoon.
Gee whiz.
Okay,
good luck with right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why the greens aren't that fast. The fastest they can get them, normal U.S. Open greens, like at Oakmont last year, they were 13, 14, 15 on a lot of the greens. The greens this week, because of the slope in them and because of the wind, are right around 10 and a half, maybe 11, if they're lucky. And the reason that is because if you get those greens so fast, then the wind comes up, then the ball's not going to stay still on the greens. It's going to wobble a little bit, and then it's going to roll away. And that becomes unplayable, and then they have to stop play, just like they had to stop play with fog this morning. So with those winds, tomorrow 10 to 20, we haven't seen the forecast as far as probably less wind on Saturday, but then we've got wind and rain on Sunday again, some rain. So with the weather and everything, those are all conditions that guys are going to have to figure out. They're going to have to figure out the different ways the wind is coming from, because there's a standard wind, and then if you've got a storm or something moving through, then it's going to change to a different wind, and you can monopolize different holes based on wind direction and that kind of thing. That's how these guys think. It's crazy, and it's really cool to see how they take advantage or they adjust their games to those conditions. And, it was beautiful yesterday, nice and sunny. Yes, it was windy, but not like it's been today or this morning, or it's going to be like this afternoon. But it's a U.S. Open on a great test, and one that the guys are really excited. We're really excited about playing.
Is obviously, lightning will get guys off the course. Fog, we saw that this morning.
Yep.
Has there ever been a moment where the wind is so severe that they've delayed play?
Yeah, absolutely. For the most part, it doesn't happen here in the United States, but like in the Open Championship in England and stuff like that, they've had a couple times, like on the old course and some of the other ones, where the wind has blown so hard that they've had to stop play because the ball wouldn't stay still on greens. And if you hit a moving golf ball, then that's a penalty. And if they've changed the rules in recent times with the RNA and the USGA, that once your ball has been on the green and you've marked it, when you set the ball back down, if something happens where it wobbles, like with the wind, and rolls away, you've already determined that spot where your golf ball is at. You own that spot. Okay, the wind can't affect it and make it roll away like that. So that's when they decide if they see too much of that, then that's when they'll stop play.
Hey, I want to go back to the greens when you said so they're used to putting on these faster greens, obviously.
Uh-huh.
That's a factor. Obviously,
yes.
When you're standing over a putt, you got to figure out how the wind influences it. But that slower pace from what they're used to, that's got to make a difference.
Well, it does, because you can hit your putts a little bit more aggressively. But if you're side wind, then the wind is going to affect the ball on the green, and either right to left or right, that kind of stuff. If you're downwind, it has a tendency to push the ball a little bit harder on the green surface, especially with the open greens and no trees around affecting the wind. If it's into the wind, you can hit a little bit firmer. But the other thing is the elements. A lot of guys, like at the British Open, they used to put a little bit, when guys were wearing cuffed pants, they used to put a little bit of sand in the cuffs because you stand sideways to the wind, and then your pant legs start fluttering and stuff like that, and it can cause you to lose your concentration and stuff like that. So there's just so much that goes on with wind and elements and that kind of stuff with weather in the golf course.
Is there advantages that guys are having now as opposed to what they're going to have this afternoon, or is it pretty much going to be the same throughout the day?
Well, the guys this morning have had less wind than they will have this afternoon.
Okay.
This afternoon, the winds are going to be in that 30 to 40 mile an hour range. So, having said that, what the USGA has decided is they're going to move everybody forward 10 minutes, which didn't work out too well this morning because of the fog. And they were going to take 10 minutes in the middle of the round to syringe all the greens, to spritz them, to water them down lightly, so that the grass doesn't die and become brown. That's the other thing that happens with wind. You lose moisture in the grass, and so they're gonna spritz those down. So they have pretty much equal surfaces between the guys in the morning, the guys in the afternoon. However, the guys in the afternoon are going to play in stronger winds. Tomorrow, when they flip-flop, the guys that played in the morning will play in the afternoon, and the guys that played in the afternoon will play in the morning. They'll have the better greens in the morning tomorrow, and the guys in the afternoon will have to deal with the winds and stuff like that in the afternoon. But the winds will not be as strong as today will be.
We're sitting here watching McAfee, and they were just showing the rough, both the first cut and then into the deep
It's
stuff.
crazy.
Yeah, man, that's the other factor of the wind. You can hit
even that first cut is
nasty.
that
first cut is
Yep.
penal.
Yeah.
It's deep
Yep.
in there. You can get some horrible lies.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what Scotty Scheffler was talking about and what Rory was talking about, that you can try and take advantage of a few holes if you get certain wind directions, but then the rough comes into play. And that first cut of rough, which is about 6, 8, 10 feet, maybe 8 to 10 yards wide, it goes from fairway right into that first cut, which is 4 to 5 inches deep.
Jeez.
Then if you get outside of that, then you're getting in what's called the red fescue. And that's even deeper. That can be up to your like mid calf. And with the fescue, the little strands of fescue, which are pretty and blowing in the wind and everything like that, that could be almost knee height. And you get your ball in that stuff. First of all, it's going to be tough to extricate it out of the deep stuff. But also with those strands of red fescue that are sticking up, that can wrap around the hosel of the club when you're hitting through it and close the face or open the face or whatever. And so a lot of times you don't know where the golf ball's going.
How hard is it to determine trajectory when you're playing in wind and you want to keep that low? Is that hard to do?
There's a few things that you can do to determine the trajectory of your golf ball. If you want to hit it high, you move it forward a little bit, and you try to hang back a little bit to your right side and hit it up in the air more. But if you're trying to hit it down, then your weight kind of goes just opposite, a little bit left, probably when you're at address instead of 50-50 on the weight on both legs. You might go a little bit 60-40 to the left side and move the ball back a little bit. Then the other thing is when you do that, you can't continue to hit the same club because you're going to spin the ball too much.
Yeah.
and then the wind affects it even more, and it doesn't travel as far. So you move it back, you get the trajectory down, and you pick a longer club and choke up on it a little bit, and try to take a smooth swing, not a hard swing, which in effect takes spin off the ball, which allows it to go through the wind.
Just one last question for me. You ever heard the term hosel jockey?
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Hosel rocket, hosel jockey.
Yeah,
Yep.
I have. So you talk about hitting it out of the rough and how difficult it is. I have a hard enough time, just that thing on a tee, not hosel jockeying it down the third baseline.
Yep. And they also call that a pitch out.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Pitch out,
you
baby.
know.
Yeah, that's me. That's me,
out.
Bob. I need a lesson, but
See, that's what I call Tuesday.
Lateral shot. You don't say the S word. You never say the S word.
You are the man, Bob.
You know what? The great thing is, I've golfed with Bob once, and he's like, the dude has forgotten more about golf than you'll ever know, and he will sit there and he will give you all the tips in the world. And I'm like, you have no business even mingling with a guy like me, let alone giving me tips.
We had fun, didn't we, Scotty?
Oh, we had fun, and you know what? Everything.
You and me and Hans and Lloyd.
Yeah, and everything that the tips that you gave me on getting out of bunkers, I mean, it was phenomenal.
Yep.
I will use that to the day I die. It's been great.
Yep. It has.
No longer scared of bunkers.
And Bob, you are the one of the few that have actually seen Lloyd in the flesh. He prefers to just be the Great Oz.
Yeah, the Great Oz.
Yes.
Great and mysterious Oz.
Hey, Bob, have a great time out there, man. We appreciate it. And
all right.
Look forward to catching up with you again here soon.
Okay, take care.
There he is, Bob Casper.
The hosel jockey.
See,
Lloyd, it's a thing.
It's a thing. It's a thing. All right.
Hey, I didn't doubt. I had never heard it before. So essentially, it's just a pitch out?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just, just
okay.
Miss the strike zone completely, my guy, and do damage to your hosel in the same time.
Hosel jockey.
11:50, about 10 minutes away from Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State, will join us here in studio. Coming up in about 15 minutes from right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
We all run into times where you need to make a major purchase. And what I'm talking about is home renovation projects or, a massive vacation you want to take care of the family. Those big events or those big construction things that you really want to take advantage of the equity in your home. Well, guess what? The HELOCs are here, and they're here to help from America First Credit Union. And they've got an incredible offer right now. It's an intro rate on a HELOC, 3.74% for the first 6 months of that loan. You will just be paying 3.74%. Now, the great thing, the flexibility of a HELOC, you can draw the funds. You don't need to take it all out. You can just draw as needed and then pay back, especially that first 6 months at 3.74%. And you're like, okay, well, what happens after 6 months? It's going to go right to the already low rate with America First Credit Union. Take advantage of the equity in your home. A lot of us, we got locked into that interest rate at 2.8 on our mortgage back in the old pandemic. So you're not going anywhere. You're going to die in that home. So what do? Instead of going out and building your dream home, turn your current home into your dream home and tap into that equity. It's all there for you with a HELOC from America First Credit Union with that introductory rate at 3.74%. Apply today for that HELOC and enjoy that low intro rate for the first 6 months. Visit a branch, apply online, or call now at americafirst.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better. I feel better already. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Summer brings the gift of longer days and savings on select Kia models. Look for specially tagged vehicles during the Summer Sticker Sales Event at Doug Smith Kia in Linden.
Hey, Doug.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Once upon a time, I was of the mind to lay your burden down.
11:54, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big thanks to Bob Casper, who's live at Shinnecock Hills at the U.S. Open. More updates from he and Brian Taylor throughout the day. Also, coming up, we will chat with Cameron Walker. He is the athletic director at Utah State. Then at 1 o'clock, 1:05, Lauren Green from the Jazz TV broadcast will join us. She'll be at the draft coming up on Tuesday. And then, of course, as long as Lloyd will let him be on the air, we'll talk to David Locke coming up at 1:30.
I mean, I just hope we let good content
sure,
roll.
why not?
Let's let good content roll.
I mean, look,
I'm not one to cut off good content.
We do have to end a show. That's the thing. The show ends at 2.
He's in the radio business. He knows.
He's like, yeah.
Like his point isn't wrong. Just depends on where you're at in the show.
Yeah,
it's the end. It's the end.
It's the end of the show. When we still have 2 more commercial breaks we got to squeeze in.
I don't know what to tell you. The entire hotel's sold out.
I mean, honestly, if somebody's like, "Hey, we're going to blow out spots on the old Locked On network," he might have something to say about that. So, same thing applies.
We love you, buddy.
Can't be doing that. All right, so coming up, we've got the NBA draft, obviously the Walker Kessler thing. If you missed any of our conversation about that, it's all available for you in podcast form. Go to kslsports.com, or you can just search Scotty and the Coach on your podcasting platform of choice, whether it be Spotify or otherwise. We have got you covered from top to bottom. So anything you need to know about the upcoming draft, we will not only covered it in our first segment, but we will continue to get you ready for the draft night coverage beginning on Tuesday. We will be live at JCW's, and we'll have our draft roundtable, and we will have that thing covered from top to bottom.
Yes, with a lot of cheese fries.
With cheese fries and shakes.
The old days.
You ever had the shake?
Oh,
or a shake?
Yeah, I mean, you order a small, and they bring out Empire State Building.
I know.
In the form of chocolate.
It's like the kid size is actually the size of a small child.
I got onto JCW's in their first location when I was coaching high school basketball in American Fork. And I met those burger boys right out of the gate. And they're, you could tell that thing was going to go places.
Yeah,
the quality was awesome. So, fun place, Burger Boys.
Let's go.
Excited.
We'll be there coming up on Tuesday night with complete coverage of the NBA draft. All right, we'll take a break, come back. Hope to hear from the athletic director at Utah State, Cameron Walker, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, it's time to get that executive MBA program and get that diploma and let it go to work for you. You want to increase your marketability. You want to increase your financial income. Well, all you have to do is check out the Executive MBA program at Utah State University. That's going to teach you the foundations of business, leadership principles, analytics, all those things you need to know to get to the next level. They've got it for you with that Executive MBA, and it's really easy. That's the thing. They've customized it specifically for you and your situation. They understand you're a dad. You've got a job. You're a husband. You got a lot of obligations. You got a lot of irons in the fire. So they're going to make sure that you have everything squared away. You can start any semester you want. You can take 1 year. You can take multiple years. They'll even waive the application fee. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself. One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself, when I need it most,
help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out. I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from,
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
There is a vibe out there that it has become vitriolic between these two sides and that he doesn't want to be in Utah. Well, last night he sends out an Instagram post with a bunch of pictures with him out in the Utah wilderness and says, I've seen what's being said and I want to be clear. I have always wanted to be here. I love the city, these fans, my teammates, my coaches. That's real to me. You don't grow roots where you don't want to be.
Shame on Sam Amick and guys like that for adding their editorial comments in there, because it does lead to people. I was reading Twitter last night and the comparisons to Ostertag, and this guy just can't be grateful for anything, and it's none of that stuff.
This is Scotty G and the coach Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, and joining us in studio in the friendly confines here in the Sports Zone studios, the athletic director at Utah State, Cameron Walker. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. It's good to be here in person.
I know. It's been a minute since we've had these in-person conversations. You got a little sick of me, and then we give it some time, and then you're like, okay, it's not so bad. And then we get to March, and you're like, okay, I'm ready for you to go away again.
You hadn't invited me down here.
You just had to go through security protocol, and now you see why we
don't invite a lot of people.
Because it's hard. I mean, it's they put you through a lot.
But I see why it's so rigorous, though, because once you get up here, I mean, is this the room they base room temperature off?
Yes.
Today, yes. Yesterday, not so much.
Yeah,
yesterday
it was about 85 in here yesterday.
They had a little malfunction.
So you are about less than 2 weeks away from the Pac-12.
Yeah, exciting stuff, right?
It really is. I can't imagine what this last year has been like for you in preparation for this.
And it sounds easy, like, oh, you're joining the Pac-12, but
you're building a Pac-12.
You're building the Pac-12. It's like a startup, and so I will say it's been crazy. I was able to get away for 4 or 5 days a couple weeks ago, and my wife looked at me and said, "Is this the first day you haven't worked since you got here?" It's like, "Yeah, I think it is."
She's like, "Well, I've got a garage that needs cleaned."
Correct.
So, yeah.
But it was, it really, there's an energizing thing about that. You can put your stamp on it. You can have input. We don't have any bad habits in the current Pac-12. We're able to establish it to be exactly what a conference should be in 2026. And it's quite different from how they should have been in 1960 or 1930 or 20, whenever most of them were formed. And it's definitely different than even how they would have been in 2021. And that part is refreshing and energizing and gives us just tremendous possibility. It's a lot of work, but it's tremendous possibility and upside.
I liked when Scotty just asked you, "How's your summer?" And the response, and this was exactly what I used to say in coaching. What do you mean? It's just, I'm just getting up and working, right? That's just how it is. But talk about like the hidden gem of Cache Valley and just the, I don't know, I mean, this run of incredibly successful basketball coaches, and hence, and more importantly, a basketball program with incredibly rich traditions. Just how that community is really magical when it comes to just rallying together and putting the best product out there on the field and on the court.
Yeah, Cache Valley is hard to sum up if you haven't been there, right? Like, it's an incredible place. I remember my realtor when she first talked to me on the phone, and I said, "I want a place," like, kind of described what we needed, and I'd love a view of the mountains. And she started laughing. It was like, "I don't think I could sell you a house in Cache Valley that doesn't have a great view of the mountains." And it was audible. We everything is quick and fast, and we got Ben Jacobson. We interviewed him down here, and then we drove him. I was like, he's got to see Logan. Like, he's just got to see it. Because he's a guy who the place really matters. And as he pulls in, as we're pulling into Logan, there's this audible, and he just kind of goes, "Oh." And I was like, we got a shot.
I used to love that on a recruiting visit where they give you something where you're like, "Ooh,
yeah,
like that."
And it's just an incredible place. And then you throw in the fact that those people really care, right? And when we're good, it'll be great, and they'll be supportive. And when we're bad, we'll hear about it. And I love that, because that means it matters. And as much as we pour into these jobs, and for coaches, it's the same way, but athletic directors and other administrators, like, I think President Mortensen, all of, like, you're going to just give and give and give all you can to a job like this. And I love what I do, but to have it matter to people is really impactful. And to that community, Utah State and the Aggies really matter. And that is awesome. That's all you want.
100%. And certainly the tradition that's being built there. We talk about basketball, we talk about football, and, one can say that's the front porch of a university, but you're coming off a incredible year from pretty much all sports. It was a banner year at Utah State last year.
Yeah, unbelievable year. I think with conference, if you combine conference and tournament, 9 championships, like, it's unbelievable what we were able to accomplish. And I give that credit to our student athletes and our head coaches. I think we've got one of the best collection of head coaches, and I am continually impressed with our student athletes, both who they are as people, but their competitive spirit and what they want to drive. And nobody's told them that they can't win championships in Logan. And if somebody did, they wouldn't listen anyway. And it's unbelievable what they've been able to accomplish. And that's what makes it such a great place is, obviously we have a tremendous tradition in basketball, but football going to a bowl game after what Bronco took over, incredible season. And it just continues from there with volleyball and soccer, and gymnastics and tennis and, just everything those sports are doing. Of course, men's basketball, and, volleyball and men's basketball winning in the tournament is impactful too. It didn't make me too popular in Tennessee when volleyball did that, but it's tremendous. And we can be and I think we'll be competitive in everything we do, and that's the plan. We're not gonna mail it in on any one thing.
I mean, just looking at the coaches that could possibly be coaching at Utah State at a time like this, a pivotal time where you're going to build a new league. I mean, I don't know, you could handpick two guys that can come into a league and figure it out quicker because of their experience and really almost become deans in both their sport. Have had the opportunity of coaching at BYU when Bronco was there, and have competed against Ben and know people that know Ben. I mean, both of them are so highly respected in the profession, not just because they win, because they do things the right way. So, I mean, that's a pretty forward-thinking strategy in a time where everybody's looking for the new quick thing, to have two established dudes running your two headlining sports.
Incredibly impactful. Impactful for the university, impactful for our other coaches, impactful for me as athletic director. Bronco's a huge reason why I wanted to take this job and why I was interested in this job. On the interview, Bronco and I talked for way past our time. They were banging on the door, getting us out of that interview. And we just talked, and he gave me the real, which is he knows no other way. Ben's the same mold. For those two to be here at this time and establish that leadership, I mean, I called everybody under the sun about Ben Jacobson. I knew his body of work, admired him, was on my short list from the get-go. And you can't find anybody in college basketball that doesn't think great things about Ben Jacobson. The only thing they told me is he's not leaving, right? That was the only thing they told me, and I'm dumb enough to think that, well, he might not leave for you, but he might leave for me. I'm stubborn enough on that to keep prodding and bug him enough till he came.
I love that. And the funny thing is, we met with somebody this morning that interacted with Ben, and like, man, that's a serious dude. I also have friends on the other side that know him back from the 80s in Fargo. And so I know he's got this side to him that won the players over like that. So in my mind, that was a home run hire.
Yeah.
All right, so I always love picking your brain on the weird landscape that is college athletics, and it changes almost daily. But are you feeling any momentum with this latest Ted Cruz bill? Do you feel like this thing's got a chance? Because I'm at a point where I'll believe it when I see it. But do you have a little bit more confidence in what we're seeing right here?
I definitely think this is the best attempt so far. I think it solves more of the problems. It also has buy-in from both sides of the aisle, which is critical. And so I do think this has the best attempt. I also think, too, at some point in college athletics, it's such a dog-eat-dog game, right? Like, well, how's this affect me?
Yeah.
How's this affect me on my campus? At some point, we've got to put that aside on each and every one of our campuses and say, there may not be our campuses if we don't figure out some solution long-term, and we're all going to have to sacrifice, right? It's kind of like a contract negotiation. Both sides should be slightly unhappy. And in this case, all of us should be slightly unhappy with the bill. And that probably means it's a pretty dang good bill. And I think it's pretty close. It's not, the other thing too, no piece of legislation is going to solve every issue we're facing.
Yeah.
But if it can solve 80% of them, we should be sprinting towards that and get that taken care of. And then we'll go to work on the other 20%. So I'm appreciative of him and Cantwell and all those involved in the bill. I think we need to push forward on it and support it as quickly as we can, because what we're doing now is not sustainable long term, and we've got to figure some stuff out. And we will figure it out, even if this doesn't work. But I'm afraid of what some of those ramifications will be by figuring it out the long way.
I mean, every big moment seems to have its rallying cry. Do you think the Sorsby, the way that everybody unified in this situation and realized, if we don't put something together quick, we're going to be dealing with these outliers all the time? Do you think there could be something to that?
I hope so. When that news came out, immediately I was with a bunch of colleagues that week, and somebody said, can you believe this? I said, now's our moment. Like, we have to capitalize on this. This shows just how dysfunctional that everything is. And if we can't get momentum on this, I'm a big believer in never let a catastrophe go unutilized. Like, we have to do it. And luckily, cooler heads have prevailed and his camp has pulled out, and we're going to be in a spot there. But, like, if that doesn't show us what this could look like without us doing something, we need to all sacrifice something and be a little bit uncomfortable and get this thing across the finish line.
Just out of curiosity, what kind of education goes in? Is there a standard NCAA education process on gambling, or is that they hold that to the individual schools to handle that? How does that play out?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly up to the individual schools, but having been in that world on the compliance side, I mean, I can't think of anything we hit harder than gambling and performance-enhancing drugs. Those two things are laid out, reiterated, stressed. We're sending text messages and emails to all the students. We've got posts on Instagram, any way we can reach them, right?
Yeah.
I now realize they don't read texts or emails. So, like, we're posting, like, Super Bowl, they're all getting a blast. March Madness, they're all getting a blast. Like, there's no way anybody is saying that they didn't know that was inappropriate. And I don't even think he's saying that.
No,
right?
No.
He's saying, yeah, I knew. I had a problem. And obviously we hope for his health and everything along those lines, we hope he gets that squared away. But for integrity of sport, I just think that's a bridge too far if we get into that space.
The landscape's evolving obviously faster than any of us can keep up with. It just why you're working every minute of every day. So what's your North Star in all this? What's your guiding light? Because you can't be everywhere doing everything, but I assume you've got that and try to, that's what kind of guides everybody as they do their job.
For me, it has to get back to the student athlete. And it's why every coaching search I do starts with the student athlete, and I try to end it by telling them first. It's what grounds me and gets me back there. I learned so much as a student athlete. Unbelievable how it impacted my life. Outside of, close family members, my parents, things of that nature, grandparents, like, I can't think of anybody that probably had a more significant impact on me as a man, as a father, than my coach in college. And that has to be where we're grounded. It's what makes college sports across America unique in all the world. And I think we can do it with NIL and rev share and all these different things. I think we can still do that. And I think especially in a place like Cache Valley, we can do it, and we can do it holistically. It doesn't have to become transactional. I think if you're trying to build champions succeed in everything they do. They don't mail it in anything. That includes the classroom. That includes in how they act downtown. That includes in everything they do, the service they provide, all of those things. But certainly when they step between those lines in whatever endeavor they are fierce competitors. And I think we can create and continue to create those lessons. I think there's an educational component. I think it's why it's tied to higher ed. There's an educational component about being a student athlete. I view us as a classroom, a laboratory, and a laboratory that teaches you lessons that are really hard to learn outside of that. I mean, you want to learn how to deal with failure really quick? Go fail in front of 10,000 people in the spectrum, right? Take that shot and miss it and sit in that. And then when something comes up and you fail in your career later on, 20 years down the road, you're a little more adept at how to handle that. And you're going to handle it with a little better grace and dignity than you probably would. And it's a space where you make mistakes and you grow, but you learn how to pour everything in, and sometimes pour everything in and have it not be good enough. Wow, what a lesson.
Cameron Walker, athletic director, Utah State, joining us. Obviously coming off a basketball season, and Jared Calhoun ends up in Cincinnati. And that means, well, regardless of Jared Calhoun, the Barbarians are at the gate for the players, and that's just going to be the world you live in for the foreseeable future. You're able to retain Mason Falsov. You're able to retain Carson Templin. I don't know what those numbers are, but I'm sure that they are significant numbers. When you're working with your donors, you're working with the president and trying to say, look, these guys are integral. They have major offers. Their DMs are blowing up, whether it's legal or not. They're blowing up. What was that process like to figure out ways financially to make sure that you keep the majority of those guys at home, especially Mason.
Yeah. Do you like roller coasters, Scotty?
Not when it comes to that, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. You're hanging on by a thread. It's kind of like a roller coaster without the lap bar.
Yeah.
And you're hanging on for dear life. I am incredibly grateful, though, and it continues to show. I think people realize the vision that we have for Utah State athletics, and certainly our donor base is, and they're stepping up in significant ways. And we're not, I'm sure we've got Show Me campaign, and we've got all these goals, and I'm sure to some people it's about raising money and it's transactional, all this thing. No, it's about making those moments a reality. It's about allowing our team to come back and compete. It's about getting a terrific coach. It's about keeping two people that are instrumental to what we're doing, and several others. Two of the freshmen, Braden and Kingston, are unbelievable players, and I'm thrilled that they came back, and I think they're going to play integral parts of the team this year. But it's about those things. And so when we talk about hey, cash return on what we were able to do from a revenue side in the 25 fiscal year, and the fact that we 4X that this last year, that's what it enables us to do. That's why it's important. That's why some of the changes and things that people are uncomfortable are important, because you have to be able to have that revenue and have that ability to make quick decisions for moments like that. Credit to Carson and Mason as well. They were committed to listening to us and hearing us out. And certainly we had to be in a competitive space, but they also realized the impact they can have from a legacy standpoint, the value they get out of playing in the Spectrum and being supported by that fan base. And they were committed to working with us to getting it done.
There's and you've been in the Spectrum, Coach, many times.
Oh, yes, unfortunately. Some bad ones, yes.
But you walk down by the team locker room in that back tunnel, and you see these massive photos of former players that have had huge impacts. Like, obviously Spencer Nelson and Sammy and Nemi and all these guys that left a big impact. And I got to imagine if you're Mason or Carson and you got, 1 year, unless you sue and get another year, it seems like everybody's getting more years of eligibility. But when you're walking down that tunnel, you realize that if you do leave, you're not getting one of those pictures. You can't take your grandkids and walk down that tunnel and say, hey, that's your old man or that's your grandpa. I was a player back in the day. That's got to have some level of value to it. But I also think there's a value of a university when you keep a player like that in making a statement, because I had a lot of people from all over the country that I know in the media world that were like, hey, I hear our coach wants Mason, blah, blah. You tell me about him because he's going to probably be on this team next year. I'm like, hold on a second. Hold on. Our guys are taking a shot at it, and everybody just kind of rolls their eyes a bit. And when it's announced that they're staying, that resonated throughout the world of college athletics. Like, oh, Utah State's not messing around. They found a way to get this done and keep these guys home. That's impressive. So not only from a player standpoint, but from a university standpoint, that was a big message.
Yeah, I think it's brand building for all of us, and I think it's an indication kind of where we're going. I hope that it's a signal that we don't have to play second fiddle. This state's big enough. We can have multiple universities doing great things. And whatever ceiling has been on Utah State in the past doesn't have to be there in the future. Our future will be what we dictate it to be. And right now, I know President Mortensen feels the same way. Like, we want it to be bigger all across the university in the impact we're having, the impact we have for the state. And part of that is building an athletic department that is the front door and front porch and market driver for interest in that university. I've been at places. I was at Tennessee when we beat Alabama, and we saw the applications that came in the next 24 to 48 hours, and they were more than the entire year prior. It's significant, the impact you have, and it's hard to measure that impact, but we plan to have that impact, and we don't plan to be in the place we've always been. That's part of joining the Pac-12, but within the Pac-12, we don't want to just be a member of the Pac-12. We want to be a leader in the Pac-12. We want to grow this thing, and I think the only times I've said this before to you, the only times I'm frustrated is when somebody says, well, we can't go that high. Why in the world can't we? Right? We have tremendous opportunity. Are we going to be able to do it the same way others don't? No, we're not just going to be, Power 4 school light. That's not how we get there. We're going to have to be innovative. We're going to have to be a disruptor. We're going to have to do different things, but we are going to have to keep some of our key players. And I think it was a key moment for us to do that.
You good to hang out for another segment?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Cam Walker, athletic director at Utah State. We'll take a quick break, come back with more right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out. I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from.
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Utah is dry, but did you know it's one of the driest states in the country? Water runs Utah, and we can all do something to conserve it. SlowTheFlow.org has tons of tips for saving water. In fact, you could save up to 795,000 gallons of water this year with these simple changes, preserving Utah's beauty and economy. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn more and save a little money on your water bill.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Breaking rocks in a hot sun. I
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State, kind enough to hang out with us in studio. So the one thing that I've always really admired about Utah State and the chip on the shoulder, and there's something when you drive into Cache Valley, you know that it's kind of got a us versus the world mentality, and I've always admired that. I've always kind of felt a kinship with that, not just because I went to school there, but because I think a lot of us, that's how we are in our lives. You've got a year under your belt as the AD at Utah State, but you came from Tennessee, where sure there's problems at Tennessee, but they're probably a little different than the situations you work with at Utah State. How has that been going from one, I don't want to say attitude, but one set of circumstances to another set of circumstances that are probably very, very different on what you're dealing with on a day in and day out basis?
Yeah, and there is some differences. I've probably been more shocked at how similar they've been. And that, like, it's the same issue in maybe a different context or different scale, but, like, that's probably made me feel more comfortable, even when some of the proverbial crap hits the fan. Like, oh yeah, no, we had this. It's just kind of it's slightly different. There's things that upon our arrival at Tennessee with Danny in January 21, like, that are eerily similar. Just coming off a pretty recent presidential change, a new AD, new football coach in that case, in this case, new basketball coach. Like, there's some stuff that's just eerily similar, and that I think has helped. Probably just with my, I wouldn't say confidence, but conviction on once a decision's made, being able to move forward, kind of feeling like I've decided this twice now. Like, this is the right move, and I've been able to see how it plays out. So there obviously is sometimes different zeros behind different numbers and different things that way, but the problems are eerily similar at that level, which also I think states of the level we're at.
The comments you were making earlier, I feel like one thing through the myriad of coaches that have come through, the one thing they've really done a great job on is focusing on the state. Like, the basketball in this state, I made a living recruiting those guys. And I think Utah State's done a great job. But in this landscape where, you look at the guys that you're competing against in state for recruits, sometimes they're looking way, above just the state of Utah. It seems like to me, just in every sport, that you guys have done a great job and will continue to do. Like, Utah State really prioritizes the Utah kid.
Yeah. I think that has to be part of what we are and part of our mission. And, for us, it's that kind of 2 to 3 hour bubble around where we're at. And as we've expanded to this statewide system, I mean, we have campuses there. I went with a statewide tour with President in the fall. I was exhausted by the time I got back.
Price is a long way.
Vernal and Moab and like everything in between. It's that we got a lot of campuses, a lot of places. How he keeps up with that, he's like the Energizer Bunny. But I think that has to be part of who we are, from a culture, from a stability thing. And if you look at our, I've kind of looked at it historically. I look at our programs currently that are really competitive, and there's a base there that gets it and fits and understands the culture, and it's because they're from here. and it's part of who they are, and it's where they wanted to be. And, we see it in basketball, but like I see it with Manny in soccer. Our women's soccer team has this core Utah kids, and we know soccer in this state is really, really strong. And Manny's capitalized on that. But I think it has to be part of who we are because that's who we're representing. And it is, I think, a key to our success.
I know you got to dance around this topic a little bit, but do you see a day and age where people are looking at a University of Utah with what they're doing in terms of private equity as the guinea pig? And could you see conferences jump into this before it's all said and done?
Yeah, and we've seen the Big 12 hop in there. The thing with private equity, like even for us, is I want more info. I want more data. I want more points. I kind of view it. Somebody's got to be that lead. I kind of want to be in the peloton.
Yeah.
But like somebody's got to be that lead, and they obviously are doing what they think is best for them. And it might be brilliant. I have no idea. But I think even if whether we're going private equity or not, there's a ton to learn from that, and there's a ton to learn about how we operate and modernize. I think we need to we have to become more nimble, more agile, more versatile, better at telling our story. I'm tired of hearing, you were that good? Or, man, you guys are a great secret. Like, I don't want to be a secret. I want to shout it from the mountaintops, right? But there's a lot we can learn in that space, and my goal is to make us the most attractive partner for private equity in the future, whether we choose to go that way or not, because we'll have bettered ourselves and made ourselves more agile, mobile, and better to adapt for what college athletics looks like in 2026 and beyond.
I like that you brought up the women's soccer, because we spend 99% of our time talking about basketball and football. Obviously, there's so much more going on. How hard is it to juggle? I mean, the equity and raising money to keep the high-level guys in those sports, but also, making sure that everybody else, that's got to be a battle.
Yeah, I have to separate it a little bit. And the way I separate is probably not the way you think of, in the sense of I try to treat them all the same competitively. I'm incredibly competitive. And if we pull out Yahtzee right here, like, I just want to beat your brains in, right? Like, I'm getting my full house. I'm getting my 5 of a kind. I'm getting all the bonus checks.
And you're telling us about it,
and I'm
too,
going
right?
to tell you about it the whole way.
Yeah. You know what? You got to finish you got to get that top bonus.
You do.
That's the key to the whole thing.
That whole game.
Yeah, it really is.
Yep.
But like, I regardless of what it is. So like, we're unbelievable in gymnastics. Kristen White is doing a tremendous job. I want to treat anybody that puts Utah State across their chest. They deserve our full backing and the ability to go chase championships, and that's what we're trying to do. Now, there are decisions that you make that are different for men's basketball and football, but you're not making them because you want to be more competitive in those sports than the others. You're making them because there's business ramifications about those. And so that's where you kind of change and you say, okay, now this is a business decision. Why we're adding this, why we're adding courtside, that's a business revenue generator that helps everybody. And so I have to categorize it as, okay, what business decisions are we making? And then what competitive decisions are we making? And I try and do it that way. Because for me, if you're wearing Utah State, you deserve our full backing, and I want you to be able to go chase championships and be every venue you're in. I want you to feel like we got a chance to win this thing.
Cameron Walker, he's the athletic director at Utah State. You've got the Show Me campaign. You've got so many great initiatives out there. And I think it's important to realize that right now, even like 5-6 years ago, it was all about invest in your facilities. You got to get the facilities up. If you have that shiny stadium or all those, different variations of green uniforms Oregon has, then that's what's going to really get the athletes. Now it's about money in the back pocket. So how do you divvy up the resources when you know that your facilities still need to be good, you still need to have a great student experience, but also you need a certain amount of money for talent retention and acquisition?
Yeah, we've come a long way from barbershops and bowling alleys, haven't we?
Yeah.
It went quick.
Yeah, it did go quick. For me, it's data. I try and analyze the market. We use a lot of different resources. We've got some really cool tools that are available to us. I monitor where are we ranking operationally, where are we ranking in the NIL rev share space, where are we ranking with all these? And for me, I always believe if you're in the top quarter or top third, you've got a shot, right? Like you got to be in the same kind of weight class. I don't see, featherweights knock out heavyweights. But if you're a cruiserweight, you got a puncher's shot. And so that's what we try and do, to put all of our teams in that space where they can chase it. And so really we're using a ton of metrics. That way I can kind of take the emotion out of it and say to a coach, hey, you're getting this amount, and don't worry about what the other coach is getting, because they're getting the amount that puts them in the same position conference-wise as you. And we want to put everybody in on that same line. And we have some work to do to get everybody in that space, but that's the goal. And so really a lot of data collection, and then analyzing it to make sure we're doing the strategic decision. And then putting the onus on the coach and the coaching staff and director of ops of how you spend this money really matters. Spend it on the things that make you more competitive and make you better. Right? I'm not sure if I have 4 backpacks as opposed to 3 for travel, that makes me win more games. But I do know what our students eat, the way they travel, direct flight versus 5 different hops. Those type things really, really matter. Whether our cross-country kids get 4 pairs of shoes or 2 matter. They have life in their legs if they've got more pairs of shoes, right? Tracking, that's different for every sport. And I'm heavily reliant upon our coaches to say, I need you to spend this smartly. And our coaches have taken that from all of them. I mean, I've had calls from Broncos saying, Cam, I've been thinking about how we can spend this smarter. What do you think about X? And we're trying to get as granular and strategic as possible to move that needle, but trying to use data to analyze where to spend it.
Championships are won in the margins.
Yeah.
That's something that we talk about all the time here. That's a perfect example. Any thoughts on the draft coming up? Do you got any, thinking what the Jazz maybe could do at number 2? Do you have a horse in the race? Do you have a preference? I mean, we're all over the place here, so you wouldn't be against the norm. I even think the Jazz brass are arguing about it.
Yeah, as they should. I mean, this is a monumental moment for them. I always tell Ben I'm uncomfortable analyzing anybody's basketball games that's better than mine, and everybody in the drafts is better than mine. But there are obviously 2 at the top. I don't think you can go wrong with either one, but you better do your full background on both of them, and one of them worries me a lot.
I love that.
I'm gonna leave it there.
That's good. I like it. I just wanted to find out a man of the people, Cam Walker.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. The other element too is outside of Herms, you get finding good breakfast spots. You got Angie's and Herms.
Yeah, Angie's and Herms are great. Le Croissant.
I've not been there.
Yeah, see, you can tell I spent some time in Quebec.
There you go. That was well done by you.
Lacombe.
There we go.
Yeah.
I've been pleasantly surprised about the food selections in Cache Valley. There's some gems.
Oh yeah.
What's the bar? White Owl.
White Owl.
That's my spot.
Yeah.
The burger.
Garlic burger.
Big fan of Ruby's. It's close to the house. There's always a game on. Great menu. Big fan. I mean, there's countless. Cafe Sabor is outstanding. Center Street Pizza, sneaky good pizza. Really, really good. La Nona is one of my favorites.
And they just need a barbecue joint. I keep thinking about maybe starting a barbecue
Garrard's.
joint. Yeah, no, yeah.
The hard
Make it sound French, yeah.
Garrard.
So the event, July 1, correct?
July 1.
Anything on tap for the festivities or anything?
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye out June 30th as we count down. We got a few surprises and a few things. Hope to gather the community up on campus and kind of celebrate, and it'll be relaxed. Who knows? Maybe I'll even wear shorts.
There we go. There you go. Your short sleeves and shorts.
Yeah.
Hey, if you ever need a band up there, call Scotty. He knows a guy.
Okay.
My guy's got a band here.
Are you gonna? I mean, do you want to do a pre-show for Cole Swindell?
Heath Schroyer hired us, so we can talk.
Yeah.
All my people talk to your people.
Yeah, we could do the show before the show. We could call it that.
Hey, whatever you want to do, I just promise you we'll rock you.
The show before the show.
The show before the show. We'll get you up there. Test the market a little.
Yeah,
we Cole Swindell, July 23rd.
Oh, that's right.
Big
Yes, that's a big one.
Coming up. And Chris Cagle's going to open for him.
Sweet. That's
And
big time.
it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do some fireworks after. Great kickoff to that 24th weekend. Tickets still available.
I think
Swindell is no joke.
And by the way, I
great.
think that's a brilliant move. I mean, you've got venues up there that I think there's really opportunities there.
Yeah, and I think we can draw from northern Utah and southeast Idaho and become a cool concert spot. Who doesn't like live music?
Kidding me?
Yeah, come on.
Best thing going.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's what this show's built on is music.
Hey, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming by, and look forward to bugging you more during football season. Can't get you here fast enough. Let's go.
It's going to be awesome. First season Pac-12. Go Aggies.
Let's do it.
It's going to be a blast.
Cameron Walker, Athletic Director, Utah State, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV model. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Big thanks to Cameron Walker, athletic director at Utah State. I've been around Cam a lot over the last year, and every time I'm like, hey, I need you to meet this guy. This guy's sharp. This guy knows what he's doing. And now I'm glad you got to spend some time with him.
Just awesome. And I said to you, I can see it in his eyes. He's 5 years down the road already. You know, he's living in that world, trying to do everything he can. I mean, that is his aim. Everything he can to get Utah State operating at its best in every sport.
He's playing the long game. And he knows what's up. All right. Now look, we got a lot going on. We got a draft. We got Kessler. We got Utah State's athletic director. We got a lot of stuff going on. But you cannot be denied your 1 minute of World Cup soccer. That's right. Alex Napolis is here. He's been patiently waiting. But it is that time, folks, for your 1 minute of World Cup.
So we have all 48 teams have now played their first games in the World Cup. We have gone through officially one round of the FIFA World Cup. So the host country's back in action starting today. Canada coming up at 4 o'clock as they take on Qatar. Mexico will take on South Korea tonight at 7 p.m. The United States men's national team back in action tomorrow at 1 p.m. Results from yesterday, Portugal and Congo tying 1-1. England taking down Croatia 4-2. Harry Kane scoring twice in that game. Ghana with a 1-0 win over Panama, a late winner for the Ghanaian national team. And then Colombia putting their mark on the World Cup with a 3-1 win over Uzbekistan. Today, Switzerland and Bosnia-Herzegovina coming up at 1 o'clock. Again, Canada at 4. Mexico coming up tonight at 7. Tomorrow, Scotland taking on Morocco at 4 p.m. Brazil and Haiti, a 6:30 p.m. kickoff tomorrow. And Turkey taking on Paraguay again for tomorrow. The United States men's national team latest is that Christian Pulisic was training today, but still off to the side and expected to play.
There you go, Alex Napolis. All right, Alex, that's on me. That's my fault.
No, you're good.
I didn't intro you the right way. I know you're used to a certain intro. That's on me. I threw you a curveball, but you rallied and you nailed it, like
Thank
always.
you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I apologize. I didn't know my mic was on, and I said Ghanaian. I love that. The Ghanaian national team.
I'm just glad this World Cup isn't in Qatar like it was. Was it the last World Cup or 2 World Cups ago?
The last World Cup was in 2022 in Qatar.
That was ridiculous.
Qatar.
That was dumb.
Yes.
And it's pronunciation Qatar, not Qatar, I guess. That's how I would. What's that for?
That's just because he's back.
You just buzzing just for buzzing?
He's just buzzing.
Geez, Lloyd comes in there. He leaves the studio, then comes back and then dropping bombs on us.
The very definition of heavy-handed, if I can get it out.
Yes. All right, so fired up for Team USA.
Good job, Alex. As always,
All right, Alex, who has impressed you the most in the early stages of the World Cup?
Ooh, I think so. Obviously, I think for me, I was very impressed with Australia, which is obviously the United States men's national team's next opponent. They took down Turkey 2-0 in that first round. Probably wasn't expected to win. Good
day, mate.
And so they beat Turkey, and it should be a really fun matchup tomorrow between U.S. and Australia. A lot of underdogs. This has probably been the World Cup of the underdogs. A lot of teams who weren't necessarily expected to win or even get results in their first game have been able to do that. So you look at the Congo yesterday getting a result against Portugal. You look at Cape Verde against Spain. You look at Egypt against Belgium. There's a lot of underdog teams that necessarily weren't supposed to get results, getting results.
Oui.
Nice. Well, there you go. A big fan of the who hung with Belgium?
Egypt.
Yeah. Good job, Egypt.
This is soccer's version of the International House of Pancakes.
Okay. Now, one more thing, Alex, before you go. Obviously, we're Team USA. USA, red, white, blue. Let's go. But we need to have another nation that is like the official, that's the team we're getting behind. So, obviously, it's going to be United States, but we also need a backup. So what would be a good country to really, put our support behind?
I'm with Cape Verde.
Yeah, I think Salsa Verde is going to get knocked out of this thing pretty quick.
I'm not saying I just like their fight. You just mentioned they had not had much success, right?
The first World Cup, they weren't supposed to get a result against Spain, and they held them to 0-0.
I would like a team that would make it to did you call it the knockout round?
Hey,
yeah,
take
the knockout
who you
phases.
Want. I'm taking Cape Verde.
Okay, Cape Verde.
Norway, Erling Haaland, one of the better players in the world right now, had 2 goals, beat Iraq 4-1.
Is Denmark in it?
They are not. No, Denmark did not make it this year.
What's the guy from Norway?
Erling Haaland.
Does he wear clogs by chance? Wooden clogs?
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't think Nike's behind that one yet.
That's my favorite part of the small world when you go into the clogger.
Norway it is. We're going Norway. And then Cape Verde.
It's a small world.
Yeah, I was underwhelmed by It's a Small World, the ride.
It's a novelty. I mean, as a kid, when I went through it, blew my mind.
Yeah.
But they unfortunately haven't changed it. So it's not blowing many minds now. There's more there's better scenes in movies that create, it's just more a novelty.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next, we will have a chance to chat with Lauren Green, get her thoughts.
The talking points are going to be the draft and other happenings of the NBA, and Lauren's going back to New York.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win. While supplies last.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, Proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Professional basketball teams use their high draft picks wisely to win, and that means great leadership. And when it comes to selling your home, that's exactly what you want too. Here in the Salt Lake City area, the pick is easy. It's the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. The Stern Team has decades of winning results, and with their experience, strong negotiation skills, and proven marketing strategies, they know how to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to make a move, pick the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Knicks having their parade in New York City, celebrating their championship. You know who Tyler Kolek is?
Yeah.
Backup.
Marquette?
Yes, very nice. He appeared in a grand total of 8 games during the Knicks championship run. He played on average 6 minutes per game, so not a lot of playing time. And he's was greeting some fans on the side that were, he got off the float, was running up and down, high-fiving fans, and pretty much got attacked by security because they thought he was just some random fan because he's not necessarily a household name. And so he had to convince security, there's actually some video of it, convince security that, yes, I'm on the team. This, you know, a larger police officer wasn't having any of it. Finally, somebody said, he's on the team. And in fact, he even tweeted out, I swear I'm on the team, bro. Is exactly what he told the guy.
That's just a precursor of what's going to happen in the days of 47.
Yes.
When I jump off to go wave to people.
Are you doing the days of 47?
I don't know which one I'm doing.
You got to do it.
I'm doing a parade.
I know they're trying to sign us up for 7. I gave them Bountiful, and that's where I'm going to draw the line.
Well, I mean, I certainly am not on the demand. They just said, hey, we need you to show your mug once. But that's what would happen to me because much like Kolek, I'm not a household name.
Yeah. But she is Lauren Green, kind enough to join us from the Jazz broadcast right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lauren, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing well, getting ready for Tuesday. How fired up are you on, because you're going to be out there, correct?
Oh, I will. I am very excited for Tuesday. I'm doing a lot of prep right now. The draft is one of my favorite things to cover because it's one of the most exciting moments that many of these young men will ever have in their lives and their families too. Or it's one of the many you'd hope. So it's really exciting.
Lauren, you going back there, we'll get to take in all the regalia and everything else. But, we've been talking for a couple of weeks. This is a pivotal decision. And but the Jazz have great options there, and it's all tight-lipped in the building. We've tried every avenue. But just your general thoughts on what this pick can do, coupled with what the Jazz have assembled. You've obviously watched this group develop.
Yeah, I think these last 2 seasons, again, watching, like you just mentioned, Tim, how this team has developed. I've seen the big things and the small things that it's taken to get where they are at. And I think a pivotal moment before what Tuesday will be for this organization was also the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. and seeing just a little sprinkle of what the future of the Jazz can be with that mixed in with we get a number 2 pick on top of that. Yeah, the future is really bright here in Utah. I think it's going to be so exciting. And I think if you're online and you're seeing all the discourse, especially from Jazz fans around this time of the year and just across the league, right? There's so many things just being sent out on X or Instagram and reports here and there. And I think the thing Jazz fans should remember too, which I kind of have to tell myself this too, and everyone kind of does, but hey, it's the number 2 pick. There's not too many mental gymnastics we need to do here. Whoever this organization drafts, the front office is going to pick who the best player is left on the board. And being at number 2, that means you get quite a bit, you get a good say in who that's going to be. So the Jazz fans were spoiled this year, and it's fun. And you can even say you're even grateful to be in this position where, hey, I get to argue about which top pick we get in this generational draft. I mean, that's a fun situation to be in.
So, the interesting thing, too, in all of this, Lauren, is that you've been around Danny Ainge, you've been around Austin Aiden, Justin Zanuck, of course. They are going to, because I don't know if you know this or not, but there may be a player in this draft that might have some familiarity with some fans here in the state of Utah. I can safely say this. I don't know which way Danny or Austin or Jay-Z is going to go, but I can safely say school affiliation is not going to have anything to do with it. If that guy's the best player, they're going to take him. So I really truly believe that these guys are going to cut out all the noise. They're going to cut out all the opinions from people telling them who to pick at a random gas station that they fill up their car at, and they're just going to pick who they think is the best player. So anybody out there thinking you probably don't know, because I still think there's probably a lot of heavy conversation in that building as to who they're going to draft.
I think there is a lot of heavy conversation. I think one of the most interesting things about this draft is that people just across the league looking at things in the media aren't really sure who the definitive number 1 pick is going to be. I think for a long time it was AJ, and now there's the whole Darren thing, and people think maybe Darren could go, and then analytically there's people who think Cam Boozer could go. I mean, there's a lot of things, but AJ and Darren have been kind of the talk of the town, right? Of who could be number 1. And I think that makes this even more fun for Jazz fans and for all of us getting to prepare. We kind of don't know who's getting that number 1 spot. There's kind of a lot going up, but right, this is the time of the year though too. It's a couple of days out from the draft where it's like, stay off the internet, everyone.
Exactly.
There are smoke screens after smoke screens, and again, we might have a little, the random guy at the gas station doesn't know. I don't know. No one knows anything that's going on. You can prepare as much as you want, but the thing is, the thing we do know is that the Jazz are in good hands with the number 2 pick, and I think that's all that matters. And you can trust the front office with that. They are going to do their due diligence to, like you mentioned, pick the best player who's on the board.
Lauren, you have a unique opportunity. Obviously, you bring us to the minute stuff every night. That's very timely, and everybody really loves getting that insight. But at the same time, you behind the scenes, off the camera, you spend a ton of time around these guys, and can kind of speak to the chemistry that's developed, particularly through Keontae George last summer. Just kind of talk about that evolution and how you feel like the team chemistry is currently.
The chemistry was amazing this year, and the locker room culture was amazing compared to my first season, which was two seasons ago. I think they were both tough years, but last year you could see there was a clear difference and feel there was a difference with what this team was building. And yeah, you mentioned it, Tim. I think it started last summer with Keontae just really taking a hold of the reins of his own life and his own mentality, his own just even pushing himself physically even more than he ever has. And he started that in summer training last year. And you saw the young core last year was all here in Utah training, doing all different kinds of workouts on the track together, or the crazy, it looked like military workouts, right? With the tires and the parking lots and all the all the fun things that I was glad to watch from a side. I didn't have to do.
You were on the golf course. Be honest.
That's fun.
Smart. How is the golf game, by the way?
It's going well. I like to say, I was hoping you guys don't ask what I'm shooting right now, but I am out on the course as much as possible. I just played 9 holes last night because that's all I could get in. But I love golf.
Play more with Booner.
But,
Booner's tempo. Booner's tempo is just a nice thing to gauge your game by.
I do play with Boone sometimes. He's the one. He's taught me a lot. He's great. I take a lot of advice from him. But back to Keontae from last summer. He really made it an initiative to do a lot for himself, and really kind of, I think, influenced all of the guys around him. It's hard not to when you start building a culture like that. And so those were kind of the beginnings, I think, of the culture and locker room shift, were choices like that and hard conversations and everyone kind of making sure they're doing their role and putting in their work. And then I think heading into this season too, you had guys like Yusuf Nurkic and Kevin Love who had just a different type of veteran presence in the locker room as well. So you kind of mix the younger guys growing and coming into their own with a little bit of guidance too from players like that. And it was really beneficial this year to have that whole mixing pot of all of the goodness going on.
So you got the party out at the Southtown. I know you're going to be back in New York, but walk us through some of the coverage, because I know you guys are going to knock it out of the park.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of our broadcast team out there hosting everything. It's just going to be really fun. I know Delta Center's under construction right now, so it's going through things. So we're making sure the party doesn't stop because of that. My role specifically, I'll be bringing you that number 2 pick interview fresh off of his emotional moment, not too long after when he gets drafted. But yeah, there's going to be a bunch of fun stuff going on out there. I think just different activations, like little different games maybe, and food and things of that sort that you'll be able to be around. Kind of, I don't know if you guys remember the purple carpet party from last year on opening night, but I feel like similar vibes, but times 1,000, because this will be like the future of the Jazz. But then we'll also be running for people who are streaming too. You'll be able to watch just different content that we have produced up for this that I think you'll definitely want to tap into, whether it's some historical type of things, looking at the Jazz from that kind of lens, or just leading up to draft night and just looking at the future of the Jazz too. So it'll be pretty fun.
I'll tell you what's crazy, Lauren, with your life, when you can say that the Jazz had the number 2 pick 46 years ago and I was 10. I totally remember it. The Golden
Do you really?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I watched him play that year in the championship game against UCLA, and then all of a sudden he was in Salt Lake. So, just enjoy your time being young and relevant. It's really it's a fun time. Do you have you like to golf? What are other things you're doing this summer? You said you had shoots going on, so I know you have a million things, but what's the latest thing in Lauren's life?
Yeah, I mean, as much golf as possible, but I think even at the beginning, a little vacations here and there, visiting family, and then back in Chicago, was at the draft lottery as well. Just draft lottery and combine. So just really work.
Were you in the room with the lottery balls? Were you one of the representatives? No. Oh, okay.
I was not one of those lucky few, but
I want to chat with some people just because I've got theories on what goes on in there. All right, but we do have a bit of a bounty for you. So I'll chip in $10, Coach. I'm going to say he'll chip in $10 if you can make the draft pick cry in the first interview. Like if you bring up mom or you bring up, the journey or something like that. If you can get a tear out of the draft pick in that first interview, we'll make it worth your time. Okay.
Okay. I'll keep that one in mind. I'm sure the draft will take care of all of that though. I don't think I have to do any work with that when you go number 2.
I don't know that $20 is going to do it. Lauren's He's making money.
I know that. I know
fist,
that's way
this guy.
below. But look,
But just a gesture.
It's funny money.
Yeah, funny money.
Yeah.
It'll buy you a piece of cheesecake nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a round of golf. I'll take that.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what. Within reason, we're not like, the Booner, Jeremy Ranch courses, but, we'll get you a round of golf if you can get a tier from whoever number 2 is.
I'll play anywhere. I'll go in any fairway.
All right.
I'm not judging.
Hey, when you, obviously, I know you don't want to play favorites, but do you have a favorite? Like in terms of, do you have a pick? If Lauren Green is Austin Ainge, who would you go with? If you have any of the big 3 are available.
It's hard to say because the research that I've done, I feel like I've looked at every pro that could possibly work if you end up with any of these 3 guys. I can't choose a favorite. But I think that's what excites me is I've looked at all 3 of these guys and it's like, okay, if we end up with Cam, this is what this would look like. And this is how this would match with Jaren Jackson Jr. and how they would complement each other with maybe mixing together like some of their weaknesses versus not and things like that. Then you look at Darren Peterson as just overall what he brings and what he would look like alongside Keontae George. And then you look at AJ DeBonsa and you kind of look at the whole page, the whole package of what he brings and just from a community standpoint of like knowing Utah, but then also what he did this year at BYU and the different things he's accomplished just in that one season there. I look at all the pros we have and I am happy with any of them. I don't have a favorite.
Good answer. Good answer.
As long as you make them cry. And and then the only other thing I will add to that is, none of us have to make that decision. That's why they hired Austin. So everybody we've talked to has come back to that. I mean, I think David Locke and I have been all over the place, but it's never been, I don't want this guy for this reason. It's like I could see them all working. So I think we're all in the same spot.
Yeah, I think all 3 of these could work in some way or some form. And I think that's another thing when I'm online a lot looking at this discourse. Maybe I shouldn't be. But a lot of people are looking at just these 3 guys, maybe Jazz fans, people, like, how would this fit? How would this do this and this and that? And, when you have the number 2 pick, you're playing front office here. You're going to pick who the best player is on the board. And you're also they're going to fit in however they do. And it's going to be for a longevity reasons too. You're not worried about too many of things of that sort. I would think. I also don't work in the front office, but those are my thoughts. You have the number 2 pick. You have a player who's has the capabilities of changing your franchise. I don't think you're too positionally scared of things either.
So, I know you get to spend a lot of time the one-on-one interviews and the media availability with Will Hardy. Just from what he's worked with and what he's developed over the last couple of years, how fired up are you for him in having a fully loaded roster going into next season?
Yeah, I think Will is going to have a great time next year, just especially with what we saw, the glimpses this year, and even look at some of the big games that we did play. I think something that stuck out to me at one point of the season was the back-to-back the Jazz had where they beat the Pistons, who were like number 2 in the league. I forget what it was. Then played the Spurs in San Antonio, flew out that night, played the Spurs, beat them the next day, like the number 3 team at the time in the league. And when you saw glimpses like that in moments with Keontae and Lowry, and you saw moments of Will Hardy coaching down the stretch or coaching up Ace and different things like that, he's going to get to play with a lot of different toys next season. I guess you could put it plainly. He's going to get creative. And I think we haven't even seen what maybe he's able to do. Possibly. We've seen a lot of the Greg Popovich tree. You can look at Becky Hammon in the WNBA. You can look at what Mitch Johnson just did. You can look at what Ime Udoka's done in his career. And I think this will be a year where we really get to see what Will is capable of from that standpoint. And I know it's going to be creative. The offense is always run very creatively. And there's going to be a lot of different things to play around with.
We watched Keontae George. So you talked about his jump off the floor mentally, but we also watched him make a big jump on the floor. I tend to think that Ace Bailey's got one of those somewhere in his pocket. Do you feel like Ace has got more to show? Obviously, with a ton of momentum finishing last year.
Absolutely. Yeah, he finished it with great momentum last year, but also you can watch every good thing Ace Bailey did last season, especially towards the end of the season, and you can watch and still see how young he is on the court. You can watch any dunk highlights he has. You can watch any plays, the way he's crashing, the way he's helping on defense, and you can still point out like, oh wow, he is still just a 19-year-old kid. He is still really like fresh in this, and that's what's the exciting part. His IQ is crazy. His ability to want to learn and to soak up as much information as possible is high level, and that's what's all the exciting part. It's like he still looks like a really young kid who hasn't even grown into himself. And I don't even want to make this it's not a comparison, but I think it's more in my brain what I was seeing watching the playoffs and the finals this year. We saw Victor Wembanyama, third year in the league at 22 years old, and what he did against the Thunder and this Knicks team. And all of it was amazing, and he had his crazy nights, but you could still watch him and see how youthful he is on the court and how many young mistakes he still was making, and know that like, wow, this is only the beginning. And so when I look at Ace, not comparing them two at all as players, Wemby's an anomaly, but Ace is so talented already, and now everything's just kind of fine tuning, and then he's just also still growing into his NBA body. He's still so young. So I think the next two years, really, I mean, there could be huge jumps. It's always cool to watch the first jump from your rookie year to that second year though too. But there's so much room to grow for Ace.
All right, I know you're doing your homework and you're trying to find all these little tidbits about all these players so that when you have that interview, they're like, wow, I can't believe she knew that. All right, so Cameron's middle name is Sikander. So Cameron Sikander Boozer. So, if you drop that Sikander on him, I'm sure he's going to be like, okay, all right, she knows what's up.
The full government name.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Cameron Sikander Boozer. Here's the other thing. If you get Darren Peterson, his dad played at the University of Akron and graduated Akron. So his dad graduated college, Coach. You ready for this? In 2007.
Oh, for Pete. That's the year I started at BYU.
I know, right?
That makes me feel
You're ready to feel real old.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
AJ DeBonsa, this one's a little bit more publicly known, but you can tie it back in with the Jazz. So if AJ gets drafted on January 24th, he had the most points scored by a BYU freshman in a game. You know whose record he knocked off? Danny Ainge's.
Someone associated with us, yeah.
Danny Ainge, yeah. So there you go. He broke one of Danny Ainge records at BYU. So there you go. You can work those in regardless of who you're interviewing coming up on Tuesday. Okay?
Great.
Those
You're
are just
my homework.
Those are just free of charge. I mean, no charge.
Yep, that's what we do here.
Okay.
And the only other thing I'll say, I think you draft Boozer just on nickname alone. That is really cool. Sikander. I will let you know that Ron Boone has a middle name. Full name.
I don't know this.
I called him on it one day and he started chuckling. How'd you know that? It's Ronald Bruce Boone.
Ronald Bruce Boone.
So let's
didn't
all
even
start
know it was
counting
Ronald.
Bruce. Yeah, it is Ronald. Ronald Bruce Boone. Omaha, Nebraska's finest.
I did know the Omaha. I did not know the Bruce. All right.
I'm going to say that next time I see him.
I bet he'll love that.
Let's make it a thing, Lauren.
Yeah. Hey, Lauren, have a great time out there. We appreciate you hanging out with us.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you.
There she is, Lauren Green from that Jazz broadcast. She'll be part of the coverage of the NBA draft coming up on Tuesday. Of course, our own Ben Anderson will be there, and we will have our coverage right here on the Zone. We'll be down at JCW's, hanging out, grabbing some burgers, eating some cheese fries, and talking NBA draft.
Sikander.
All right, David Locke joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number one overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number one overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from.
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge of your seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is I'm assuming Alex did this in honor of Bruce. Don't bring me down.
Don't bring me down, Bruce. It's actually the song I played on Instagram too.
Ronald Bruce
Boone. He is going to be fairly. I guess it's something people could Google.
Yeah,
because I Googled it for him.
It's out there. All right, fired up to chat with David Locke. He'll join us coming up here in just a moment as the NBA draft just a few days away, coming up on Tuesday, as we will find out who the Jazz will be going with that number 2 overall pick. And in fact, to help break it down, here he is, the man, the myth, the legend. I've been knee-deep in the draft manifesto. Great work as always, David. How are you, by the way?
I am good. Yeah, free draft guide for all Jazz fans that we're putting out. Just a little breakdown of the 4 guys, and then we have a bigger one for everybody who's seen all the players. So fun stuff.
Nice. Well, so every time I go and my 15-year-old who's very emotionally invested in this draft, so we'll sit down and we'll watch the Bonsa highlights, and he's like, that's the guy. And then we'll watch Boozer highlights. He's like, oh, Dad, I think he's the guy. And then we'll watch little Darren Peterson, especially some of that high school film, and he's like, oh, no, we got to go with him. So I got to imagine that depending on what film you watch last is kind of where a lot of people are leaning right now.
So I actually just knowing I was doing this today, and a little bit of what your point is that I was beginning to get a vibe that the media all has AJ at 1 in every mock.
Yes.
You have to see a mock where he's not. And a bunch of people are want to be differential and have their board have Boozer up top because they're analytically based. But everybody else, their mocks all have AJ. And so I just ran around the league to the people I trust the most, have known for 20 years, who I kind of know I'm not going to say who they are, and just kind of, hey, what's your breakdown? Because I was beginning to get the vibe that the media all had AJ at 1 and the NBA all had somebody else. And one of them just said, I don't really have a strong opinion, to be honest. The top 3 is the top 3. And I thought that kind of summed it up. I will say I am getting back a little bit more AJ1 than any of the other names. So I do think the AJ's more and more universally NBA one also. The most interesting comment I got from someone was on the same idea was, I'm trading back to 3.
Yeah.
They're so even that if I can get something else and end up with one of the 3, that's the win. I thought that was a really interesting point of view.
We were talking earlier about all the different, maybe tiebreakers. And, I mean, the one thing that's hard to argue with Boozer is the winning piece. Like, the dude has just won everywhere he's been, and not only won, but stood out on that winning team. How much do you think will go into that, David? Like, do you think because it's a really close thing, maybe a guy who's known for winning and being responsible, and another one that agency's throwing a bunch of fog, do you think that impacts it at all?
No. And I don't know if the winning matters, right? Like, I know that sounds terrible, and I asked this question, but does the winning, Dylan Harper looked like he was pretty set on winning this in June, and he didn't win at all in college.
Right.
I mean,
brought that up.
And you can say what you want about Paul George. He wasn't even over 500 at Fresno State.
I mean, I literally remember somebody telling me that the reason the Jazz didn't draft Paul George is didn't win enough at Fresno State.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Right? Oops, take that one back. So I do think it's a plus in Boozer's column, right? I just don't think it's a negative in the other guys' columns. How's that?
I think that's fair. I think that's what I was hoping you would say, because there's nothing cut in dry in this process. It is, beauty truly is in the eye of the beholder. And I am pretty confident there's still heated discussions being had, because I can't imagine, Scotty and I and you, we do this as just, trying to keep up with it. Those guys are trying to make the decision, but I've said it this week 3 times. I keep coming back to, man, I'm just glad I don't have to make the decision.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've swayed. If I had 100 little chips that I was going to put on a table, right? I think at one point in time, I probably, listening to everyone before I drafted, AJ had 80 chips at number 1. He hasn't been over 33% of my chips at 1 yet. since. Like, once I started watching, they all kind of got even to me. I agree. I think at one point I had Darren a little higher. Here's the area where I think I'm a little different than everybody else.
Well, there's a lot of those. Yeah.
The fact that you're doing this from a mine somewhere is one of them. You're dangling from a mine. Go ahead.
Right. I think Boozer's the swing. Like, you hear people say, I want to take the big swing. We have the second pick. We got to take the biggest swing we can take. I think Boozer's the swing. I think also Boozer is the one who has the everyone says he's the safe pick. I totally disagree. I think he's the biggest pendulum swing of these guys. There's a chance he's an absolute winner, game changer, culture changer, top 5-10 player in the NBA, 22 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, like game changer. Ball in the hand, switching, setting picks, doing everything. There's also a chance that if the ball handling turns out to not really be a part of it, and it's only sugar on top, not the substance. And he's not great at a lot of things. He's a good shooter. He's a good passer. He's just a piece. And I think he's got, and then that his lack of athleticism actually becomes a negative in some way. Like, I think he'll learn how to deal with it, but it's a real issue. I think he's the swing. Darren Peterson, to me, I know with all the noise and everything else, and maybe there's a medical issue, I think he's the safest pick out there. Like, how many 6'6", 210-pound shooting guards that can shoot fail? Zero.
To me, it's pretty simple that if AJ goes 1, you have a chance to get a guy who I think has a chance to be in the top 5 players in the league in Darren Peterson. I don't think you can say that about Cameron Boozer. And if
it's interesting. I don't know that I think so. The amount of 6'6" guards that become the top 5 players in the league, or 6'5", 6 like that's so you have to become Shea.
No, I think he's got the skill set. Now I don't know if he's got it upstairs, but I've talked to a lot of people that I trust, and they think this guy's got like superstar potential.
I mean, the game's crazy easy to him. It's crazy easy. And his burst is real, and he sees the passing lanes. That's actually the thing watching him I'm probably most impressed with, is how many times he got his hands on a ball and got a steal that you just didn't see happening. Yeah. The lack of shots at the rim at Kansas is a little disturbing. I just honestly, like, when you start listing the top 5 players, if you kind of go back through the generation of players and you're getting a top 5 player in the NBA, Scotty, that prototype of the 6'6" guard, there actually aren't, like Michael, right? Kobe, actually, but there aren't a lot of, if you're not one of those 2 guys, you're Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Or you're Bradley Beal, and those aren't top 5 players in the NBA very often. That's where I think Darren Peterson, to me, is like a top 15 to top 30 player in the NBA. Like, that's his high and that's his low. Like, I just don't think he moves a lot inside that. Whereas Boozer, to me, is a top 5 player in the NBA and maybe a top 75 player in the NBA. And kind of the same thing with AJ. Like, if AJ develops a 3-point shot, oh, geez, Louise, like, he's Jason Tatum. He's a top 5 player. But if he doesn't, he's Julius Randle, Pascal Siakam, and Paulo Banchero, and those guys are hard to play with.
The one thing I found interesting, I found a ton interesting, but I dug into the curse of the number 2 pick.
Yeah.
And, the common denominator there is bigs, mostly
100%.
bigs, right? Which makes you then swallow hard with Boozer. I mean, there are just so many things that would guide. If you didn't really have a true north, you could get swayed back and forth. But that was one. And so basically it was that 3 basically outperforms 2, correct?
Yes, by a good margin.
Do you have any hypothesis as to why?
I think that people go to size on number 2 a little bit. And that's Tim's right. The interesting one is I hear all these guys pontificating about the Ainge style of drafting, which is total crap, by the way. Seriously, go look at, first of all, Austin is not Danny. Can we go with that first?
Yes.
So Austin is not Danny. So the idea that Danny's drafted a bunch of ways does not mean that Austin is a robot that follows Danny. The Austin age drafting, we know one thing. He drafted Ace Bailey, and he drafted Walter Clayton Jr. Those are the two things we know about him. But if you want to do the Ainge history of drafting, they actually have drafted more often than not heavy set players. And they've missed on most of them. Yabusele, Semi Ojale was a second-round pick, so it's not a big miss. Grant Williams. Go look at them. If they have a pattern, everyone likes to say that their pattern is, they like long, athletic wing, like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Sure, they did that at 3, and that's maybe the only ones that are relevant. But if you go look at their drafting history, I would argue that they draft non-athletes more often than they draft athletes.
Baylor Shireman?
Yeah, Baylor Shireman, Jared Sullinger, Fab Mello. Those are all missed. And they've missed on most of their big guys.
I will throw them.
David, do better.
One thing.
I was just trying to see if you're paying attention. I was trying to see if you're paying attention.
Hey, that's a relative term around here. We got skin and bones to my left, and I'm trying to reach the fat pinnacle again.
I was just trying to see if people are paying attention.
Yeah, we're always.
Yeah.
No, but one great find, a couple great finds. Neesmith, they did a great job of locating him at 14. I think he's out.
Yeah.
I think he's been great. And Peyton Pritchard, they actually traded in to get him in the first round.
Yeah, right.
So, but you're right. I see Romeo Langford.
Not particularly athletic.
Grant Williams.
He actually fits. Not a heavy set. Low center of gravity.
Robert Williams.
We call him big boned. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Grant Williams is a good pick. Those aren't bad. Grant Williams probably was a good pick. Probably got you value for that position.
I mean, that was 22. So
yeah, that's a good. These aren't bad. They aren't bad picks. I'm just commenting that the
style.
The style is that they're drafting Boozer.
Yeah, that's fair.
That would be the style. All right, let's have fun with this one. Okay, I don't think this has anything to do with how they're drafting. Okay. 4 years from now, are you better with Keontae Ace Boozer or Peterson Ace Kessler?
I think I'm seeing Keontae Ace Boozer.
Yeah, I am too.
Really? I'm the other way. I'm Peterson Ace Kessler.
Hey,
I'm kind of with Scott. I'm with Scotty, by the way. Like, I don't think the difference is big. Okay, let me just say that. But if AJ goes 1, I'm kind of with Scotty. I love Boozer. I think he'll be great. I think he's gonna average 20 and 10. I don't think I can pass on this kid.
No.
The game's too easy for him.
It just looks different.
And the other one about him that I just can't figure out, and I've tried to talk to a lot of people about it, and no one's clear, is he an iconoclast loner or a stone-cold killer? And there's a lot of people I've talked to who think his kind of quietness, I'm guessing that Kawhi Leonard, Kobe Bryant, a bunch of NBA champions, when they were interviewed at 18, were pretty freaking quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't want to say it, but you do hear the name Kobe come up with Darren Peterson a lot, and I hate even mentioning that, but when you just look at a raw skill set at his age and look back, to that 96 draft, and it's just yeesh, there might be something there.
I just think he's just think about it as a long jump, right? How far do you have to jump? If you're Darren Peterson right now, how far do you have to make him jump to be great? Not very far.
No.
If you got A.J. DeBonta, your jump is that he's going to play defense, which I think he will, actually. He didn't at BYU, but I think he'll play defense. And that he's got to be able to make shots. That's a decent-sized jump for a 6'9" guy who shots that flat. That's a decent-sized jump. Cameron Boozer's going to be Doncic, Jokic, one of these. That's a pretty good-sized jump. Caleb Wilson's going to put together shooting and a handle and get a little stronger. And that's a really big jump. But it's maybe the jump that actually would not surprise me if 5 years from now, Caleb Wilson's the best player out there. Like, that would not shock me at all.
Yeah.
Darren's jump is just super small. Like, I don't have to be like long jump Jesse Owens champion here. Like, I don't have to do anything amazing. Like, I don't have to be like a decathlete. Like, it's not a big jump for him. I just think he's the simple pick.
And I think at the end of the day, I think that's, if AJ goes 1, I think that's where they're going.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
And that's pretty sick, by the way. Like, and by the way, like, he comes off the bench as the 6th man to start the year. He plays 16 minutes a night with Keontae. He plays 16 minutes a night as the sole ball handler. Plays 32 minutes a night when it becomes abundantly obvious he's just so damn good he has to start, he does. Like, it fits, too. Like, what I keep being kind of, we're looking for the best. I think the Jazz approach on this is they're looking for their best player in 5 years. Like, this should be their best player in 5 years, maybe even in 3 years. So fit doesn't really matter. But if it's tied, fit matters, and he fits best.
Anthony Edwards, 6'4", 225.
Yeah. Like, if that's what you got, oh, God, let's go. Anthony Edwards couldn't shoot in college. I mean, we got that. It's inch taller and adds 10 pounds. Oh, my. Let's go. Holy smokes.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Are you at all concerned, like perhaps maybe a particular agency of Keontae and Darren on the same team on the court together?
Wasserman has like 750 clients.
Yeah, leave us alone.
Like, seriously. No, seriously. Go to realgm.com.
Oh, yeah. No,
which has a list of, like, agents.
That's how I found it, yeah.
Keontae's agent has 40 clients, and Matsubari, or whatever his name is, who's representing Darren Peterson, has, like, 39 clients. Oh, super. So our new rule is that you two agents represent 80 players, and we can't have 2 of them. Shut the front door.
Hey, it's Salt Lake. By the way, before we let you go, Jamil just reached out and said, man, I feel like he's listening. Jalen's listening. So it says, like, hey, man, fall can't come soon enough. Feels like we're back in the studio. Our guys.
Wheel of Fortune superstar. That woman stole his fame.
Oh, yeah.
I'm finding her.
Yeah.
Man, she was sharp. But I love my boys, Jalen and Jamil. 2 of the best you can find.
Jalen and Jamil are the best. They're great. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be a wild Tuesday. I will say the biggest thing is it's interesting to me that with all the noise, the FanDuel sports odds on AJ have stayed dead set the same. I think Peterson's agent actually did the right thing. If I was Darren Peterson's agent, I would have done the exact same thing. I would have worked out for Washington and not gone to another workout. There's no upside to coming to Utah to visit, and there's no downside for him to not come to Utah to visit. There's literally none. So I would have done the exact same thing if I was his agent, and I would have tried to portray him as the number 1 pick and only the number 1 pick. And then when Utah drafts him and say, we got a guy who's the number 1 pick, we just got him at number 2, and you do the whole thing and you get all the marketing for it, I would have done the exact same thing. So I see zero impact of the Darren Peterson, like, hey, I went to Washington and they think I'm great and I'm going to stay. Like, I think it's smart. Like, so I have no problem. I actually, all the shenanigans this week, I really have very little problem with what anyone's done.
Yeah, I agree with you. David, appreciate your time, my guy.
Sounds good. Okay, Tuesday, get here soon enough. Can I plug the free Jazz draft guide, or is that not okay?
Oh, no, you can give it. But good by me.
LockedOnPodcast.com/Jazz draft guide. It's about a 12-page PDF. It's totally free. And it's basically all it is a summation of every podcast I've done since April, and Leafs done since April 20th.
Nice. Look at you go.
You guys are incredible. Love it. It's great stuff.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks, buddy.
There he is.
Good luck down in the mine.
David Locke. He is the play-by-play voice of the Utah Jazz. All right, we'll wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, you have got an opportunity to have Beehive Meals sent right to your door. In fact, by the way, can I share a text with you? I would love you. I would love you too. Our good friend Andrea said, hey, I need Tim's number and address for Beehive Mills because you, my friend, are part of the Beehive family. And I know you've been part of the family for 2 years now because you've had those meals show up at your door. They're awesome. They're great. What a great way to feed the family.
Just last night, we had Italian chicken. And instead of putting it over the rice, we did it over pasta. And that's one of the fun things about it. You can mix and match. But the ingredients that come are ready to go. They're fresh, and it has been a game changer for us with just 2 of us at home.
And if you want the experience of getting outside and cooking, but you don't like the prep and the cutting and the measuring and all that, they've got flat top mills too. So outside of their already slow cooker mills, which takes no effort on your part, if you want to get pretend like you're a bit of a Iron Chef, get the flat top menu. They'll come all prepared. All you have to do is throw it on your griddle, your skriddle, and your
grill it.
Your grill it on your flat top, and you're good to go. It's really simple. All you have to do is go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all well. Thanks for making us part of your day as we wrap up another edition of the show. This was fun.
How did that go so fast?
That was a fast one.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I so enjoyed getting to have Cam Walker in studio. What a good dude, doing great things at Utah State. And man, he said it. They're building a new conference. It's an exciting time up there.
Yeah, and we may have some stuff brewing on July 1st up there too to
Sounds
celebrate
fun.
the big day.
Let's do it.
We'll have some fun for sure. Alex, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure.
You know what? It's just, it's nice when there's a good stabilizing force on the show that you always know you can rely on.
We've been somewhat, I don't want to say this too, latchkey children.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Hey, guys, the show's going. Just if you guys need anything, I'll be down the hall.
Look, go watch some cartoons. Go get yourself some cereal. Mom and Dad will be home around 6 o'clock.
Don't touch any of those buttons.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
And just do your job.
Yeah, we are the generation of latchkey kids. All right, 1:57, that's it for us. Enjoy your weekend. Hopefully you get tomorrow off. We will be out, but we'll be back with you on Monday, 97.5 VKSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. In the draft on June 23rd, it's not just about talent. It's about building the right team. And that's exactly what you'll get when you work with the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. By using premium marketing plans and pricing your home strategically, the Stern team has built a championship-level lineup designed to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to win in today's real estate market, draft a team that's been winning for years in Salt Lake City. And that's the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern team.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Everything I have heard, Walker loves Utah. Walker wants to be in Utah. Walker's happy in Utah. Walker would prefer to end up in Utah, but he just wants as much money as possible.
He was around the team an incredible amount last year.
Yep, he was.
He was with them on the road on trips that he absolutely did not need to go to for a player that shut it down for the entire year. And he was with them at the end of the year, again, where he had even less incentive to be with the team, around the players, around the new players in Jaren Jackson Jr.
The Jazz love Walker the person. They really like Walker the player. They want him to be a part of their team. But you can't pay the wrong person too much money because then you're not building a championship team anymore. You know, you're not building a contending team. You're just paying your dudes because you like your dudes, and that's not the job. You've got to get everybody in the right place at the right price.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors.
My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmer Mania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Second half's about to get underway, Ben.
4.
Currently, as the show is going on, the Bosnia-Herzegovina World Cup team that we have, of course, adopted because they have adopted us.
Yes.
They have made their home base out there in Harriman, and you and I jumped on board immediately, of course, and then, the affinity for Yusuf Nurkic, who we've named the Bosnian Beak. So now the Bosnia-Herzegovina soccer team, World Cup team, football team.
Yep.
We've designated the Bosnian Beaks. And they are currently tied with the Swiss team at 0 starting the second half. And they had a great opportunity and totally blew it. Listen, Ben, you know me. My style of sport that I like is team.
Yes.
Team.
You're not a one-man guy.
That's not how I operate. Set your teammate up. Think about the team. Man, this dude had a wide open shot and tried to pass it through a double team. There's just some circumstances where you just got to pull the trigger.
Absolutely. I saw it last night. Now, Colombia ended up beating Uzbekistan. But the same thing. Now, again, I think they were even up 2-1. They were playing pretty conservatively. But they had a wide open net, and the guy tried to pass, and I thought, I'm a soccer expert. Put it in the back of the net.
I love the thought. Get the glory for somebody else. Set somebody else up. But at some point, When the game's on the line, you got to pull that trigger.
Absolutely. Can't be afraid of it.
And the Beaks left one on the board.
Well,
completely disappointed, but we've got a whole second half to play.
Go Beaks.
I don't know a single player on their team other than number 5, who I now don't like anymore.
Yeah.
They should bench him. I didn't see if they made any subs at the half, but
Throw him out.
Get 5 out of there. He doesn't have what it takes to beat the Swiss. And we gotta start getting some results. Tie in round 1, but we got to get a win here if we're going to get to, what do they call it?
The elimination round.
Knockout play.
Knockout, yeah.
Got to make that happen.
Let's go Beaks.
I'm pretty excited about it, to be honest.
Beaks are in white.
The Beaks, yeah.
Okay.
You should get that straight.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
Well, Switzerland's flag is red.
Red and white, though,
And
I
white.
guess, but no blue, which there's blue.
Is there blue? Okay.
You squinted that all the way there. That was impressive. That was impressive for those of you watching on the YouTube stream. That was pretty good. Pretty good squinting. All right, so we'll keep you updated on the Bosnian Beaks as that goes along. 0-0 at the beginning of the second half, but there continues to be a lot going on especially locally, Ben. It doesn't feel like there's been much of a quiet time to summer in the slightest. But Walker got tired of the windy guy for the Mouse, mischaracterizing reports about him, and he took to the talk snap.
Do you want to read it? Do you want me to read it? Can you read it? I know your eyes are, like me, squinting to see if Bosnia-Herzegovina.
I know both of us should really just suck it up.
Here's
and where his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
I've got it right here. I've seen what's being said.
Uh-huh.
And I want it to be clear that I've always wanted to be here. I love this city, these fans, my teammates, my coaches. That's real to me. You don't grow roots where you don't want to be. Take that, Ben.
I do think that coincides with everything I have said, everything we've always heard. In fact, it's exactly what you said yesterday. Wasn't that guy at like every Jazz game last year?
Yeah.
Like, that's not a guy who doesn't want to be on the team.
No, on like stupid road trips too.
Bad road trips on a team that's trying to lose.
Right.
And Walker's still sitting there. So with a bum shoulder, nothing I had ever been told, nothing Walker had ever said to me, nothing I've ever heard from the Jazz, nothing from Walker's actions had ever said anything but he wanted to be in Utah. And then it came out that he was frustrated, which I think is totally fair. He said he was frustrated last year. And then Brian Windhorst yesterday, as we've talked about a lot and don't need to go back over, kind of mischaracterized Sam Amick's article, saying that he didn't want to be in Utah anymore, which I don't think was ever true. And it got bad enough that Walker came out and had to clear the air and honestly undercut some of the negotiating power of his team that he might leave Utah. He said he wants to be here. That gives the Jazz a little extra power.
And I don't know his motivations. I have no idea, but reputation does matter. And it wouldn't surprise me if agents or managers or whoever's got his ear sometimes don't value reputation as much as I don't know what they call it in politics, Ben, the principle, how much they value reputation. And I'm sure Walker values his reputation. Good for him. Don't let it get dragged through the mud just for, some negotiating leverage if that's not what you want to do. Now, if you're one of those people who don't care and knock yourself out, then I guess so. But Walker doesn't appear to be one of those people, which good for him. And that is why I wanted to make that point yesterday. 1,000%. The only words and reports and all this stuff, the only thing I've actually seen was the guy show up time after time when he wasn't required to show up and actually be interacting with teammates and things. And no offense to Dante Exum, okay? But I saw Dante Exum disappear for years at a time.
Yeah.
And again, you can do that. You're injured. You've got to rehab and get back to where you got to be, however you got to do it. But in Walker's particular case, he was around the team a ton. I don't know, Ben, if you can think back in your mind's eye, but probably for the first month, maybe after the injury, you didn't really see him.
I don't remember
very
well, but
it was a month, maybe a couple months in, where all of a sudden he was back around.
Yep.
And he didn't have to be. And not to reiterate or not to be repetitive, but we're talking like 2-3 night road trips where they're playing 2 games in Oklahoma City and, Indianapolis.
Uh-huh.
And he's riding along on these road trips and being quite engaged and involved, which does not send the signal to me that he doesn't like it. So It is why I wanted to bring that up yesterday, because that's not necessarily fair. But he should be allowed to play the game, and that's what he's doing. He's playing the game. His side is playing the game. The Jazz are playing the game, and we'll see where it goes. But I think it's a good sign, too, maybe that he's more the realistic type as opposed to the feelings type.
I think it's easy to forget that these guys are still really young adults. You know, Walker is still only 24. This is the first contract negotiation he's ever been a part of, and you have a 50-year-old agent in Aaron Mintz. His brother, I think, is a part of his agency as well.
But they've been around forever.
Been around.
Mm-hmm.
At least Mintz has. You know, at least Mintz has been doing this. And you see these guys who have negotiated tough contracts and know how to do everything, and you just kind of default to them. And you take a back seat because contract negotiations aren't fun. I don't know how many people have ever been a part of them. They're not particularly enjoyable. You're trying to get more money for yourself. The company wants to give you as little as possible usually, and you've got to find a middle ground, and it makes you feel like your relationships are on the line, etc. So oftentimes I think players bow out and say, I don't know how to do it. I'm going to let my agent do it, which a lot of times is the right way to do it. But if you are being mischaracterized, I think some players still don't feel confident enough to step in and say, no, I need to speak for myself. Because the agent will say, let me handle it. Let me handle it. Let me handle it. I don't want you to do anything like go online and say you want to be in Utah and hurt our negotiating tactics. I do think that does happen, and players listen to their agents and say, okay, fine, we won't do anything. I really credit Walker for stepping out and saying, you know what? I actually do think my reputation matters. This matters to me. I do like the city, and I want everyone to know that. I actually really applaud Walker for not hiding behind his agent or his manager or whoever was talking to Sam Amick, because it may have not been an agent. It may have not been Aaron Mintz. It may have been somebody else entirely. We don't know. Sometimes parents, sometimes girlfriends, sometimes it's the Omar Cooper, sometimes it's Uncle Dennis that aren't actually agents, get out there and leak stuff to somebody to try and get more money for themselves or whatever it is. So I really credit Walker for stepping out of the shadows and putting his face to something.
I agree.
I think it's hard to do.
No, I agree. But to add on about agents, listen, all the worst things in the NBA, the things that we all complain about, they all generated with some agent somewhere.
Uh-huh.
I mean, not all agents are the worst humans on the planet, but how does that go? Most of them, I don't know, are or at least as far as fans go. I'm representing their client. That's what they're supposed to do. But how many stories have you heard just covering the NBA, for the time that you've been around, of agents telling their players, like, listen, ignore your teammates and go out there and score as much as possible.
Yep.
Don't listen to the coach. Get out and do this. I don't know exactly where it's coming from. Again, agents, who knows? But remember when somebody got in Paul Millsap's ear about how he was a starter when Carlos Boozer was out, and Carlos Boozer came back, and it was super awkward, and it was a headache for Jerry to have to deal with who was going to do this. But there was an agent in Paul's ear that said, listen, you're a starter in this league, dude. You're not going to go back to the bench.
Right.
And he went back to the bench because Carlos Boozer was the star at the time, so of course he did. But it was something that they had to deal with. Agents are in players' ears, telling players to be selfish all the time, even when selfishness isn't always what leads to winning. And so it's easy to say, oh, don't worry about your reputation. We're gonna squeeze every dollar out of this team. Just watch it. We're gonna plant stories. I've got Sam Amick on the horn.
I've done this before.
We're gonna make it happen. This is how it goes. Utah is particularly sensitive about these types of matters, so this is really going to hit a nerve with their fan base. All those things. You can see it. And then Walker saying, "Listen, I love it." Is good for him. I don't know why he did it, but good for his reputation. Maybe he knows he has to live here.
Correct. Maybe he knows I'm going to be here. The Jazz have made every indication that I'm going to be there. Do I really want to ruin the relationship with these fans that I have no reason to ruin?
I think they might have poisoned Gordon Hayward in a similar circumstance.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Not likely. But possibly.
But possibly. No, absolutely.
I gotta live there. They're not going to let me go. I believe them when they say that. So let's not submarine my relationship with the community, because in all honesty, Walker does... what local campaign does he do? He's right up front. Is it
UCCU?
Is it UCCU?
It's all over buses. You see him everywhere.
All over town. Yeah, he doesn't hate being popular in his community, and Jazz fans love Walker Kessler.
Absolutely. And he shouldn't ruin that. And you know what? In all honesty, the long term, and I say this a lot, I mean, this is certainly my approach to life. I would rather be happy at my job than unhappy and paid more. In all honesty. Now, you have to be able to make a living. Walker's clearly making a living. But does Walker want to milk every last penny out of the Jazz based purely on the leverage of I hate it here? And then he's stuck here with everyone hating him back? Like, knowing Walker, I do not think he wants to be hated by anybody. Like, and I don't pretend to know Walker particularly well, but this is the 4th year he's been in Utah. I've talked to him every year. I talk to him a couple times a month at least during the season. He's not a guy who wants to be a bad guy. He doesn't want to be viewed as a bad guy. He wants fans to like him. He certainly doesn't want fans to blame him or hate him for anything. I don't know how well he would handle that. He would be better off, I would imagine, making $3 million less than he could absolutely squeeze out of the best team or whatever, the worst team or the best contract he could get, but hate every day of being in the NBA. He would be better served by enjoying himself with a little less money than milking everything he can and being like, well, I'll put my reputation on the line.
You know what's funny, that where my mind immediately goes, because this is what professional athletes deal with, is that's exactly what Derek Favors did, and it took the light out of his development. No offense. I hope Derek's not listening because he's a very nice man.
Uh-huh.
But he got his dough.
Yeah.
And he got comfortable.
Yep.
And he stopped. He was on a real upward trajectory, and that really plateaued after that. And maybe it's other reasons. I don't know. I don't know Derek's full story, obviously.
Well, I mean, his mom died right after. There was some stuff. There was definitely some stuff.
Absolutely, because we're dealing with humans, and that's why I'm trying to tread lightly. But there is something to what he did 2 years ago, where he figured out that I'm going to have to eat elbows for a living.
Uh-huh.
And it's really hard, and it's not particularly great. I have to go prop up these heavy players that are increasingly skilled, and I have to figure out how to do the hard things that nobody else wants to do. And guess what? You don't get a whole lot of credit for it. But that's going to be his job. Well, what's the motivation for that is very important, because again, it's not easy. It's not glamorous. You're not going to, automatically make all NBA teams because you're scoring 28 points a game. That's not going to be his role. So what is motivating you to get there? Well, that's money. Why did he make that big leap 2 years ago? Probably someone was in his ears like, you got to get it together. You're not going to make any money.
Greg Ostertag signed his contract and retired. He got his first big deal and retired. And people forget that, I think he signed it after his second season. He used to be able to sign quicker. I think he signed his extension after his second year.
It was after they went to the finals and beat Shaq.
Right.
So it was
the first time?
It was
Maybe
the second time, because they beat Houston in the conference finals first time and then swept Shaq.
Right. And he's playing better. Like you thought, okay, Ostertag actually is the center the Jazz have long looked for.
Well, he got a bunch of run for being the Shaq-to-dote.
And then...
I just made that up, by the way.
I like it. And then he retired. Now, he didn't stop playing basketball. He stopped trying hard.
Well, he stopped getting better, certainly.
Yeah, he stopped getting better. So that's what you have to... That is always the concern. But I'm with you. I think Walker did recognize, I don't want to be Luke Cornett. I don't want to be a backup big man in the NBA. I think I can start. I do want to make $30 million a year. And I'm going to eat those elbows that Jake's talking about. Yeah, exacbly right.
And
That's
he probably made this decision that he was going to get as much as he possibly could 2 years ago when he decided to eat those elbows. So it really is all connected, which really makes it delicate. It just does.
Yep.
Because you're dealing with humans. And, Austin Ainge appears to be somewhat more human than his father, because his father is notoriously not very human. Not when it comes to these types of interactions, which I'm sure is hard in and of itself. So you're dealing with human beings. You're dealing with artificial structures like salary caps and what you're actually have the ability to pay somebody. Think about that. I mean, that's not a challenge in most modern American business, Well, maybe it is in a different way, but an artificial salary structure that makes it so I can compensate this person only so much.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure Keontae, to combine two conversations, I'm sure his side is screaming Max. They're saying Maxis.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
Right.
Max is out.
Third-year player, 24 points a game. You want us around. Yeah.
It's pretty wild Rudy bent off the Supermax. Now, it was super smart of Rudy because it made it so he could sign another deal, and he wasn't so unreasonable financially. Every team, he becomes Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
So he actually really hit a good sweet spot because he was eligible for the Supermax, remember, because of the defensive players of the year, and said, I'll take a little less.
I suspect, Walker's going to re-sign with the Jazz. Walker's going to be in Utah.
Yeah, he's a restricted free agent. It's a thing.
I think it's going to end up around 3 years. I don't think it's going to be 5 years. I could be wrong on that. Again, my guess. I think it's going to be 3 years between 90 and 100 million.
The 5 years thing is PR. My opinion. I'm not saying my opinion because Walker's never going to sign a 5-year contract.
And it's extremely beneficial for the Jazz. You get a little guy locked up at $28 million for 5 years. 5 years from now, $28 million is not that much money.
Listen, rookies not taking max length extensions. It was controversial, and when did Kevin Durant signed one that was 4 with a 5th option, and LeBron signed the next offseason and said, absolutely not, just 3, that's it.
Yeah.
And then there were players that were kind of in there that some took a little bit longer, but eventually what came out in the wash was if you were any good, you signed a 3-year extension.
3-year.
That was it.
Player option on the 4th if you needed it.
And you're going to hit unrestricted free agency because it was the fastest way to your next deal, which is significantly less restricted than your rookie extension is. And so why people would sign a 5-year deal absolutely came to the forefront. Like, why would I sign this deal? Unless you really aren't worth it.
So Walker is 24 now.
Right.
Does it behoove him to sign a 5-year deal so the next time he hits free agency, he's 29, or sign a 3-year deal now and then sign another 3-year deal then and be signing his 3rd contract with a real negotiation, not a rookie deal, his 3rd contract when he's 30 years old? Otherwise, he's not negotiating that contract until he's 33.
Well, let me ask you
Probably
this.
past his prime.
Let me ask your opinion, and let me ask what he thinks. Like, if you could channel Walker Kessler. Does he suck and is just pretending to be good?
Sure.
I mean, that's the crux.
Yeah.
Is he just pretending?
Right.
Or is he going to be worth far more than this in 3
Do
years?
I want to retire after this contract? And I mean after I sign it, not 5 years from now. I mean, do I never want to have to play hard again? Then you sign a 5-year deal.
Yeah.
Because you get the most money on the first deal and you never play hard again. You stop eating elbows. You turn into a backup. You don't care.
Or you're like Ennis. You've still got that number 5 shine, and people just aren't really sure.
Yeah.
And if you yourself know, like, dude, I've got people buffaloed.
I'm not made of the right stuff.
Get that ink on that contract immediately.
But if you're betting on yourself, you go short.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I don't know how Walker feels about himself or how the Jazz feel. You know, they're trying to figure out financially what the best reward is for Walker that's fair to everybody, I would guess. Because you don't want to short your own player, but you can't overspend. So, you know, it's a delicate dance because I'm sure the Jazz want a deal that's fair. That's how you do business in the NBA. If you start doing business the wrong way out of bad faith, then you get a bad reputation, and that goes a long way because there's only like 10 agents out there, and they're out there controlling all of the players. So it's a delicate dance.
And it behooves everyone to find the right deal, make everyone happy. Jazz do want Walker to be happy. Walker wants the Jazz to be, bought in on him as well. So they'll find a meeting ground. They'll find a common point, and Walker will be back in Utah.
Well, I don't know. They might not find a common point, and they'll just match, and he'll be back in Utah.
It's possible.
Yeah, which is hard part for him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know what? If there is a team out there that wants to give him $37 million a year, good for Walker. Go sign that contract.
It's this number 5 guy, dude.
Okay.
Cowardly.
The Swiss have been in total control of this game.
We need the
since the second half.
Back in it. Got to get some momentum going our way.
Well, there's a yellow card for Switzerland, so that's good.
Should have been a red.
Get him
I didn't
out of
even see it, but it should have been a red. Oh, look at that. He should be removed from the tournament.
Yeah, kick him out.
Kick him out for good. I mean, if that's not malicious, I don't know what is. All right. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
He is the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Is there a point where you lock your board down and say, okay, we're all on the same page. Let's not overanalyze this. This is all what we're feeling, and let's just stick with it.
I think at some point after we get everybody in and spend our time with them, and that's kind of the final bit of information that we haven't been able to gather. And again, I don't want to overrate that and say that everything comes down to a few meetings with us. We'll just try to not lock it in until then. And then, pretty shortly thereafter, we'll kind of just say, all right, this is what we're going to do. These two, this is number one, this is number two. If one's there, we take them. If one's gone, we'll take two. And that's the way we'll do it.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge of your seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Free rock chip repair for the life of your new windshield? This is Greg at Glass Doctor, and it's a rockin' rock chip summer. Come take advantage of our $75 lifetime chip repair program for your current windshield. That's right, pay $75 once, and you're covered for your current windshield. Need a new windshield? Good news. Any new windshield we install gets that same no-cost chip repair. Get a chip? Bring it into us. If it's fixable, we'll take care of it. Check us out at glassdoctor.com. That's glassdoctor.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. You missed it there during the break. Ben, the Beaks had a shot on frame. It was right there.
Oh. Well, you missed it earlier. The Beak goalkeeper saved an incredible bicycle kick.
Oh, yeah?
Had a great save. Yeah, I mean, it got kicked right to him. But still, like an awesome, true bicycle kick that would have been the goal of the tournament so far.
And it was stifled?
Stifled. It was a great play.
All right. Bosnia-Herzegovina still tied 0-0.
They're showing the highlights right
now. Oh,
now.
yeah, you'll probably get the shot. It was it was pretty good right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Time for the
Is
top.
that a hydration break?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, nice.
I wonder if there's going to be riots. Where are they in?
Place down L.A.
L.A. Oh, yeah.
That's SoFi.
Yeah, no.
That's a cool stadium, man.
Everybody's stoked about going to get a beer, I'm sure. Have you been there? I have not been. I've been outside of it.
No, we've driven by it.
Yeah.
When we've gone down to whatever media days we've gone to before.
Yeah, that's where I had a kid in the back seat during a Disneyland trip. We were going back to the airport, and we were driving through that area, and had a kid in the back seat. The Target wouldn't let me use their bathroom. Remember that story?
Yeah.
Oh, it was an emergency.
Yeah.
I begged them.
Please. Anything.
Rebuffed.
Yeah.
All right. Top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, a judge has dismissed the rape case against former BYU receiver Parker Kingston.
They were in another hearing for a continuance, as far as I understand, Ben, and they were saying that the victim in the case would not be ready for trial, and the judge is dismissing the case because Parker Kingston deserves a speedy trial.
Yes. Now,
am I in the neighborhood?
Exactly right. Now, the prosecution can bring the trial back. This is not going to be double jeopardy if they decide, he hasn't been found innocent. They just basically said, we can't keep the legal charges over this guy's head if your case is not ready. Mm-hmm. But when it's ready, bring it back to trial. So we will see if it ever comes back to trial. It may not.
With prejudice, I believe is the term?
Yes. So this was dismissed without prejudice.
Yeah.
So whenever they want to bring it back, they can bring it back. If they do, they may not.
Yeah, I don't know. He was working out at the team facility yesterday?
It's supposed to be, apparently.
Yeah, he was just there with the group. It was not a formal...
It was not even BYU. Yes, it was not sanctioned. So
happy birthday, Nate.
Go scream down the hallway.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
No. We don't need to sing.
Oh.
I hate both of you.
But a very happy birthday to you, sir.
By the way.
That's our boss, Nate Dowdle. Happy birthday.
Also my dad's birthday today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Shout out to the old man.
Happy birthday, Gary. Love you.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
Apparently a good day to have a birthday.
Bad story to be wishing happy birthdays during. But, yes. So, I guess good news. Oh, man.
No! The Swiss just scored.
Swiss have scored. Man, ruined the birthday.
That just ruined. We had a good birthday vibe going. We really did. We embarrassed our boss on the radio. Shout out to Gary. He's having a birthday. That's great. And
the Beaks.
And the Swiss bang one home. That sucks.
74th minute.
Lame.
All right, Beaks.
We got time to bounce back, I guess.
Get back.
Oh, we got to. Terribly disappointing. Just terrible.
So we'll see what happens. That doesn't mean Parker Kingston's going to be back at BYU. I don't think anyone thinks that.
Could he?
I think it's the same reason Jake Retzloff was not be welcome back at BYU.
But he was welcome back. He got a 5-game suspension.
That's true. You're right.
So, I don't know. I certainly don't think it'd be a wise PR move.
No, I don't think we're going to see him.
I wouldn't think so either, but that's why I used the word could.
Yeah.
Could we see him?
I guess could. Yeah, I wouldn't rule anything out. But I would be surprised.
Could we see him at Utah?
No.
You don't think so?
Utah's taken really, really careful.
Utah's taken plenty of damaged goods over the years.
I think if this had been dismissed with prejudice, meaning you cannot levy these charges again, he wouldn't come back. Remember, this is criminal. Retzloff was not criminal. His was civil.
No, I know. But there's been plenty of criminal acts that have been overlooked by teams signing football players.
This one's pretty egregious.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Specific
I understand
case
what you're saying.
There was a Utah State point guard recruited under Stu Morrill that did time for this
exact crime.
Worse, honestly, that we don't need to get into the details, nor do I know that of Kingston, I suppose. But was allowed to play.
Yeah.
Which I'm actually kind of fine with because you do your time. You know, what a delicate dance. I mean, if you talk to Ron McBride about athletes getting second chances, and again, we can distance ourselves from this particular story being so recent, but I mean, you talk about people that have turned their life into thriving because sports gave them a second chance. It's a long list.
It is.
It's a long list of people.
No question about it.
I guess we'll see what happens. All right, Christian, what's next?
Number 2, no more college football expansion? Question mark?
Thank you. So the Protect College Sports Act today actually is going to go to a full Senate vote. It has progressed to this point, which no other bill has previously reached this point when it comes to regulating college athletics. However, there was a change today. You remember one of the initial issues. I'm trying to find the exact. Here it is. The exact rule on when this bill first came out was that they wanted to prevent a super league.
Mm-hmm.
So if your league made over $1 billion, reported over $1 billion on your tax return, you could not expand. You could not add any more teams. And this was to prevent the SEC or the Big Ten from going out and poaching other schools. But you had to be at the $1 billion mark. They have lowered that number by $300 million to $700 million, which scoops up the ACC, now falls in this group. So the ACC can no longer expand.
Mm-hmm.
And the Big 12 is expected to hit $700 million this year. So the Big 12 would not be able to expand. So Utah got into bed with Ocho Capital to jump into the Big Ten for no reason. If I were buying why Utah got into Ocho Capital from fans.
Man, I was always skeptical about that.
No, I don't think that was actually what happened.
Reasoning. I honestly don't. If that's what the plan was, then that was
it's a wild plan.
That's a wild plan. What I'm trying to search for here, Ben. Oh, here it is. The votes were 19-9.
Okay.
Which, if you know about committees, right? Committees are actually divided evenly between Republicans and Democrats, but the majority gets the chair, so the one extra vote. And so for this to come out of committee with such a, I guess it's not truly lopsided, but in today's day and age, 19-9, pretty good.
Yeah. This
was not all the Republicans and then they snuck in a Democrat or vice versa. That's a pretty good vote. And, you know, it works a little different than it does in the Senate than it does in the House, of course, Ben. But what was Nancy Pelosi's rule? Never bring anything to the floor that you didn't know was going to pass.
Yeah.
Now, again, the Senate and the House work a little bit differently, but the fact that it came out with bipartisan support out of committee and it's going to be allowed to go to the floor by the Republican majority is I think a really good sign.
I'm glad it got at least to this point.
If it gets through the House, you know, we'll see. That's a different animal. But this, as you point out, is as far as it's come. And I was encouraged by the bipartisan support for it.
I'm encouraged by anything they think will help. Because not doing anything is not making it better.
Did you hear Utah State's athletic director was on with Scotty, the coach, today, and I thought he was really good. I thought the whole interview was good. But he talked about how everybody kind of doesn't like something about this, and that probably means it's pretty good. And he said, and this is true politics, right? He said, if 80% of it's pretty good, let's worry about the remaining 20 later, and let's get something in place, and let's go. And unfortunately, did the Beaks get a red card?
Beaks got a red card.
Oh, rough.
Tackled him in the box.
Oh, no. Well, it's going to be 2-0 here in a minute.
2-0.
I happen to believe in compromise. I know a lot of people out there don't believe in compromise.
Mm-hmm.
I happen to believe in compromise. Figure out a way to get as many people on board as possible. And if everybody's not 100% happy, I'm with the athletic director for the Aggies. That's probably a pretty good sign.
Yeah, I'm totally with you.
And yeah, if you want to put the brakes on conference expansion, sure. I'm all about it.
Our friends, Orrin Hatch and Ted Kennedy, personal friends of yours and mine.
I did know Orrin a little bit.
Okay, that's cool. I didn't know Ted Kennedy at all. And they didn't invent this, but they often said, do not let perfect be the enemy of good.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to get a perfect bill.
Nope.
You're not going to get everyone on board. You're not going to solve every problem. You're not going to avoid creating future problems. It's just you're trying to catch a moving train right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be issues with it. But I would rather you get something done that starts everything moving in the right direction, then just throw your hands up because it is actively getting worse.
Yeah, and the fact that they have Ted Cruz and Maria Cantwell, who's a Democrat from Washington, on the same bill is something.
But I will now wonder, because previously this bill was not favored by the Big Ten or the SEC because they felt like it was going to limit their powers.
Which it will.
Now I will be curious how the Big Ten and the Big 12 and the ACC respond if they can no longer expand, if that was the goal. But ideally, this makes everyone more even, so you don't need to expand.
Well, I don't think if the Big Ten and the SEC, this is an interesting angle, Ben. You've taken us down. If this, there's no way the Big Ten and the SEC want this. Not only for that reason, but it also limits them in a variety of other ways, and people can enforce the rules, and they don't want anybody to enforce the rules. So there's no way they love this. But has the volume gotten so loud on something has to be done that they have to shut up?
Huh.
Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Like they have, thus, if you want to use an example, the lowering of this bar that we're talking about, are we to the point where those people that want the Wild West kind of have to shut up because everybody is so mad? And this Sorsby thing plays into it too, because people got so mad about that. People are so mad about what's happening with college football that they actually have to make some concessions.
I don't know if you can ever actually get the SEC or the Big Ten to shut up. So that would be where I lose faith.
Yeah, but I mean, they have representatives that are supposedly representing there, and they have really loud voices. And, I don't know what Walt Disney and the Fox Corp spend in lobbying every year, but I'm sure it's a ton.
Yeah, for sure.
So I wonder if I don't know. I just wonder why now is it getting this support, and from people who probably don't want it in the first place.
Yep.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, Ben's guy, Trey Young. According to Mark J. Spears, sounds like he's going to decline his player option to, in hopes, renegotiate with Washington.
We will see. I know that seems to be the expectation. Everyone out of Washington says that's the belief, is he's opting out to renegotiate. I'm sure that's true. They're not lying about it, but once you're a free agent and teams feel like they get to talk to you starting July 1st, we'll see what happens. Now, maybe he comes to an agreement before that because he does play for the Wizards, so he can talk to them now before that window opens. But we'll see. There's always a wiggle room. I think you and I both feel like this is a lose-lose for the Wizards.
Well, let me ask you this. You think he would boozer the Wizards? Because there's no way they made a trade without some sort of wink, wink, nod, nod. In the same way that Cleveland made the trade for James Harden. There's no way they did that without some wink, wink, nod, nod that they're going to extend him, which they're going to extend him because they promised him that before they made the trade in the first place. So would Trey Young swindle the Wizards?
I don't think so. But then again, it is the Wizards. It's not like he's in Miami. It's not like he's in the most ideal spot. And this is funny timing because a week ago we heard 2-0 Swiss.
Yeah, the Beaks gave
fail.
up another one. We're going down.
The Beaks are broken.
Yeah. The dam let loose. That's really too bad. Hard to watch.
I do wonder if, with all the latest rumors coming out that A, Darren Peterson wants to play point guard, B, they didn't know they were getting the top overall pick when they traded for Trey Young, C, now Miami is looking potentially at Trey Young being a backup option if they don't get Giannis Antetokounmpo. You never know what's going to shake something loose. Again, I suspect he comes back for Washington. I suspect he's going to resign there and get his money. And then the question again becomes, is this actually good for the Wizards? This is why you maybe don't want to get into the James Harden or the Trey Young business. Because you either have to give him more money and sign him, even if you've got a draft pick that could conceivably step in and replace him and do a better job, or change the direction of your franchise without him, or you let him walk for nothing. And it's a real sunk cost.
They don't want to let him walk for nothing.
No, I don't think so either.
So,
they think they're going to make the playoffs next year. And in fact, the East is so weak, they probably have a chance.
Well, and they probably have some fantasy in their mind with the veteran will bring the rookie under his wing and really show him the ropes, which is always a fantasy, but it's something you can easily talk yourself into. So there's no way that that Washington at least believes that he's going to opt out and go somewhere else. That would be, because they're getting that assurance before they make the trade.
Correct. That's why no one's going to trade for Giannis if Giannis doesn't say, I'm going to sign an extension there.
Remember when Chris Paul got traded to Houston and there was Daryl Morey and Chris Paul's, I can't even remember who Chris Paul's agent is.
I can't remember.
But they had a wink, wink, nod, nod, like Chris gets another max contract after this.
Yeah.
And then he played out his deal, and lo and behold, what happened? He opted out and signed a max contract with Houston. So.
Oh, I'm sure the same thing happened with San Antonio and De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, right.
We'll take De'Aaron. De'Aaron will go to San Antonio, but he's going to need a deal. Will you give him that deal? And they said, yeah, we'll give him the deal.
And then didn't back out on it.
Yeah.
This would be Trae Young backing out on one of those handshake deals and signing somewhere else.
This would be identical to the Spurs backing out of a deal with De'Aaron Fox or the other way around because they got the number 2 overall pick.
Right.
In this case, it's just the number 1 overall pick.
Yep. So I don't envision that happening. But yeah, the Wizards getting trapped to Trae Young is going to be hilarious.
Yep. It's not great.
No. Brian Taylor is going to join us from the U.S. Open. We're going to talk to him how that the world's most difficult course is playing.
Yep.
Shinnecock Hills. We'll get to that next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This 2026 U.S. Open Update is presented by Copper Rock, where the pros play on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to talk a little U.S. Open with our next guest, whose visit on the program is brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union, Mountain Land Supply, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and You Went to Golf. You hear him every Saturday morning on Real Golf Radio. Joining us live from Shinnecock Hills, our buddy Brian Taylor. What's up, BT?
Boys, how are you? I'll tell you what, it is. I thought I'd do it from out on the golf course. Hopefully you can hear the wind whipping through my phone because it is really, really tough out here for these guys. It's unbelievable.
But even with that, we're seeing some decent scores, including some scores under going into the clubhouse.
Yeah, for sure, right? And so we always talk about on the show that if you want to set a golf course up difficult, you got to have firm, fast greens. With the wind that has been forecasted and is actually happening, the USGA was smart to slow them down just a little bit. So they're running about 10.5, and they've been putting some water on them just to make sure that because of the sandy nature of this golf course and the way it sits exposed to the elements like it does, it can dry out in a hurry. And so we've seen that in the last couple of Opens, and the USGA didn't want to let that happen this week. And so, again, due to the forecasted windy conditions, the players are experiencing slower greens, softer greens. Balls are holding a little bit, which is good because I'm telling you, if they were like they normally are, balls wouldn't be staying on the green. Wind would be blowing them all over the place. And so these guys are so good. It's impressive. Just watch Zach Blair come through the 15th hole. He started on the back 9, and he was able to knock it on the front of the green from the first cut and 2-putt it for par. And it feels like a really, really good score out here to make a par. But it's just impressive the way these guys are able to manage the golf ball, the flight of the golf ball, the spin of the golf ball with the wind blowing as it is.
So is it really going to be an advantage to tee off in the morning? Is this something that's gotten worse as it's gone along?
I think so. I mean, it was blowing decent this morning. The problem is this morning wave would have been ideal if it weren't for that fog delay. I mean, it was almost dead calm, which is why the fog hung around. First time I've seen the fog here in the 3 U.S. Opens that we've played here. But, yeah, it just kind of hung around because it was dead calm. Players were anxious to get out there, wanting to take advantage of the conditions, knowing what was coming. But, yeah, I think as it turned out, I think most everybody got wind. I don't know that anyone was able to be completely free of it. But it does feel like it is a little more steady as the day's gone on than it was for those first groups.
So looking at the leaderboard right now, if I'm up to date, Ryder Cohen, an amateur, is 3 under through 8. I don't know if you're more updated where you are. You certainly have a chance to be. Let me ask you, how do you feel about amateurs in these major tournaments? Do you like watching them? Do you think they get in the way? Do you have a perspective on it?
No, I absolutely love. In fact, I just watched Ryder come through the 16th hole, and I had to look him up. I'm like, who is this guy? And if I'm remembering right, it's Heat Coffee. I just looked up. There's how many amateurs are there in the top of the leaderboard? 3. There's at least 2 as of a minute ago that are 2 under par.
Yeah, Preston Stout is at 2 under as well.
There you go. And Preston Stout, I think, is the one I was just reading. That won the NCAAs. He's a junior in Oklahoma City. And, these guys are – look, I love watching these guys out here. To me, that's pure golf. These guys are out as an amateur. They've earned their way. It is an open championship, right? So they didn't get an invitation. They earned their spot, and these guys are really, really great players, and they're the future of the game. So I love the amateurs out here. It's not like it's a ceremonial type thing. They earned their spot. They qualified, whether through their play at the NCAAs or, through actual qualifying, and here they are playing. So I think it's awesome.
So whose game is good for these conditions, BT? Give us an example of somebody who's good at keeping it out of the wind and taking advantage of extreme circumstance.
Well, I mean, any guy that can control their trajectory and their ball flight, right? And so I was thinking about that this morning, watching Rory tee off, and you go, man, there's a guy from Northern Ireland. He grew up playing in these conditions. There's a sunny, calm summer day in Northern Ireland, right? But then I was like, well, you got to go to Scotty Scheffler, because the Open Championship that was played in Northern Ireland was won by Scotty Scheffler. And what do you know? He also grew up in Texas, where the wind tends to blow a little bit. So I think you look at those guys from Texas. I think you look at the guys from Europe who grew up playing, in high winds and having to hit low ball flights. I mean, look, where we play golf in Utah, it is just you shoot it in the air. We're at 4,000 feet. It doesn't blow like this. The air is nice and thin, and so you just play it up. A lot of the places where you're seaside or in the plains of Texas, you've got to play the ball down. You got to run it. You got to be able to control your trajectory. So, I like guys that have won the Open Championship. You have to be able to control your ball flight. I mean, Brian Harmon, for example, great ball striker. Matt Fitzpatrick is a great ball striker. I don't even know where Matt's at on the leaderboard right now, but those are the guys that I think of. Certainly Rory can control his ball flight really well. So what's interesting though is a guy that hasn't necessarily been a great controller of his trajectory is Bryson DeChambeau. He just goes muscle and just takes it up. And he, last I checked, was at 2 under par with back-to-back birdies starting on the back nine. So it's just crazy to me how good these guys are when they can come post red numbers. I haven't posted yet, but they can get to red numbers out here in these conditions.
So with the conditions, do you think Rory's happy to be in the clubhouse at 1 under as opposed to still being out on the course?
Yeah, 100%, right? I mean, I think in this kind of a situation at Shinnecock, you'd be anything in red numbers is great. I think I don't know if we talked about this, but the stat that just blew my mind this week, 645 competitors in the U.S. Open at Shinnecock. A total of 3 have finished under par. I mean, that is remarkable on this golf course over the decades. And so, yeah, I think those guys will take it. I do think it's going to get more difficult as the week goes on. So take it while you can and keep yourself in position. Like we talk about every major, you're not going to win it in day one, but you certainly don't want to get too far back after day one.
Ben and I were we went over an article that was talking about how the partiers are taking over golf. Is that true, BT? Are the drunken idiots, have they broken through?
They've broken through. Is that newsworthy that people get drunk and play golf?
Well,
I mean,
they were saying
since the beginning of time.
Is people overdoing it in the gallery and yelling at people and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, turn everything into the Waste Open.
Yeah, right. Or the Ryder Cup from a couple years ago. Yeah.
I mean, the Ryder Cup was a black eye. That was ugly, and it's easy to write that story because we're back in New York, I guess. But I've been walking around here for a few days, and I really haven't seen anything unruly about anybody out here, to be honest. So, right. But look, you guys watch it on television. Tell me it doesn't get annoying when you hear the Baba Booies and the mashed potatoes.
It's
worst. Really annoying. Yeah,
so. I agree. BT, thank you. Thanks for all your great coverage, and certainly we'll be dialed into Real Golf Radio on Saturday morning. Thanks, buddy.
Pleasure as always.
All right, there you go. The one and only BT, Brian Taylor from Real Golf Radio. Good. I'm glad things are not unruly at the U.S. Open.
It's too windy.
It's too windy.
Drunk people don't like wind, notoriously.
That's a known fact.
Yeah.
It's kind of like flies. You want to get the flies off the beach? Well, you need a gentle breeze.
You need a breeze.
You get the wind.
Get a fan going. Yeah. the drunks just go right away.
They're like, no, we're not doing this. We're headed back to the Super 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get me indoors somewhere.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select grill or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There are about 4,000 books a year published about leadership. 99% of them are written by self-proclaimed experts who see leadership as a fire that burns within. They assume that leadership is located in us, in the head and in the heart. Well, they're wrong. Leadership, like love, is a co-creation. It requires a relationship. It is found in the space between people. It is a series of behaviors, not traits of an individual. Leaders don't fly solo. They need a co-pilot and a crew. They need to collaborate. Learn more about leadership in an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Professional basketball teams use their high draft picks wisely to win, and that means great leadership. And when it comes to selling your home, that's exactly what you want too. Here in the Salt Lake City area, the pick is easy. It's the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. The Stern Team has decades of winning results, and with their experience, strong negotiation skills, and proven marketing strategies, they know how to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to make a move, pick the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team.
Hey Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey Doug.
The new 2026 Outback is here with a new body style, increased roof capacity, ground clearance, and updated technology features. Visit Doug Smith Subaru today to see it for yourself.
Hey Doug.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The draft is next week. Ben, you're going to be there in New York. Of course, we're going to have the big draft show right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz haven't had the second pick since 1980.
1980.
Was it 1980? Is that when they got the Golden Griff?
Yep.
Joining us now to talk about the Washington Wizards perspective, he is a co-host of the Sports Junkies in Washington, D.C. He's John Avil with us here on Jake and Ben. Hi, John.
What's going on?
Guys, so thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
So how is Washington feeling? They're 5 days out from having the number one overall pick. It's a nice spot to be in, but it doesn't seem like there's an obvious number one choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been all over the place over the last few days, especially with all this news about Darren Peterson basically only working out for the Washington Wizards. He's thumbing his nose at you guys out there in Utah as far as working out. Like early on, it was all A.J. DeBonsa all the time, and now there's a lot of chatter about Darren Peterson. Every once in a while, you get a little bit of Cam Boozer sprinkled in there. So, yeah, the Wizards are being very tight-lipped, obviously, about the pick. My gut is that they're going to stick and pick at number 1. I've been on A.J. DeBonsa basically the entire time. I think a lot of this Darren Peterson chatter is agent-driven more than anything. I still think A.J. DeBonsa is going to be the pick when it's all said and done.
Do you think the Wizards have made up their mind?
That's a great question. We had Will Dawkins on with us every 2 weeks during the regular season. He's a very smart guy, helped, build those OKC teams that you're seeing do work out there in the Western Conference, won the title last year before the Knicks won it this year. I think they're probably going to take it all the way to the end. I think they have a good idea of who they're going to pick, but I think smart organizations, they bring it up till probably the last day and, get intel from all of their scouts, all of the people that work underneath them. I think they're going to take it all the way till draft day. I don't think it's been fully made up, but I think they have an idea who they'd like to pick, but I think they'll probably take it up to the last day till Tuesday.
So there's obviously some funny talking points in Utah. Cam Boozer is Carlos' son. Carlos is a scout with the Jazz. A.J. DeBonsa played at BYU. It's 40 miles south of where the Jazz play. Darren Peterson didn't come work out with you. There's kind of all these weird storylines. Beyond the player itself, are there storylines with these picks and Washington fit-wise or history, et cetera?
I think probably the biggest thread is that A.J. DeBonsa, before he made his way out there to you guys in Utah, that he was a Massachusetts guy. And Will Dawkins, the Wizards general manager, is also a Massachusetts guy. He's a guy that has had his eyes on A.J. DeBonsa since he was 14 or 15 years old. That's probably the most common thread amongst all of the draft prospects that the Wizards are considering with that number 1 pick. So I would have to say that Dawkins, he knows DeBonsa better than he knows any of the other players that they'd be considering picking at number 1 overall. So that's probably the most obvious answer there.
Washington is in a similar situation to the Jazz, as they've been, on the bottom part of the league, acquiring talent via the draft, and then made a couple of big moves, seemingly signaling the end of a rebuild. I'm curious to your thoughts on the Wizards overall and the direction they're going.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a team that is desperate to turn around this tanking and deconstruction phase. They've won 15, 18, and 17 games over the last 3 years. But you saw the moves that they made basically midway, 3/4 of the way through the season, and bringing in Anthony Davis and Trae Young. Now, we all know that they weren't brought in to play a lot because the tank was in full effect here in Washington, kind of like it was out there in Utah as well. But now there's some chinks in the armor as far as bringing those guys in. Anthony Davis, at least on a few occasions, has kind of made it known that he's not too thrilled about being here in Washington. He didn't suit up for any games after he was acquired. And Trae Young, he just opted out of the final player option for nearly $49 million. That news came out late yesterday. It looks like the Wizards are going to get back in the Trae Young business. They like the fact that he's a veteran and he can help lead some of these younger guys that the Wizards have really been majoring in drafting. I mean, the Wizards are trotting out a super young lineup every night, a bunch of 19, 20, and 21-year-olds. That's why they went out and got some vets in Trae Young and Anthony Davis. Not that those guys are going to be here for 4 or 5 years, but they can help guide this younger core that they've been assembling by picking so high over the last few years.
So I was talking to somebody about the draft who's pretty well connected, and they said, Washington is not going to look at Caleb Wilson seriously because he's a project, and they've got Trae, and they've got Anthony Davis, and Ted Leonsis, the owner, is going to want to win. He's going to want to win quicker, so he doesn't want to start this 3 or 4 year project with a player. And then I've seen the video with a local station in Washington. Michael Winger, the president of the Wizards, says, we want a leader. We want a guy who's going to represent the community. We want a guy who's going to, all these things of what makes up a number 1 overall pick. And the fact that we haven't heard anything about Cam Boozer just sends my radar up a little bit of actually the best leader in this group is probably Cam Boozer. He is the most ready to win right away. I know that Alex Sarr is there. I know that they've got some talent in the front court already, but would it be a total insane move if it ends up being Cam Boozer on draft night? Would you be stunned?
I think it would be a major curveball because as good as Cam Boozer is, and I buy into all those things you're saying about him being a leader. He's a really good outside shooter. He's probably the most pro-ready right now, but these, front offices are always looking for potential, upside, ceiling. And I feel like they feel like both Peterson and DeBonce's ceiling is higher than that of Cam Boozer. Now, I wouldn't be completely surprised if Cam Boozer was the pick because, you see all these reports leading up to the draft that every analytics bro that's in the front offices, and they're in every NBA front office at this point, they rank Cam Boozer super high, if not the highest overall. But I would be surprised if a number one pick is called and it is Cam Boozer. I'd put the chances of that at 10% or less.
Tell me a little bit about Michael Winger. Took over a project, obviously, with the Wizards, has history with the Clippers and Oklahoma City. What's he been like? What's his vision for Washington?
Yeah, he's more the organization builder, like across both the Wizards and the Mystics, the Washington WNBA team. The real nuts and bolts guy that's putting the roster together is Will Dawkins. He's the guy that's the numbers cruncher. He's the one that's stockpiling all of the assets, but they all work in tandem together very well, seemingly. So, look, for years and years, under the reign of terror of the previous general manager, Ernie Grunfeld, who was here for I want to say it was 15 plus years. I mean, that guy was destroying this franchise from the inside out for a long time. At least now there's a competent front office. They realized that they couldn't just win 35 to 38 games, try to limp into the last playoff spot, and then in the following draft, they'd be picking 10, 11, or 12. They were constantly living in that NBA mediocrity world, and we know that that's just not a place where you want to live. So these guys realized and sold to Ted Leonsis, the owner, that, look, you have to blow this thing up. It's going to be painful. You're going to win double-digit games, in the teens for a few years, but hopefully we're going to look like the Oklahoma City Thunder and go on runs where we're going to win 50-plus games for a long time. That's the vision that Winger and Dawkins are bringing here.
The Jazz don't really have a lot of alumni that are around the program. Karl Malone, for obvious reasons. John Stockton is kind of a recluse. He's not around at all. You see John Wall a lot. John Wall was the representative for the Wizards. John Wall, I think a video came out yesterday of him saying, I'd take Darren Peterson number one overall. How is John Wall viewed if he's welcome to be the number one overall or the representative for the draft, and then that he does come out and kind of talks about what he wants or what he thinks the team should do?
John Wall is, he's been one of the huge hits for this Wizards franchise as far as number one overall picks. The Wizards have only had two in the modern era. Back in 2001, it was Kwame Brown, unmitigated disaster. He wasn't ready to be drafted number one overall or probably even number 10 overall coming out of high school. John Wall is a borderline legend here in Washington just because we haven't had a lot of success here in Washington. The last time the Wizards won the NBA title was in 1978. I was 8 years old the last time they were the then Bullets winning the NBA title. John Wall is revered in Washington, D.C. I don't know how much weight his opinion about drafting Darren Peterson carries. That's just his personal opinion. If he had the keys to the kingdom and was calling the shots, he would pick Darren Peterson. But I don't think him saying that will sway Will Dawkins or the decision makers in any way, shape, or form.
These last 4 years, Ben and I have gotten very good at the storyline of developing players. We talk about developing players a lot. Mm-hmm. With that in mind, is Alex Sarr a guy? What's his potential?
I like Alex Sarr a lot. I think he has to make another leap in year 3. Now, some bad news came out on him within the last few days where he suffered a fractured right foot during a practice last week, I believe it was. The team has announced that they believe that he'll be ready for the start of the season, that he'll be healthy, but he missed a lot of games this past year, 1, due to health, 2, due to tanking, but he was picked number 2 overall a couple years ago. He has to develop into a borderline superstar, if not a superstar player, if this team wants to get to the 50-win plateau, make deep playoff runs. I would think in year 3, I don't think it's unrealistic to expect Alex Sarr to be a 20 and 10 every night type of guy, and then he's going to chip in 2.5, 3 blocks per night. That's where he really, stands out. He's a defensive stud. He intimidates people coming into the lane. So I look for Alex Sarr to go from like 16 points per night to over 20 points per night in year 3 and make that next step.
I like him quite a bit. Trae Young's a veteran. Anthony Davis is a veteran. Those guys do know how to win regular season games. What's the expectation for the Wizards next year?
I think the expectation with landing this number 1 pick, hopefully it's DeBonsa that gets plugged right in the lineup, obviously, from day one. The real help that they need is in scoring. The Wizards were the 6th worst scoring team in the league last year. So whether they draft any of the guys we talked about, Boozer, DeBonsa, Peterson, that should be 20-plus points from your stud prized rookie number 1 pick added to this team, which is sorely needed. I think contending for a playoff spot is kind of where you expect this team to be. I know that's a big jump going from 17 wins to high 30s, low 40s in wins, which should get you in the mix for a playoff spot in the East, but I don't think that's unrealistic. I mean, Wizards fans, we've suffered through enough losing and tanking. It's time for this team to compete. I think if they fall anything short of competing for a playoff spot, it's going to be a disappointment next year.
All right, John, this is just a curiosity question because I love talking to radio guys because radio guys are obviously not only the smartest people on the planet, but have a real grasp as to what is important to talk about. What is the sports hierarchy in D.C. right now? What's from most juice to least?
Well, in D.C., the sports hierarchy, 365 days a year, is always the Commanders are going to be on top. It doesn't matter whether they're in season or out of season. They're always going to get top billing. It's an NFL team. They're always going to have the most spotlight, the most attention trained on them. Right now, in second place, it has to be the Wizards with the buzz surrounding the number 1 overall pick added to the last few picks that the team has assembled, along with the veterans that they brought in. So they hold the number 2 spot. The Washington Nationals are playing better baseball than anybody expected. It was expected to be kind of a lean year for the Nats, but as of yesterday, they were the 3rd wild card in the NL, so I'll peg them in next. And this pains me to say because I'm an NHL guy. I love the Washington Capitals. Right now, because they're out of season and they missed the playoffs, I'd have to slot them in at number 4. But when the Caps are hot, they're going to switch back and forth with the Nats. But everybody's in on the Wizards right now because they're excited to see who they're going to pick at number 1 in just a few days.
Ovechkin back next year?
Let's hope so. The indications from him, the signs he was giving off were that he would like to return. And look, Alex Ovechkin is such a legend here and around the world. In my opinion, that guy can write his own ticket as far as when he wants to hang up the skates and when he wants to retire. So if he wants to bring it back to run it back one more year, I think most Caps fans would welcome that.
Well, listen, John, we really appreciate you jumping on with us. Appreciate the insight. Always kind of fun to talk about another big-time market.
Radio to radio.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. We appreciate you.
Guys, thanks, and good luck with the number 2 pick next week.
There you go. Back at you, John. All right, there you go. John Avil, co-host of the Sports Junkies in Washington, D.C., which is on 106.7 The Fan.
The morning show, I believe.
Yeah, by the way,
him being able to do the afternoon show here.
There are certain sports radio legendary markets, and DC is absolutely one of those where they have. I don't know if you do that, Ben, when you visit other markets and dial into the different sports radio scenes that they've got go. DC is great.
Yeah,
great, really good sports fans for the most part. I was surprised that he said the Wiz were in front of the Nationals.
Yeah,
but the number 1 pick creates a lot of juice, and they do, like the Jazz, appear to be at least trying to turn the corner. And Ernie Grunfeld was very bad at the job.
Probably nice that for the first time in several years, the Wizards are worth talking about.
Right.
Which has just not been the case. So I'm sure when that's the case, they fall back. And yeah, the Capitals have been relevant generally in the NHL because they have a superstar. And the Nats are not that far removed from winning a World Series, so they've been somewhat relevant. I mean, we talked about it. What the Wizards don't have a 50-win season. How far back do we have to go? It's 81 or 80. It was crazy.
It can't be that far.
Yeah, it was insane. It was. I'll pull it up right now.
For 50 wins?
For 50 wins.
Wow. But I guess, I've always I've always known it. I've always known it.
Always been known.
DC is a commie town. The commies dominate 24/7, 365. You heard John say it right there.
They haven't won 50 games since scrolling, 1979.
Wow. So Gilbert never got 50?
Nope, they got to 49 once.
John Wall never got to 50?
Nope.
That's wild.
It's wild.
Bradley Beal?
Not surprising.
Not surprised.
Not as wild.
That Bradley Beal didn't make. Well, I mean, he and Wall were the backcourt tandem there for. Shocking Nene never made it to 50 games.
I mean, they've been in the playoffs one time since 2018. It's like, I get why they're not always a huge story. But yeah, now that they have the number 1 overall pick and Sarr was the number 2 pick, there's some juice there.
Who would you least rather be a fan of? The Wiz or the Kings?
Kings.
I think the Kings have won 50 games multiple times in that window.
They were almost in the finals in the early 2000s.
I think that's your West Coast bias right there. I think I may rather have the Kings.
Okay. I'd listen. But, you're picking between the plague and...
But, I mean, you heard John there.
Spanish flu. I don't know. I don't know if I want either of them.
That John Wall is celebrated as their great champion, and he had a pretty average career. I mean, not all his fault. He did get hurt, but...
The Kings, between 2000, the 2000-2001 season, through 04-05, won at least 50 games every year, including a 61-win season in 01-02.
And then they've won 50 recently, right?
They have not.
Mike Brown didn't win the year they went to the playoffs and were third in the Western Conference?
48.
Really?
The West just chewed itself up.
Wow. That surprises me.
Yep. 50 is maybe a better number than we think.
Not in the West. I mean, 49 doesn't always get you in the... Well, maybe it does now.
Meaning it's hard to get 50 in the West, is what I'm trying to imply. With that said, the Jazz did it in 2021. They've done it since COVID. And that was the 72-win season, or the 72-game season. That was shortened already. And they got 50 and 32 in Donovan Mitchell's second season.
What did you say was the last time they had 50 in Washington?
79.
Oh, that's way worse than the Kings.
Yeah, of course.
That's
way worse.
worse.
Yeah, it's way worse. No kidding.
And I am a Michael Adams fan, but he could not get them to 50?
Apparently not.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's surprising.
Wow. Color me surprised. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more straight ahead. We've got the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week announcement coming up, which we're very excited about. We've got the Jazz player profile coming up, and our friend from The Athletic, Tony Jones, is going to be on the show at the top of the 5 o'clock hour.
Excited to have Tony on. He's still done some very good coverage of the NBA draft. I don't know if it is strange to me how solidified Wizards fans seem to be around AJ DiBonsa. It seems like really since the lottery, that was the guy that they kind of honed in on, and that's where they want to go.
Fans or the franchise?
The narrative on social media has certainly seemed fans. Fans. I don't know what the front office wants. Again, it's weird to me that you don't hear Cam Boozer there at all.
Well, as far as AJ...
And it may be because he's not in the running, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, most boards don't have him above 3, right? But AJ DiBonsa, it's amazing how easy it is to get excited about big, strong, and athletic.
6'9" with a 42-inch vertical who led college basketball in scoring as a 19-year-old is a fun thing to be looking at.
It's not that hard to get all that excited about it.
Yeah.
All right, we're excited. We're going to talk to our friend Jake from Advanced Window Products coming up here momentarily, but stay tuned. I'm excited to talk to Tony. Much like yourself, he's been very busy in reporting stuff in connection with the draft. And does he still technically cover the Jazz?
I don't think so. I think he's all Philly, but when Philly doesn't have anything exciting to talk about, he still has his connections.
Well, he's Tony Jones. He was here for a long time.
He was, yeah, absolutely.
Joining us now, we're excited about this. In studio, nonetheless, from Advanced Window Products, he's Jake with us here on the Jake and Ben Show.
It's a good name right there. It's a good name.
Strong handle, Jake.
That's right.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, good seeing you. Thanks for having me on.
No, we're excited about it. Of course, we've heard you on the station for a long, long time, but this is our first chance to have you on our show.
Time. And I'm solo. I'm normally with Nate. Nate is he's getting his back looked at. You know, those years playing in the NFL. takes a little beating. So he's got his lower back. He's got a doctor checking him out. So I'm solo today.
Well, shout out to Nate. Good vibes going his way.
Yeah, that's right.
But you know what? If you wear that jacket every time, you can just leave him at home.
Yeah,
that is a smooth look.
Thank you.
That is a smooth look.
Well, I suspect a lot of our listeners are seeing the electric bill start to go up because it's getting hot out there. It's 90, and you're like, oh man, this feels hotter than it was last year. There's a chance it's your windows or your doors.
You're exactly right, man. Those windows right now, like if you're a homeowner, you're sitting in your house, and or in the evenings in that sun setting, and you have a west-facing window, go put your hand up to that window and just feel that heat radiating. Like that is so uncomfortable. And knowing that is just like heating your house, your air conditioning's trying to keep up, we can help you if you're in that situation as a homeowner. And today, with it being the first time we've been on with you guys, we have a special that we are going to offer just to like really get your listeners kind of fired up. If you call today, we're going to give you $3,000 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Plus, which is new, never done this before, free installation on those windows. So that's a value of $150 per window. So really, this is the inaugural appearance with you guys. So let's get those. If you're a homeowner thinking about replacing your windows, you've talked to another window company, you've received another bid, anything like that, call us and you're going to get a screaming deal on that.
$3,000 off the top. Free installation, which is $150 per window.
Yeah, so 10 windows, you got $4,500 off. 20 windows, you're going to be at $6,000. But give us a call. That number to call is 801-850-9100. Again, 801-850-9100.
You know what I like about Jake, Ben? He brought in a deal that's going to make us look good.
It's going to make us look smart.
I like
Just trying to help you guys out, yo.
Just
trying to help you guys out.
Us look good. $3,000 off the top. Free installation. That's amazing. Hit us with that number one more time.
Number to call is 801-850-9100.
Do it. And you guys are here. You're Utah. You're right up our alley. Jake is currently present in studio.
Yeah,
so we're
here with you guys.
We're not in St. Louis or something.
Yeah, that's right.
He's right here. Well, we're excited you're here. Thanks for joining us, Jake. You're the man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll have more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just 1 tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Don't miss the Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls, July 8th through 11th. Rodeo, music, food, carnival fun, and adrenaline-pumping Extreme Bulls. Tickets won't last. Get yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. UtestampedeRodeo.com.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us a part of your day. Ben, did you follow any of the, and I can't even believe I'm bringing this up, but did you follow any of the stupid parade in New York today?
What do you mean stupid parade? No, I didn't follow the stupid parade. I followed the awesome parade. Was there a stupid one also going on somewhere else in New York City?
I just don't think I would describe it as awesome. I'm more with the stupid.
Oh. Well, I'm a fan of parades, and I'm a fan of this New York Knicks team, so I was a fan of this New York Knicks parade.
I just can't imagine. Well, you tell me this. You watched Jim Dolan's entire 15-minute inspiring speech that he gave to the team pre-playoffs?
I did. I watched the whole thing last night.
Where he made an awkward joke about marital relationships?
He just talked about buying in. He said, give yourself entirely to this. That means you have to sacrifice. That means your loved ones are going to have to sacrifice. I need you to believe that this is possible. And part of that included abstinence in all things.
Okay. But he was kidding.
He said if you have to break the abstinence rule, you can. But maybe you shouldn't. I would bet they did.
Not where I thought this segment was going.
No. We can talk about the dumb parade if we want. But first of all, it just brought something to the forefront because when we were talking about this off the air, you mentioned you watched the whole thing and you mentioned it was 15 minutes. Because I had just read the report from 2 days ago that said that he had brought this up but 15 minutes. It reminds me of, have you been in an event or a meeting where a person is the owner or the manager or the whatever and talks forever simply because they can? Simply because you have to sit there and listen, that they will speak for on and on and on and don't read the room in the slightest.
And traditionally, I am with you and don't buy into it. And I will remind you, I am not a Dolan guy.
You liked the Dolan
I'm
speech?
not a Dolan guy.
Ben!
But I went in with the lowest of low expectations, exactly for all the reasons you're talking about. Generally, when the man or the woman stands up thinking, now I'm going to inspire all of these adults who have all these other things going on in their life, I, like everybody else in the room, rolls my eyes. It's like, I don't need a speech. Tell us what the directive is, what you're hoping, how you're going to help. That's great. But I don't need you to, if I'm in this case, I'm a professional athlete. I don't need you to tell me how to do my thing. And to be fair, Dolan does a very obnoxious thing at the very beginning. And it's classic Dolan. He says, guys, I played love songs in front of 50,000 people with my band. It's like, did you pay all these people to be there to watch you? No one, 50,000 people never bought a ticket to watch James Dolan's band play. In fact, James Dolan probably has to pay his bandmates to play with him. That's generally how these rich guys with bands work. However, once he got past that point, he said, look, I've never done this before. Now, I don't know if that's true. Maybe he's absolutely done this before. He bought a minority share of the Knicks in 94. He bought the controlling interest in 98. 2001, they went to the finals. He said in his nearly 30 years of owning the team, or whatever it is now, he's never really sat down with the franchise or the players and talked to them ahead of a playoff run. He said, and to be fair, this was recorded 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I do believe this team is the team that can win a title. He said, I've never said that to a team before. I've never felt that way about a team.
Well, he's never had a good team.
That's true. And the East has never been as bad as it was this year.
Uh-huh.
So the Knicks should have gotten out of the East. But he said, I believe you can win this title. And I've never talked to anyone this way, any team this way. I think you can win. And I think if you give yourself to this and you buy in, including abstinence, you have a chance to win a title. And in all honesty, of the number of horrible speeches I've been a part of in my life, and I'm not saying anyone here at KSL, but I have been at many stops in my life like most people have, I have heard some really obnoxious speeches. This was not among the most obnoxious speeches I've heard outside of I've played love songs for 50,000 people.
There is no however or but after that. There isn't. There's no coming back from that. And 15 minutes, I don't care. Herb Brooks didn't take 15 minutes.
Uh-huh.
What's Larry Miller's famous line? I don't want to butcher it. I probably will. I'm not going to ask you to win, but I'm going to ask you to give us everything you've got. That's what Larry Miller said. Ben, that's like 6 minutes worth or 6 seconds worth of stuff.
Sure.
15 minutes.
It was 15 minutes.
And,
I watched the whole thing.
And
I'm not kidding.
I was
pretty glued to it.
I was expecting the abstinence joke to be like a one-liner. It was several paragraphs long. He went on about it.
Uh-huh.
You're drinking way too much of the Kool-Aid, pal.
I might be.
I can't.
I might be.
You're way
but
too much.
But you also have to understand, I came in with the absolute lowest expectations from Jim Dolan. I have been in meetings, again, not at KSL. I mean this honestly. I've loved being at KSL. And the leaders that we have had from Tanya on down. I've loved it. I have sat in insane meetings at other companies where owners have said horrendous things, uninspiring things, offensive things, all kinds of stuff that were truly bizarre. And I thought, this dude's off his rocker. This dude's nuts. I can't believe this person's talking. I'm very grateful that is not the experience I've ever had here at KSL, but that's what I was expecting from Jimmy Dolan, and that's not what I got. I got a little more humanity than I expected to get from him.
Oh, he's too human. I told you this off the air. That's his problem. Is he's an unserious person. He needs more to be more of a robot.
Okay.
Humans get so hurt in their feelings that they create networks of surveillance equipment to keep people who say mean things about them out.
Right. What did he ban? A teacher because her daughter had written something?
Yes.
Yeah, like something like, we don't like the James Dolan Knicks, or I can't remember what it was. And he's like, well, the teacher's banned.
But banned from Radio City Music Hall.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't even Madison Square Garden.
No, it was Radio City Music Hall. And they were there on a class trip or something, and they got 86.
The daughter had made shirts or something. Yeah, I think she had made shirts.
His problem is he's too human. He needs to be more of a robot. He's an evil person.
Would you rather watch the 15-minute James Dolan speech or the 22-minute Texas Tech video?
Oh, Dolan. Well, I did watch the Dolan thing, so I'm guilty of that.
Wow. Jake is notorious for his would you rathers, by the way, for those that don't know.
Wow. That is true. Behind the scenes, Jake is a would you rather king.
I don't think that the Texas Tech thing made me physically ill. I think the Dolan thing might.
The thing is, everyone at Texas Tech was lying. And everybody I don't think James Dolan was lying here. He was being bizarre.
Oh, liars are entertaining. What are you talking about?
Sure,
I can watch somebody lie
right.
through their teeth.
You're right.
I mean, I've been to a college football press conference, haven't I?
Yes, you have. Yeah, you've been to any press conference. Christian, I sent you a video to your DMs of James Dolan, though, talking this morning about how he plans to operate the Knicks going forward. And if we think we can play it, it's on WFAN.
I hope he says with an iron fist.
Well, he does talk about how they're going to continue to build this team going forward, or how they're not going to continue to build this team going forward. Let me know if you
The truth
have
is,
that up.
Leon Rose loved that Jimmy was distracted with the sphere. I'm sure Leon Rose loved it because he didn't have to. James Dolan's problem has always been James Dolan. He always meddles. He hires the wrong people. Then they get fired for harassment, and then he hires them again.
Yes.
After paying out millions of dollars in the lawsuit. And then he
Correct.
says, you know what? Let's bring Zeke on back. And then let's hire Phil Jackson. And let's do all these other crazy things that he ends up messing up himself. Leon Rose has had autonomy. And what do you know?
Yes.
They have success. So I wonder, does he go back to being James Dolan that was so detrimental?
Here's one of the things that James Dolan said about how the Knicks are planning to be built going forward.
Similar to what the Yankees did this year, a run it back kind of sense? Or do you think there might be potentially, based on individual contracts, that while the core will be the core, do you think there's a chance that we have 2, 3, 4 player turnover or no?
First off, most of our guys are on a contract. Right. We have a couple guys who are not. If we could bring back the whole team, right, exactly as it is, I think why wouldn't you, right? But I don't know if we're going to be able to.
Just contractually.
Just contractually.
And some guys are going to get bigger paydays, and good for them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we're willing to stretch, right? But there's certain things in the NBA that you have to be, suicidal to do, and we're not going to do those. One of them is called the second apron. Cannot go into the second apron.
Got it.
But it's. But that's up to Leon, right? I just
he's making all the decisions. You're just stroking checks, right?
I'm just telling him how big of a check I can write, right? I'll write as big of a check as possible, but I can't write a check that goes into the second apron.
Got it. We've had a pretty successful year financially.
It's interesting to hear. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say the second apron is suicidal, even though we know it is. We know it's kind of not a point of no return. You can get out of the second apron, but it's so punitive. Teams are really trying to avoid it. He is talking about what they're going to do with Mitchell Robinson. He is talking about what they're going to do with Deuce McBride, some of their players that they are going to want to bring back, but will push them into the second apron if they do.
That's such a bad sign and such a Jim Dolan thing to say. Nobody wants to hear that from you, dude. All they want to hear from you is, I'll pay whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Nobody cares that you're right. I mean, if he's right or wrong, nobody wants to hear that from the owner. Do you think Jazz fans want to hear that from Ryan Smith? No, he doesn't want to hear Ryan say, well, I'm not going to just stroke any check. That's not what anyone wants to hear from you. They want to hear from you, yeah, I'll pay whatever it takes. Let's run it back. Let's do it. The smartest thing he said right there was let Leon do it.
Yeah, let Leon do it.
That was the smartest thing he said. He can't help himself. He had a layup right there. Hey, I've always shown I've been willing to pay whatever it takes. We'll make it happen. It's not your job to be smart. In fact, fans want you to be reckless.
Be rich and reckless.
They want Leon Rose to be smart. They want you to pay whatever it takes. I mean, that's why everybody hates El Cheapo, right, in Portland? That's why he's getting a bad rap all of a sudden, because his message is not all cut whatever check is necessary to be cut to bring Portland an NBA championship. Right. It's, well, we're not even going to send two-way guys on the road.
Agreed. Now, where I agree with him, I mean, El Cheapo's not even getting close to getting to the second apron. They lost their head coach to the Bulls, which is crazy.
But Jim has spent, though. That's the one thing he's done as an owner. Now, spent like an idiot, sure. But he's probably spent more luxury tax than any other owner in the NBA. What do you bet me?
Historically?
If we Google
Other than the Warriors, probably, yes.
So why now, after a championship, are you all of a sudden saying, well let's not get wild?
The second apron is different than what the previous tax rules used to be, so that's part of it.
But nobody wants to hear that from him. Again, him being right has nothing to do with it. Why is he talking about it on a radio show?
Because he feels like he can do no wrong right now.
Leon Rose should be talking about it. Wow, we can't.
Leon Rose doesn't do any media at all.
But he can't say, he's the one who should be saying, well, we can't dance with the second apron because it just handcuffs us as a franchise. What you want to hear from the owner is, let's win!
Yeah.
Let's do this thing! It's the only thing Steve Ballmer does well.
Yeah. Like we said yesterday, and I fully stand by this is Jalen Brunson's only title. I mean, this is the only Knicks title we're going to see, certainly with this group. They are not going to get back and win it again.
let's see, Mitchell Robinson, as you mentioned, is a free agent. Let's see, Alvarado has a $4.5 million player option, which he will decline, I would guess, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but they probably re-sign him over McBride just because I think he'll make less.
And then nothing else matters. So they have Hart, Bridges, Brunson, Anunoby, and Karl Anthony Towns all under contract next year and the year after, for that matter.
Yeah.
Hart has a team option and Towns has a player option, but everybody else is under contract. So probably not good news for Jordan Clarkson, although he could come back on a veteran minimum.
He's probably at that point in his career where he's only signing veteran minimums now.
And one-offs at that. So.
I think they're going to lose Mitch Robinson.
And like I said, nobody else really matters that much. I'm not trying to be dismissive.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, you can replace Landry Shamet.
Right. I mean, they'll pay a couple of these guys. Yeah, Landry Shamet's on his 8th team in 8 years, I think.
But do you know what their committed salary is for next year already?
I mean, Cat's at $55 million, right? Something crazy.
It's $205.4 million.
Yeah, right. They're over the salary cap already. Salary or the tax. Over the tax. Tax is $200 million. Salary is like $160. So yeah, they're going to need to fill out the rest of their roster, but they're not going to get up to the second apron. Certainly.
All right, coming up next, we have our Jazz pre-draft player profile. We'll talk a little bit about A.J. DeBonsa. Straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals, and we love Beehive Meals. What an innovative company that really helps families just like yours and mine out, Ben, with great frozen meals. And of course, we love their crock pot meals, but we're excited to be on board with the rollout of their brand new flat top meals, Ben, designed for your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. It's so easy. Just thaw and cook.
Yeah, it's so nice to go home and not have to think, oh, do I need to stop by the grocery store first? Do I have this spice? Do I have this seasoning? What do I have to pick up and prepare? Did I need to marinate something that I totally forgot? None of that. You are just pulling it out of the freezer, you put it in the fridge, and then it's ready to go. You throw it on your flat top, you throw it on your griddle, or you can do it on the pan inside your house. It's totally available, easy. It gives you those home-cooked flavors, that home-cooked smell throughout your house, so your kids can see you at home, making food, eating better options that you're all going to enjoy.
Plus, it's delicious.
It's really good.
Very good. Yep. So if you're ready to make dinner easier and better, you can order now and check out the menu at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Brought to you by Texas Roadhouse, the Utah Sports Commission, and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Save 25% on face value of a family 4-pack of tickets. Get your savings coupon for participating Texas Roadhouse locations. See savings coupon for restrictions and details. Bicycle Stadium July 2nd through the 4th.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
My granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Free rock chip repair for the life of your new windshield? This is Greg at Glass Doctor, and it's a rockin' rock chip summer. Come take advantage of our $75 lifetime chip repair program for your current windshield. That's right, pay $75 once, and you're covered for your current windshield. Need a new windshield? Good news. Any new windshield we install gets that same no-cost chip repair. Get a chip? Bring it into us. If it's fixable, we'll take care of it. Check us out at glassdoctor.com. That's glassdoctor.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for another edition of the Utah Jazz pre-draft player profile. It's brought to you by our friends at Omada Real Estate. Buying or selling a home, trust the experts at Omada Real Estate. Today, Ben, we are examining, of course, BYU forward A.J. DiBonsa, a player that we've become quite familiar with.
A.J. is, in my opinion, the greatest talent ever to play at BYU. I don't know if he's the greatest player ever to play at BYU. Jimmer Fredette, Danny Ainge certainly stand out.
Mike Smith.
Mike Smith, who had great careers. That's not dismissing Mike Smith. AJ is unique unto his own. First of all, I do think ultimately he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. If not, he will be the number 2 overall pick, and it will match Sean Bradley as the highest draft pick ever out of BYU. The number I keep coming back to on AJ that I'm sure other teams are as well is you look at what AJ did after the Utah game, and this is, he goes on the Up and Smoke podcast with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson and says, I recognized I could have scored 30 every night if I wanted to, but I tried to play the game and get everyone involved, and I had to have my team, and that's what all the NBA players told me. That is right, by the way. You do need to do that. After that stretch, though, after he scores a BYU record 43 on the road at Utah, he averages 27.8 points, 6.5 rebounds, 4.2 assists. He shoots 47% from the floor, and then importantly, he shoots 36% from the three-point line on 6 attempts a game. Like, once it seems like he, quote, figured it out, like unlocked his highest potential, nobody was even close to those numbers in college. As good as Cam Boozer was, and I know Duke won at a higher level, and when you had the best moments of Darren Peterson, he was out there. But those, and again, it's only 13 games. It's not a huge stretch. And by the way, BYU was only 5-8 in that stretch, but a lot of it was out without Richie Saunders. Being able to get to those numbers just by stepping on the court is so unique as a 6'9", 215-pound, 42-inch vertical freshman. It's really wild.
It is really wild. I hear Coach Lacombe talk about this often. I'm really curious to see what happens to his game when he has space, because he did not have a ton of space at BYU. And that's nothing against BYU. It's just a college game. Spacing is just an entirely different world based on talent level and what guys can do and what guys can't. And so when AJ gets a little space, you mentioned when Richie Saunders got injured, then the space got even tighter for A.J. DiBonsa. And then, you get you get profiled by ESPN and you go on these big things and everybody knows your name, that means everybody's gearing up for you. And how many teams did BYU play this year that said, well, we're not going to let him beat us. We're going to throw double and triple teams and do all these different things and throw it his way. So, yeah, I mean, you can point to the statistical success, but I'm really curious to see what happens when you have to guard other players on the floor and he actually has some room to operate.
Now, that is maybe the flaw in his game is he does have to have the ball. He's going to be a ball-in-hand guy. But if he's the best player on your team, that's not a problem. I mean, and you are drafting your guy at number 1 or 2 in this draft. This is not the Zachary Rizachet, Alexander Sarr draft where you're thinking maybe we can just get a good role player here. Maybe we can get somebody who can fit into our system. No, you're hoping for a guy who's going to come in and be the best player on your team in a couple of years. And if they are, they're going to have the ball in your hands. So if your entire fear is that I don't know if AJ is going to be very good without the ball in his hands, it's like, I don't know, how good is LeBron without the ball in his hands? I don't know. Nobody ever knows. He always has the ball in his hands. How good is Luka without the ball in his hands? Who cares? He always touches the ball. AJ is going to be the better player on one of the better players, if not the best player on his team. He's going to have the ball in his hand, and I think that's going to be ultimately just fine. And to your point, I was watching a game, and he is not touching the ball in this game. He's off ball. He's being face guarded by his man, and the other 4 players in a freeze frame are pointing at him. All 4 of them are pointing at him. To your point, the entire defense was, we're not going to let this guy beat us. They were solely focused on him for so much of the game. What happens when he's playing next to guys who are, for the first couple of his years in the NBA, better than he is with teammates? I think he's going to explode.
And he seems to have a good head on his shoulders.
Seems really likable.
Yeah, and I like it that he's open to come to Utah and he's open to go to BYU. And you talk to people who have talked to him or know him, and it all comes back with rave reviews. So I think any team's going to be happy if they end up drafting A.J. DiBonsa. I don't know if I expect him to go to the Wizards, but
he's not getting past 2, I don't think.
I don't think so.
I don't see a world where he's playing for the Grizzlies next year.
No. And you know what? Much to the Grizzlies' chagrin, because I'm sure they'd love to have him.
Absolutely. Everyone will.
No doubt about it. All right, joining us in studio, we're super excited about it. Jake joins us once again from Advanced Window Products. Jake, let's talk a little bit about what sets you guys apart.
Yeah, there are a lot of window companies out there. A lot of companies that are advertising similar to we are, a lot of companies that are going door to door. And as a homeowner, you probably see your own windows and you think nothing of them. It's like, wait, why are all these people out here selling windows? But really what sets us apart as the window company is that we are the manufacturer. So when you buy windows from Advanced Windows, you're getting windows that are factory direct. We cut out that middleman, and we're able to give you a better quality product for a better price because there's no middleman markup on those windows. And then we have full control of everything. So from the very beginning, when you call us, you're going to get a hold today. When you call today, you'll get a hold of Darren, and he's one of our factory reps. He'll come out to your house, and he's going to just do an audit of your current windows. He's going to educate you and show you like where you might have issues and where you're losing money on your current windows. And then at the end of that 45 minutes to an hour, it's not a high pressure sell or anything like that. It's just an education for you and then help you understand what that cost to replace those windows will be. And then we have all the financing options, everything right there in front of you that day. And then what happens after that is then we get a measurement scheduled, and everything we do is custom measured. So everything's manufactured to your home. So it's all custom made. And then we come out and we install those windows that we manufacture. So everything's done in-house. There's not a third party involved with anything. The installers are not subcontracted out. It's all done in-house, and we're 100% accountable.
Which allows you to save money, which allows our listeners to save money, which is great. And then you guys have an insane deal today.
Yeah, so really, if you're thinking about windows, if you're looking at your window, you've looked at it, you've pulled up to your house like, man, my windows just look janky. They just look bad. They look foggy. Something's vinyl's warping. Call us today, and if you call today during the show, you're going to unlock $3,000 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Plus, you're going to get an additional $150 off per window for that free installation that we're offering.
At least $4,500.
Yeah, you're looking at
the very least.
Yeah, at least $4,500 off on that purchase of 10 or more windows.
That's awesome. $3,000 off. And then $150 per window for installation off as well. What if you're like me and you want more energy efficiency, but you still like eavesdropping on your neighbors? Is there something? Is there something out there for me?
Might be your own problem.
Oh, okay. Maybe pick the energy efficiency then. Hit us with that number one more time.
Yeah, so the number to call is 801-850-9100. Again, 801-850-9100.
All right. Thanks, Jake. You're the man. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
That's our friend Jake from Advanced Window Products. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you very much for making us part of your Thursday. We are not going to be on tomorrow. We will be back on Monday. Ben, you don't have anything going on tomorrow. You can be chilling around the house.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. Make it happen. Getting a little R&R.
No, packing for old New York.
Walker Kessler took to the talk snap yesterday, Ben, to defend his honor. We talked about it a little bit in the 2 o'clock hour, but we spent, I don't know, most of the show yesterday, a lot of the show yesterday, talking about Brian Windhorst and the situation with Walker and how unhappy is he and does he hate Salt Lake and hate Utah and all these things. Well, he decided to say, no, I love it. I'm all good.
Walker came out and specifically said, I've seen what's being said, and I want it to be clear that I have always wanted to be here. I love this city, these fans, my teammates, my coaches. That's real to me. You don't grow roots where you don't want to be, and Walker Kessler has certainly done that, and I think that made a lot of Jazz fans feel a lot better because he was starting to lose, or his camp was starting to lose, the goodwill battle that happens in a contract negotiation. It was not, fans were like, oh, if he wants too much money, send him packing. He's not that good anyways, or we don't want him. And then even if he ends up signing and it's more money, fans are going to blame him. And you actually don't want that either. So I think it was really smart of Walker, business-wise, to step up and say this, but also give him the benefit of the doubt that as a person, he wants people to know that he does enjoy his life. I think he does recognize that he's in a very unique spot and does want fans to know that he likes it here.
Out of a scale of 0 to 100, what are the % chances that Walker Kessler plays for the Jazz next year?
95?
What's the threat? Where's the 5 come in? No, I think your number is, I was going to say 90. So 95, 90, probably in the same neighborhood. Where's the 5 come from?
That somebody does come out and offer him a crazy offer, and then it's backed by a sign and trade somehow that is probably multi-teams, things moving around. Where, somebody needs some matching salary and a Giannis trade, and the Jazz need to get involved, and the Jazz recognize actually this is really advantageous for us, and Walker's the piece that has to be moved in this conversation to a team, and the Jazz get something back that they really like. Otherwise, I don't really know if I see a 1-to-1 sign and trade scenario where the Bulls give him a big contract and the Jazz are like, okay, give us Patrick Williams back. Like, that's not going to work. And I don't think the Jazz want AR back, Austin Reeves, from the Lakers. They have Austin Reeves. His name's Keontae George. So I don't think the Jazz would be interested in that. So other than, multi-team, major contracts being moved, Jazz getting some kind of real asset back, I just don't see it. But I wouldn't rule it out because the NBA does crazy things all the time. So 5% chance that happens.
The teams with the most salary cap, from what I can tell right now, and of course this, isn't a surprise that the Wizards would be that because Trae Young just opted out, but the Bulls, the Lakers, and the Nets.
That's it.
That's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
All 4 of those teams could use a center.
Mm-hmm.
The Lakers especially. I don't know about the Nets because are they really trying to acquire talent? I mean, where are they in the process? I don't know if they'd be in the market for signing a player like Walker Kessler. And we had John on earlier from, he's a radio guy from Washington who says they're not sure about the future with Anthony Davis. So if Anthony Davis doesn't want to be a Wizard, all of a sudden there's a slot that could be filled by Walker Kessler.
Right. But the thought is they went and got Anthony Davis because they recognized they had struck out on the Walker Kessler trade
at the deadline.
In the season. At the deadline.
At the deadline.
So yeah, that could always change. Absolutely. The Bulls would make sense. The Bulls need a center. They lost Vooch. They definitely need a center. In fact, I think that is probably the biggest threat.
Are they trying to win
him? They're getting the number 4 pick now. They have a new front office in. They do have Josh Giddey. Like, they've got a couple pieces. It's not good pieces, but the East is open. You could maybe make the play-in tournament with Walker and Giddey and the 4th overall pick and whatever other free agency they want to do.
The worst thing you could do, yeah.
Yeah, right. But that's where they live. I mean, that's what...
Well, that's where they lived under the old regime. I guess that's why I bring it up.
But Reinsdorf is still the owner. Like, he's still a bad owner.
Yeah, but Jimmy Dolan was a bad owner until
he got a better GM.
He hired the right person.
Yeah, so we'll see. But I don't know if they're going to be motivated to enter this new lottery and be the guinea pig of the new lottery and see if they can win or fall to 16. I don't know how. I honestly just don't know how teams are going to approach it.
So the biggest threat to Walker not being on the Jazz is somebody just giving him a crazy deal. Second biggest threat is he becomes a throw-in piece on a big trade, like a sign-and-trade kind of thing.
Yeah, there is a world where if somebody does give him the $40 million, he can sign up to $41 million. I think if someone gives him $41 million, the Jazz might just balk.
Oh, I don't think they want to give him 41. But would he get that? I was more thinking like Giannis moves, and so they need other salaries and pieces to move as well.
Yeah, it's not just the offer, but it's the offer mixed with having to be in a sign and trade to get another big package done. It's not one of, it's both having to happen.
The Heat don't have what the Bucks want.
Clearly,
that's why that trade has not happened yet.
Correct. If someone had enough, they would have said yes.
The Heat do not have what the Bucks want. So how do the Heat pitch more assets that Milwaukee would want? You have to bring in a third, maybe a fourth team that picks up something. Now, if the Jazz did sign and trade Walker Kessler, I'm guessing they would want something fairly significant back.
Mm-hmm.
But how does that work? I mean, is that how you land, I don't know, what veteran from the Heat?
Yeah, you don't want Tyler Hero.
I don't
think. Maybe the Jazz are in love with Tyler Hero and they're going to take Cam Boozer and they think, well, that's your starting two guard. Then I mean, that's possible.
But that's how it happens. That's what I'm.
Jazz get Andrew Wiggins back. Yeah, Jazz get Wiggins, lose and a first round pick and lose Walker.
I do not see him playing for the qualifying offer and then becoming a free agent, which would mean that he would be on the Jazz next year.
Mm-hmm.
He just wouldn't play and probably be traded.
He would be traded. Yeah.
So. I'm curious what people think the likelihood of actually losing Walker Kessler is. It's very low.
I think it's pretty low. The Bulls are the team I would watch. I'll be curious what they try and do in free agency or what they try and attack.
Not the Lakers, because really, where are the Lakers going to get a center? They have to acquire a center.
They do. I do think it'll be Robert Williams, Time Lord, or Mitchell Robinson. I think it's probably their most likely. They could go with Vooch, though Vooch is not what they need.
But none of those guys put him over the top. I mean, none of those guys
I don't think Walker puts him over the top either. And it's going to cost $35 million to get him out of Utah.
Yeah, it's expensive.
And it's expensive to live in Los Angeles. I mean, look, it's expensive to live in Los Angeles because the taxes are so high in California. Now, people need to realize that's half the games. It's not every game. You get taxed in every city you go play in. But yeah, you got to make more in L.A. to make up for it, though you do get endorsement deals,
Well, Walker's not cleaning up on endorsement
but
deals
he'd be
in LA.
probably making a little bit more money than he does with our friends at UCCU.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're so far down the rung in
But
LA,
maybe you're
do
not.
you get anything? Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, those sorts of things start coming into play when you're LeBron.
Yeah.
But I mean, did THT make more off his sponsorship deals in
I don't
LA as opposed to Salt Lake?
Was he the face of anything?
LeBron said he was him.
He did say he was him.
That was it.
Unfortunately, that was LeBron advertising him for a trade.
Like, does the Vandalorian make more in sponsorships now than he did when he was here in Salt Lake?
No, probably zero bull spots.
I'm thinking that.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the Lakers are going to do for a center. Honestly, I don't. They might end up with DeAndre Ayton again. I would hope not if I was a Lakers fan, but...
Run it back with LeBron and DeAndre.
I mean, Mark Spears on ESPN today said he thinks they're going to sign LeBron again with Austin Reeves. If they do that, their money is gone.
I think he's wrong, though.
He might be.
I don't think.
And
the
also,
Lakers
Kevin Love is not your starting center.
No, I don't think the Lakers re-sign LeBron. I really don't. I'm still pretty firmly in that camp.
Okay. Well, I mean, I have no idea. Truthfully, I have no idea. I've leaned towards them re-signing because I think teams are pretty uncreative. So you have a star, you just keep him around because it's fun to have LeBron on your team and people are excited about LeBron.
But they have another star.
They
That's
do.
a bigger star.
They do.
Currently than LeBron.
So, yeah, I don't know what approach you take beyond that.
They canned LeBron's DJ. Remember, they went with the guy who plays Eastern European techno.
Mm-hmm.
They've moved on.
And then as far as centers go, in this, we'll see. Jaden Quinton's might fall. He's he's the mystery man of the draft. He committed to Arizona State, barely played, went to Kentucky, barely played, and is like a rim-running defensive big. That's kind of what he does. And he's projected to be drafted right now on some mocks in the early 20s, and that's right where the Lakers are. So maybe the Lakers just take a guy and say, we think he's going to be our guy, and Luke is good enough to make him Derek Lively, which is what he did in Dallas.
Rookie centers are not worth betting on. Although Lively was a rookie, right? But they had also traded for P.J. Washington?
No.
Why am I going blank on that?
Gafford.
Daniel Gafford.
You know what? Daniel Gafford might be the answer. Lakers might trade for Daniel Gafford.
Which would have been a good move 3 years ago.
It would have been. And Gafford's still a fine player. He was 9-7 last year. Now they were tanking, so they weren't playing him a whole lot. But he's more gettable, I think, than Walker Kessler is. He does some similar things. He is a veteran. He's 28 years old. I won't be surprised if that's the direction they go. And he's just so much easier to acquire than Walker Kessler, in my opinion. You might be able to get him for your first-round pick. Great.
Walker, he's just going to end up with the 28, right? Isn't that how it's looking right now?
I bet he gets 30, 31, 32. I bet he gets a little bit of a bump from the Jazz.
Just to get it over with?
Yeah, the Jazz, the reason this number is out is because this is the baseline for the Jazz. You know, the Jazz wanted to say 24. They would have said 24. That's the number that you would have heard from Tim McMahon. You know, they didn't say 4 years, 100. That was not the number that came out. Clearly, it's not coming out from Walker's people. So if they don't want that, they don't want that to be out there. 28's where their starting line is, and they'll go up to 31 or 32, I would imagine.
Even if there's nobody bidding, no? That's more where that take comes from. Like, should Walker's camp just wrap it up already? Just take the 28 and get it over.
No, because I bet you they think they can get somebody to say at least do us a favor and give us a $31 million offer that we know the Jazz will match, and you know the Jazz will match, and we'll make it worth your while down the road. Do us a favor.
If they have the cap space, as we just talked about, there's
the Chicago Bulls.
There's only a few teams that
Chicago make Derek make Walker an offer that you know is going to get matched. Maybe even sprinkle a couple million extra on top of that you know the Jazz are going to match, and we'll remember it.
But that reason, the high likelihood of him being back has got to be the calculus for making the "I love it here in Salt Lake" speech, right?
I think so too.
I mean, you still have to. You're basically going to end up back in this community at least for 3 more years. So make nice, because I don't think he wants to be
the bad guy,
controversial.
No,
that doesn't seem like it fits really his personality. I mean, who does want to be, kind of labeled as the, I guess, greedy athlete, even when it's not fair?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I found that ESPN, the Blowing in the Wind podcast with, who was it? It was Wendy and
the two Tims, Bontemps and McMahon.
They got a little loose with their verbiage, not just Wendy.
Uh-huh.
Who was it that was
Bontemps,
who was talking about how they were mad that he didn't get he wanted out to go to Indiana, and they were mad about that. I don't think that's true.
I bet they were frustrated that market dried up.
Why did they? Yes, right. But why did they run with the language like he doesn't want to be with the Jazz, doesn't want to be in Utah, and he's mad that it didn't work out with Indiana? Yeah, they're probably mad that a team that needed a center, that wanted to spend money, spend it on someone else. Fine, but that has nothing to do necessarily with the Jazz.
Yeah.
Did they just get loose with their verbiage?
Yeah. You talk a lot. It's like an hour and a half podcast. There's just a lot going on. Knicks have just won a title. Draft's on the way. Yeah, you just kind of get a little loose with what you're saying. I think that's exactly what happened.
But that's a very specific thing. Like Walker's camp was mad he didn't get traded to Indiana. That's a very specific. That's not a.
It is. Then again, Wendy said he was mad that he was playing in Utah. That's extremely specific and was not true at all.
That's pretty reckless.
It is. Yeah. And sometimes that does happen. You know, you're playing a game of telephone. Sam Amick wrote this. I read this. What did he say? He said this, and then Wendy repeats the third part of it. It's like, yeah, your game of telephone is all of a sudden he's unhappy he's not in Indiana. It's like, no. May have been frustrated that the Indiana market dried up, and Walker probably would have gone to Indiana, sure. They're going to be a contender next year in the Eastern Conference. Great. He would have fit in and been just fine. But it didn't happen. What are you going to do, Walker? Be mad at every team you don't get traded to? You know,
exactly my point.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you running with that?
Yeah, I'm totally with you. But there is reckless reporting. There is.
Well, good for Walker for coming out and saying that certainly is not the case.
I'm totally with you.
What was the final straw, you think? Do you think he was listening to the Jake and Ben show yesterday?
No.
I wouldn't rule it out.
No, I think he's super online. I think there were people that were freaking out over it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the Wendy comments, even though they were honestly a misinterpretation and kind of a mistake, still got aggregated all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Walker wants out of Salt Lake. It was all over the place yesterday.
I suspect Walker's impetus for this conversation was, yes, the Hoop Collective podcast that spurred the outrage from Jazz fans and everyone across the country.
Yeah, everybody piling on Utah. Yeah, he doesn't want to be in Utah.
I mean, even Zach Lowe, who I really like, I think most people really like, on his podcast, before the number was out, said Walker Kessler got offered a number that a lot of fans would be surprised he turned down. Like, there weren't a lot of people who were like, yeah, Walker's right for this. There's not a lot of people who I think have that backing, and he recognized that, I think, finally, that he was not going to get the messaging on his side. No one was going to look and be like, yeah, Walker's really being smart here. I can't believe the Jazz lowballed him. Nobody has said that. Nobody has said, wow, what a lowball offer. What a terrible offer. They must not want him back. So he was losing the messaging, or I don't want to say his camp or whoever it was losing that messaging. And to come out and say you were frustrated and then have an extremely fair number come out is not a great look. And I think he's smart enough to recognize that was mishandled by his people, whether it was mishandled by him or not.
Is his injury doing him a disservice? Or did it do him a disservice?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you think he was going to continue to play well, his first 4 games or 5 games were fine. They're pretty good. He had some really good games mixed in there. Had he continued to play very well and maybe been the Jazz's, second or third best player, which he might have been this year, he could have gotten more money than this.
Yeah, he could have had a bad year, too, because they didn't play him.
Well, were the Jazz going to play him this year?
Yeah,
no, they were not.
So I don't know. I kind of wonder if missing the entire year, except for 5 games, right? Mm-hmm. The entire year. There's a mystery to that, where we remember Walker from 2 years ago. We don't remember Walker having a 8.7 rebound performance against Memphis in February.
He did not go off on a low note. He did not. The last time we saw him, he was playing well and coming off of a good season. This is not coming off of his second year where he was really bad.
Right, and his injury isn't an Achilles or something like that. That is going to take you forever.
Like that? Correct.
To come back from. He should be pretty good to go. I mean, not to discount he had shoulder surgery, right?
There's a whole storyline there that I'm probably being a little reckless on speculating about, but I heard about Walker's injury. So the story on Walker's shoulder is that he hurt it at Auburn. This is not a new injury. This is one he's been dealing with.
This is like Nurk speak.
Correct. It's been something he's had for a while and got hit during the preseason in a practice, and it was bugging him a little bit more than usual. And the doctors basically said, you can keep playing on it, but it's never going to get better. Or we can surgically repair it and you can get better. And they decided to get the surgery. Now, who decided to get the surgery?
He did, I hope.
Yeah. Did the Jazz tell him to go get it now? Did his agent say, hey, you didn't get a contract last year. Let's go get it now. He seemed frustrated about the injury and not getting his contract, So I would suspect, this wasn't some effort by his team behind the scenes to say, shut it down when you're playing well. So the Jazz got a taste of how good you are, and now you're going to come out and get a contract, and you're going to use that for leverage. I don't think that's what happened.
Oh, and by the way, I'm not implying that at all.
No,
I don't think either one of us are.
But I will tell you this: talking to Walker right after the injury, I think I asked him, or whoever asked him, said, "What's the deal with this injury?" He said, "Oh, it's been preventing me from being a better player. When I get back, I'm going to be a better player because of this surgery." Said I had limited range of motion in my shoulder, which I thought hurt me as a shot blocker and a rebounder, and even I think he said some of his shooting, but he definitely said shot blocking and rebounding. He said he couldn't get the extension on his arm that he should be able to, so this is going to make him a better player. Like, he was very clear to be like, I'm going to be better when I come back than you last saw me, that which I don't think was accidental.
But maybe we're not talking about this at all if he absolutely killed it.
Yeah. No, we're not.
I mean, that's what Gordon Hayward did. He had a baller year and made it so he was a max guy. Mm-hmm. So I just wondered. That's the only reason I bring it up. I just wonder if it did him a disservice, or if it worked in his favor, or if it was sixes.
My guess is if it was up to him, he would have played.
What do you mean by that?
Would have given it a whole year and been out there and felt like he could have proven that he's worth more money. That would have been my guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but just a guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose everybody wants to play it, prove how good they are.
Yeah. You'd hope so.
It was just in my opinion, unfortunate timing. Always was. Going into a contract year that always seems like a bad thing. I was just wondering if it really was. Joining us now from Advanced Window Products. We've been stoked to have him in here live with us during the show. He's our buddy Jake. What's going on there, Jake?
Man, we're having a good day. It's good. This promotion has gotten the phones ringing.
Well, so it's like that.
It's exciting.
Well,
yeah.
We've got the weather on right behind you on the news here.
Crazy.
It's hot.
It's hot,
You know what I mean?
guys.
It's hot outside.
It's hot.
And you may not realize it until you wake up in your house and like, why is the house 80 degrees? Why is it so hot? But this is one of the things I was talking about. I don't know. A lot of people don't think about their windows, right?
Yeah.
You buy the house, the windows are there. You think, well, those are the windows. I don't really think about what a better window would do or what a worse window does. For somebody who's never replaced their windows, like what will they notice if they do replace their windows?
Yeah, there are three common themes that we hear from homeowners when they replace their windows. Number one is like their neighbors say something like, wow, like your home looks so much better with those windows. Which I think most people, when they replace their windows, they're not saying like, hey, I need to update the look of my home. That's not number one on their mind. But that is what the number one thing that they tell us the response is. It's the neighbors. Second thing, the sound. Is it like you get used to your sound, like hearing neighbors next door, hearing the dogs barking.
The lawn mowing at the
morning.
morning.
Yeah, the lawn mowing. You just get used to that because that's all you've known. You've been in the house, that's all you know. But when you get those windows replaced and all of a sudden that sound goes away, we'll get people telling us that they've had to buy the white noise machines because at night it's like too quiet. It's like eerie. And so they buy those box fans or a white noise machine. Number three is just the level of comfort in their home has increased so dramatically. And the amount of money that they are saving on those energy bills. So the comfort and that's really what gets people calling in the first place, is they can see the money that they spend every month on that energy bill, and then they're just uncomfortable. If you're uncomfortable in your home, call us. Like that, it shouldn't be that way. We can fix that for you. And the number to call is 801-850-9100. And when you call today, you're going to unlock $3,000 in savings, which is a great promo for you right now.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, we're going to give you that free installation. But look, the free installation is valued at about $150 per window. But the phones we have a limited number of slots with this. Nate actually just called me a few minutes ago and said, hey, like we keep our lead time 6 to 8 weeks. And so we have a limited number of slots for these things because we don't want to sell too many and then push out our lead time.
Right.
And Nate is watching this closely. He gets on me as being like I'm more over like the sales and the finance things, and Nate oversees the manufacturing installation. He's like, hey, just be careful with how many. so yeah, jump on it if you're thinking about it at home right now, or if you're driving, you're sitting in the office and you're thinking about windows, just call us. There's no pressure when we come out to your home. We'll educate you, but you will unlock significant savings.
I love that.
Yeah.
$3,000 off, free installation. Hit us with that number one more time.
Number to call is 801-850-9100. Again, 801-850-9100.
Let's really stress out the mayor of Sac Lake
Stress
City.
him out.
Let's
He needs
really
it.
stress
He
him
needs
out.
it.
Yeah, it's good for him. I
Yeah.
agree. Jake, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
We appreciate it. All right, that's our good friend Jake. $3,000 off, free installation, advanced window products.
801-850-9100.
More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got slowdowns starting on southbound I-15 just before 4500 South in Murray, and they stretch all the way down to the 146 South Bluffdale exit. In Utah County, we've got reduced speeds on I-15 in both directions between American Fork and North Orem. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or go to heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Free rock chip repair for the life of your new windshield? This is Greg at Glass Doctor, and it's a rockin' rock chip summer. Come take advantage of our $75 lifetime chip repair program for your current windshield. That's right, pay $75 once, and you're covered for your current windshield. Need a new windshield? Good news. Any new windshield we install gets that same no-cost chip repair. Get a chip? Bring it into us. If it's fixable, we'll take care of it. Check us out at glassdoctor.com. That's glassdoctor.com.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to make the announcement, Ben, for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. This week's winner, Mikey Wood. And here's what's said about Mikey. Mikey is so amazing and has done so much for our community with our theater programs. She has donated so much of her time to the Payson Community Theater and the Payson High School Theater programs. She creates the programs for the shows, sells tickets and concessions, donates her time and food to help the kids during long rehearsal days, and helps keep the kids on track. She cheers these kids on all the time. She always has a smile on her face and always lifts up those around her. She boosts morale and gets everyone hyped up for the shows. She is our rock, and we would be so lost without her. She deserves to win and to be recognized for all the hard work that she does. Congratulations to Mikey Wood.
We usually do the sports volunteer or coach, but if it's a theater, it's an extracurricular activity, somebody who's really stepping up, we want to recognize everybody who's helping our community.
This is 100% right in the wheelhouse of the purpose of this award.
Yeah.
So shout out to Mikey. I can't imagine what goes into theater production and running a theater program
Yeah.
for a high school. And if you've seen some of these high school productions, I mean, it's crazy.
It is really cool.
It is really, really cool.
Yeah.
So shout out to Mikey. And, of course, go to kslsports.com/contest to nominate the youth volunteer that you know who deserves a little recognition like Mikey would. And then, of course, we make the announcement every Thursday right here on the Jake and Ben Show.
And shout out to everyone at Payson High School.
What is we should look up what Payson's nickname is. I should know, I feel.
Bumblebees.
Is that right?
Nope.
Is that just a guess?
Yeah.
It sounds like it could be right. Any idea, Christian?
Lions.
Oh, the Lions. Go Lions.
Is that what it is? You found it. Mine says Grizzlies.
Go Grizzlies.
No, this one's in Chicago.
Wrong.
Which one
Payson.
is Mikey?
I don't think it's the one in
It's not
Illinois.
the one in Chicago? Okay.
No, I think it's one here. I think Payson, Utah is what we're looking for. The Mighty Lions. I don't know, Ben. You don't strike me as a theater kid. Were you in any productions growing up?
Not beyond like the one I had to be in 6th grade. But my son is in stage crew for his junior high, and it's cool, man. It's like to get personal about it. It's like he needed to be a part of something. It was good for him to get a new group of friends, new people to be a part of, meet new people, branch out from his normal group, and somebody's got to take care of that. Somebody has to teach that. Somebody has to be available to do that. So shout out Mikey.
Oh, and you're on a team. You've got to work hard.
You have responsibilities.
You have to work in coordination with others. Oh, yeah, I totally buy into that.
No, I did not. But
go stage crew. I bet you, what do you think, Christian? What musical was Christian most likely the lead in?
Let's see here.
Grease?
Okay.
I am notorious for my singing voice.
Grease? Yeah. Was he Danny
Zuko? I can see that.
In Grease?
He has that look. They don't really do Saturday Night Fever at the high school level.
Yeah, not really a musical either.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, it has music, but it's more about Christian's sweet dance moves.
Like My Fair Lady, he doesn't seem like refined enough, I don't think.
Oliver?
What's
Please,
that,
sir,
like
can I have
Twist?
some more? Yeah.
He could have been.
It's exactly Oliver. It's exactly like that.
I'm not on a first name basis with him. I don't know.
Okay.
We did Little Mermaid and Hunchback of Notre Dame, I think.
Oh, you could be a
In
great
high
Hunchback.
school?
Yeah, I wasn't a part of it. That's just what my school did.
Stuff a pillow up there.
Oh, he could have been
Get a limp going. Quasimodo. You got a little Quasimodo to you naturally.
Thanks. That's
you're
super nice of you.
He could have been a Sebastian the Crab.
Yeah, he could have. Pincher.
Or Scuttle.
Mm-hmm.
The annoying seagull.
Or one of the eels.
Oh, kind of the evil.
The bad guys.
The bad guys.
Yeah.
Man, I've watched way too much of that stuff in recent years.
I had the worst experience of my life the other day. That's hyperbole. But I just wanted to take a nap. And I think it was like Saturday afternoon or whatever it was. And I just wanted to throw something on that was familiar. I hadn't watched in a while. And I know you loved the genie performance from Aladdin.
I do.
So I was like, you know what? I'm going to throw on Aladdin.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just going to crash. Because I know it's Saturday afternoon. I'm just wrecked. It's been a long week. So I throw it on Disney Plus and I crash. And I wake up and the live action of Aladdin had started. And I was just hearing the Aladdin songs again because it was too long of a nap. So I woke up hot and groggy on a Saturday afternoon and live action Aladdin was playing. And it's so bad compared to the cartoon, which is so excellent. And it really threw me off.
I tell you,
I slept from cartoon to live action. It really ruined my day.
They really have got to stop doing that. I'm serious.
I'm with you.
Are these live actions making a ton of dough? Is that why they're doing it? Because Moana's the next one, and
The Rock's doing it. Yeah.
Don't ruin my Moana. It was perfect. It doesn't need a live action reboot.
It would be one thing if you're like, you know what, Sleeping Beauty came out in the year 1940, whatever.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna remake it 80 years later because there's a legit chance some kids may have not seen Sleeping Beauty. Moana came out 15 years ago.
Yeah, not even that.
Yeah, Moana's fresh. I get it. Moana's here. We don't need that yet.
The Rock is still a star.
The original cast is still going to be the cast.
Yeah, we're not talking about that guy that voiced Baloo the bear that voiced 60 other Disney characters.
Right.
That half of which were bears.
Sleeping Beauty, though, 59, by the way. I was thinking Snow White. When did Snow White come out?
Was that his first one?
The original?
Mm-hmm.
37.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That might have been his first one.
That's remarkable.
What
but
a
yeah,
run.
you
What a
make
run.
it in 2025.
And by the way, listen, Walt lived on ideas. Can't the company come up with some new ones?
Well, I think that's the problem here for me is that for the most part, not exclusively, but for the most part, whatever Disney puts out is going to be fine. People are going to go see Disney movies because it's a Disney movie.
That's kind of true, but yeah, they've had some stinkers.
They've had some stinkers, but these are all stinkers. And so they just say, well, we'll roll it out. Fine, if you're going to make a stinker Disney movie and you think people will see it, make something original. Do something new. Because if you do get a hit, you're really cooking.
Like the Buzz Lightyear reboot didn't go well.
I didn't see it.
I didn't. Exactly.
Yeah. You're right. But you know what? I haven't seen most of these. I accidentally woke up to the Aladdin live action. I didn't want to watch that either.
I think the only ones I've seen, this is kind of a funny place to be today.
Good radio.
I've seen the Beauty and the Beast one, which didn't do anything for me.
It was fine, but yeah, it's not.
And then I notoriously saw the Jungle Book one, which I'm actively angry about.
Yeah, it's the angriest I've ever seen you other than Uncut Gems.
And I vowed never to see a live action ever again. Because I actually love the original Jungle Book. They totally ruined it.
Which is funny. It is, I just Googled, top tier remakes. Number 1, Jungle Book. Often cited as the pinnacle of Disney's live action efforts.
Well, there were 2 that came out at the same time.
Two
so
Jungle
maybe,
Books?
Yeah, maybe Jake saw the wrong one.
Do you think Jake accidentally went to the wrong movie?
That's happened before.
Pete's Dragon?
Well, I love the original. Did they do a remake?
Uh-huh. Actually, I think one of the characters in it, I'm not kidding, is named after my brother.
On purpose?
Uh-huh. Because the guy who made it is a guy my brother's worked with, which is shout out to old Joey. Cinderella and Cruella are the other 2. They're apparently good. I don't think I've seen any of them.
No. Well, your kids have moved out of that realm, too.
Yeah, my kids were in that weird gap where they didn't quite... They were a little too young to see a lot of them, and then they're kind of too old now to care.
Do you like Disney movies, Christian? Christian has a new baby, so he's not in the Disney movie realm yet, but he'll be there.
I'm talking to Brant about it. It's funny because with the baby, my wife loves to play Disney music while we're doing his bath time and stuff, so I'm getting more into the songs.
Well, Christian's taking a bath.
Not me.
Turn on Disney music.
No, there are some ones I really like. My younger sister was really into Tangled when she had like a phase where she would watch Tangled every day. So that one's awesome. Frozen.
All right.
I grew up on Lion King, those ones.
So Brant, who's in there, is our tech on a lot of our remotes. If we are out on a remote, Brant gets us set up and makes sure everything's up and running smoothly. Brant's the man. Were either of you guys alive when the first Toy Story came out? There's no way.
No,
right?
neither one.
I
Not
think
even
it was
close.
99, right?
It was definitely the 90s.
Or maybe it was 96.
Yeah.
It was before me either way. Yeah.
What about Brant? When was Brant born?
Brant's a little younger than me. So no.
That's crazy.
It's not, though.
Threatening with the people's elbows. Does that say 03? Okay.
Oh, no. Christian just said he grew up on The Lion King. False. He was the Lion King was 10 years old.
You grew up on Robert Altman's MASH.
Yeah, right.
No, you didn't. It came out during the Korean War. Vietnam, I think, but
it did.
Yeah.
Late 60s. Yeah, exactly. I grew up on The Lion King. No, you didn't. That movie was 15 years old before you were born.
Monsters, Inc. Awesome. Finding Nemo.
Finding Nemo was okay.
Yeah, Finding Nemo is excellent. Yeah.
No, I like Finding Nemo. I like what's his name? Everything that he's ever done. The Captain Barbossa in the Pirates movies. What's Jeffrey Rush?
Jeffrey Rush. Yeah.
Jeffrey Rush has never done a bad project ever in his life.
Huh. We should do Jeffrey Rush movies.
Are there 10?
What you got? Wednesday State Jeffrey Rush films, the most niche sports radio draft of all time.
Well, he's amazing.
I'm pro Jeffrey Rush. Also, I'm with you.
He made those. Everybody gives Johnny Depp, your guy, your train wreck guy, credit for it was all Barbossa all the time, man. Yeah. All right. Well, write it down. Christian Jeffrey Rush
Jeffrey
movies.
Rush movies. Next time he has one that comes out.
Why is the rum always gone?
Oh, I'm excited about talk about Captain Jack next
Wait,
year.
what pick did Captain Jack has like the 5th pick, right?
8th.
Oh, is it that far down?
Yeah. Because remember, they thought they were going to get
Chicago's
number
got
1
5,
from
yeah.
New Orleans. That ended up still being a good trade for Atlanta, but they didn't quite fleece Joe Dumars as badly. So far, we'll see. If they end up getting a superstar at 8, then they fleeced Joe Dumars.
That's better than not having a top 10 pick.
After making the playoffs, absolutely. You'd love to have make the playoffs and get a top 10 pick. Life's pretty good.
I bet he takes a small point guard.
That's kind of what's on the board.
That's what he likes.
Yeah. And he'll take one, yeah.
Yeah, small, that'll jack up bad shots and loves to dribble. That he doesn't have to say no to.
Darius Acuff, come on down.
Oh, that's his guy. Well, we can take longer with this, but there's been some buzz around Acuff. I don't know if he lasts till 8.
I'm curious. I'm curious who's doing who favors.
Do you think that's what it is?
Jazz talking about how much they like Darius Acuff is it's not going to be a 2, so
yeah, but
how much can you like him?
That's not the only rumor I've seen.
No, you're
but
right.
I get your point.
No, yeah. You look, whoever drafts him is going to be happy because he produces a ton, but you shouldn't be in the running for 2.
Canada, by the way, leads Qatar right now in the World Cup 2-0, being played in Vancouver.
This is who our Beaks are playing next.
Qatar?
Yeah. We need to win bad.
The Beaks were terrible today. They did get a goal at the end.
And then they gave up another goal again right after. That was a flop.
Well, it's soccer, Ben.
Right on the shin guard.
Oh, it's soccer, Ben. This is how they get rest.
There's no respect here. You don't get to the World Cup and then start being like, you know what, let's clean up the garbage. No.
No, that's not how it works. More Jacob Ed coming up next. Tony Jones is going to be on with us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's getting real slow now on northbound I-15 from the I-80 and 201 exits in South Salt Lake up to North Temple with a crash on the left shoulder around 1300 South as part of the mix. And in Utah County, northbound 15 is also bogged down in Orem from University Parkway to 1600 North. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, and we move what matters, you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
He is the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Can you go anywhere without anybody trying to say, hey, Austin, just between you and me, just, come on.
Oh, everywhere I walk, yeah, people ask, but we don't tell anybody. I don't tell my wife. I don't tell I don't tell some of the people on my staff that I work with every day where I'm leaning. Like, on top of the competitive advantages and the trades that could kill and some of the other things that would harm, there's huge betting markets now. And
that's true.
Some guy I play golf with makes $500,000 on who the draft is, and then the FBI's knocking on my door. We can't be having that.
No. We don't want any of that.
No. And that may be in the news right now, so you want to avoid that for sure.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you're anything like me, you need a team of good folks on your side to help you make the right decisions when it comes to the financial well-being and future of not only myself, but of course of my family as well. And listen, I've gone through the process. I talk about it a lot. I've sat down with Trajan. I've gotten to know them, and more importantly, they've gotten to know me. They want to sit down with you, give them a call. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Sit down with them and let them get to know you. Find out things like, what do you want to do when you retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live? Set those goals and let them show you exactly what they can do to help you get there. And now that they have Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, they've truly moved all of your financial needs right under one roof. So you truly have a team all working together for your well-being. 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or you can also jump online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Attention commercial property managers. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Get on schedule today at GoPaveUtah.com.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. It's time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. You know, this fits today's in a variety of ways, Ben. And the subject is Charlie Sheen, which fits because you drafted him yesterday, and it was a good savvy pick by you because we did train wreck celebrities.
Train wrecks.
You picked Charlie Sheen high, too, which is where he should have gone. One of the truly epic spinouts. Wasn't he part of the Heidi Fleiss controversy too? Hasn't he been? He's been a train wreck for a long time.
Yeah,
right?
he has. In fact, I think going back to Ferris Bueller's Day Off, out on the town. Excuse me. He said like he hadn't slept for like 2 days.
He looked like it,
and he looks great in the movie. He like looks like a cool young person. But
No,
yes,
he
he looks like he
got,
hasn't slept. Yeah, he's got bags under his eyes. His hair's all greasy.
He looks like a meth head.
And apparently that was authentic.
that was how he
the
looked.
real deal. Yeah,
that's how we looked that day. No need for makeup. Well, let's let this sound speak for himself, for itself. But he talks about another one of our favorite subjects, the movie. Well, mine anyway. The movie Major League,
and then has a real weird local tie in here. It's all connected.
Let's hit it.
Yeah, I had one meeting with him, and he was like, "Well, you pitched in high school." I'm like, "Yeah," and that was only 4 years ago, right? 5 years.
Still near you.
Right? Yeah. I said, "Well, you can film me. You can film me in a full windup. That I guarantee. But I can't throw 98 or 100, or I'd be doing it for a living. But I can probably get you somewhere in the mid 80s.
That's still good. God.
Not bad.
Yeah.
So I did a bunch of steroids, right? Because I was only throwing like 76 at the time. And I had this trainer. This guy was a running back at BYU, and he knew a guy that could get the steroids. And so we're at Gold's Gym and
pump it on.
Yeah, man, and literally put 10 miles per hour on my freaking
Really?
fastball. Yeah.
And how much time?
Like 6 weeks.
Holy shit.
Man.
Wow.
I mean, I was a little nutty during the thing,
Yeah, but it was a character, though. The juice.
Yeah, but I didn't continue juicing throughout the movie.
Okay.
A running back from BYU?
A running back from BYU knew a guy who could get him steroids. Now, this was the 80s? When did
Yeah, 80s, late 80s.
this come out? I guess I believe that was probably available. Have we we outed this running back yet?
Do you know who it is?
No, I have no idea.
So I did a bunch of steroids.
By the way, Major League the movie came out in 1989.
Okay.
But yeah, there were steroids all
Sure.
over the place, and BYU has had its controversies with steroids, or rumors anyway. I don't want to go back before my time and slander anybody, but that was not necessarily foreign to them in the 80s.
Lemma Harrington. How do you spell Lemma
Oh,
Harrington?
it wasn't a lemma. Stop that! I didn't even think about that. Did a lemma Harrington help Charlie Sheen juice?
I'm kidding.
Allegedly.
I'm kidding.
Allegedly.
I'm kidding.
Wouldn't have been Tau either.
We love a lemma. But that would be funny.
If
no,
it
I think
were
a
a
lemma
lemma,
was still at BYU
that a lemma
in like 88.
Would
right?
know Charlie Sheen?
A lemma would have let us know. Then again, a lemma's dad was in the biz.
Oh,
Not the steroid business, the acting biz.
I know for a fact that Alema is friends with one of the judges on Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
Which, what's her name? Carrie Ann? I don't watch the show.
Yeah.
But apparently they went to high school together.
Okay.
He told me that once. He was like, oh, yeah, we're buds. I was like, wow, really?
Charlie says he added 10 miles. First of all, do you believe he was throwing 80s still in the mid-80s in the early 2000s?
Well-
Or no, sorry, in his early 20s?
Well, he said he was in the 70s. That's why he needed the steroids. But if he pitched in high school, sure, why not?
Do you you know what? It's a good point. He does look good throwing the ball.
Yeah, that's really his windup and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's a real
knew
thing.
that
I've never
before.
really thought about that. He looks like a pitcher. You played tennis, you
Yeah.
played baseball, I skateboarded. If anyone does something in a movie, and I can tell they haven't done it before, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And this doesn't. What would you have to do steroids? Like, what would the promise have to be?
I'm sure he's making millions of dollars.
No,
from that
for
field.
him, yeah, right. It's not just that he added 10 miles an hour to his fastball. It's that someone paid him millions of dollars to be in Major League.
Yeah, what? So this is one of those, how much would it take to compromise your integrity? If I'm not actually competing?
No, I mean, like today in your life, with your normal lifestyle, if someone was like, oh, this will be easier if you do steroids, what would have to be easier?
Like getting off the couch?
Yeah, it's like the 4th hour of your radio show is way easier to do.
Walking to my car?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
That's what I got to do? No, I mean, I bet you, in all honesty, well, you're the one with the Hollywood connection. You could probably give us a more accurate answer if you did some research. But I bet you if the amount of, I guess, particularly leading men that would take steroids for a role, I bet it's
steroids, yeah.
Oh, I bet it's super high.
Yeah, absolutely. All these guys look like superheroes now. Yeah, it's not natural.
Not for most of us, no. All right. Joining us now
Maybe for Nate Orchard.
in studio, our buddy Jake from Advanced Window Products. And yes, we are trying to stress out Nate Orchard, who's complaining that the phone's ringing too much. What a novel thing.
I'm sorry, Nate.
Jake is back with us. And hey, first of all, we love getting to know you, and getting to know Nate is great too. But we love getting to know this great company. You guys have been around in Utah making it happen for a long time.
Yeah, we've been around for 40 years now. 40 years. This says a lot about a company. And I've been fortunate to be a part of it for the last about almost coming up on 4 years now. And it's been fun just to see just the way when Nate and I stepped in about 4 years ago, the lifetime warranty that we offer is not something that we joke about or take lightly. There was an instance when we first came in. It was like 2 months in, we had a homeowner call us from like southern Idaho, and she was an elderly lady that could no longer open her window. Mm-hmm. And her window was sold in 1997. So Nate went out to the house this was like, we're brand new. We're figuring everything out still. Nate went out to the house and saw the issues, and we took care of it. We got her a new window. And it was like, look, we stand behind our lifetime warranty. So as a homeowner, that just gives you peace of mind. If you're spending, I recognize windows are a large investment for anyone. And what we try to do is we try to make it so it's affordable, and so that it's easy to kind of swallow that cost, whether it's the financing options that we offer or the discounts that we're able to offer. But then it's the lifetime warranty. So when you put that money into your home, into those windows, you want to make sure that the product that you're buying is from a legitimate company, and that, hey, if something goes wrong in 5 years, they're not just gone. You don't get they don't just disappear. And it's crazy how often we hear that.
Lifetime warranty for a company that knows it's only going to be around for 24 months.
Yeah, and then we get homeowners calling us like, hey, like bought these windows a couple years ago, and like they are gone, and now I just need someone to come and service these. It's like, sorry, like we can help you get new windows, but we can't just come and service another company's windows. And so when you buy windows from us, you know we're not going anywhere. You're buying peace of mind, and you're going to get taken care of for the life of you owning that home. And that warranty is also transferable. So we try to just be different from every other window company because there are a lot of window companies out there. With us being the manufacturer, we're able to help you as a homeowner save money. We offer a product that's designed specifically for the Utah climate, so you'll be able to save money during those hot summer months, also saving money in the cold winter months. And then today only, if you call during the show, we're going to give you $3,000 off the purchase of 10 or more windows, plus we're going to give you free installation, which is valued at $150 per window.
And that's just call today.
That's just call today.
That doesn't mean you have to have your credit card or anything
Yeah,
ready.
you're not
just
buying
call
it.
today.
Just call today. You get in the schedule. Darren can come out to your house in the next 3 days, and he'll be out there, and he can it's a very easy, there's zero pressure, and just let's educate you and help you understand, like, hey, you can save money if you put new windows in. And this is how we can make it affordable for you.
Yeah, you talked about that. The expensive electric bill and your house is uncomfortable. I can't imagine a worse combo. No. Spending money to be uncomfortable is a pretty bad business.
Yeah, and how about instead put the money that you're saving on those energy bills into the cost of the windows. You save $150 a month on those energy bills, and we can get you payments as low as $150 a month. Like, we can make it so it's really easy for you. You just have to call. That number to call is 801-850-9100. Again, 801-850-9100.
801-850-9100. Can we all come to a consensus on what is our temperature point for too hot to sleep? 80's too much.
Oh, yeah, 80's insane.
73 is my house.
Oh, yeah, okay. Bless it.
You must have good windows.
I know a guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm right with you. 73, that's my wheelhouse.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
He is Jake from Advanced Window Products, 801-850-9100. Upgrade your home today, 801-850-9100, Advanced Window Products. Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.
Tony Jones coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
In the draft on June 23rd, it's not just about talent. It's about building the right team. And that's exactly what you'll get when you work with the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. By using premium marketing plans and pricing your home strategically, the Stern team has built a championship-level lineup designed to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to win in today's real estate market, draft a team that's been winning for years in Salt Lake City. And that's the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern team.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Summer brings the gift of longer days and savings on select Kia models. Look for specially tagged vehicles during the Summer Sticker Sales Event at Doug Smith Kia in Linden.
Hey, Doug.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A modern-day warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride. Though his mind is not for him, don't put him down as arrogant. His reserve a quiet defense, writing out the day's events.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for Live at 5, brought to you by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. We're very excited about our next guest. Let's get out of the zone phone. Joining us now, he covers the 76ers for The Athletic, I think, technically. Covered the Jazz for a very, very long time. Once covered Utah State, covered Utah, covered Tony Jones, the great Tony Jones of The Athletic with us. What am I missing, Tony? You've hit every beat in town, man.
You forgot the illustrious high school beat.
Ah, yes, the preps, Utah preps.
Well, you also miss he used to host a Saturday show with Ben Anderson, a basketball show in the state of Utah. So Tony also did that.
Me and Ben both know the story behind that, but that came to a crashing end.
Screeching halt.
Well, I got to tell you before we start things out, Tony, we miss you, pal. How you doing? You doing well? How's Philly?
Miss you guys too, man. Miss you guys too. Listen, I did not have full disclosure. I did not have a lot of time today, but it was Ben, and because it was Ben, I was like, well, it's Ben. I'm gonna just go ahead and do it.
We won't keep you on the line, though, Tony.
And then he said, I'm on with Jake, and then I was like, well, I surely have a LeBron James joke to troll Jake with, but I can't find one. So, like, Jake, how does it feel that we went through like almost an entire playoffs and NBA Finals, and we did not mention LeBron James?
Oh, it was glorious, Tony. It was amazing. If we weren't talking about the Knicks,
Yeah,
it would
but
have
he
been
hates the Knicks.
most perfect playoff run ever. It would have been amazing.
Yes. The only thing that could have been more amazing than the Knicks winning the championship for me was LeBron being on the Knicks. Because, that's my favorite player ever. So,
don't I know?
Well, and now he can't join the Knicks because now he can't join the team that just won the title, and it always seemed like that was one of his destinations.
Yeah, so he can't join the Knicks now. He can join the Spurs now.
Yeah.
And then, take some credit for oh my God, he's the guy that put the Spurs over the top for the title and everything. And then, Jake would go to the bathroom to pray to the porcelain god because, LeBron gets the credit for it.
Vomit. You're right.
But yeah, so it was. There's definitely some highs and lows. But yeah, I was just thinking about that for sure.
All right, Tony, you had a great report. Jazz sitting at number 2. Doesn't seem like they really know who's going to be gone at number 1. I don't know if anyone really knows yet, other than the Wizards, who's going to be gone at number 1. And they're pretty evenly split on who they like, is your report.
Yeah, they're evenly split, and they like, all three of those guys. And Ben, you've been like really great, reporting this stuff out as well. But like they like all three of these guys, right? So, with AJ DeBansa, you just don't see guys physically that imposing with that kind of athleticism and length and footwork and all of the stuff that comes with it. You don't see guys like that very much. You don't see a processor like Cameron Boozer very much in a 6'9", 6'10", 250-pound body. So there's, that's unique about him. And then with Darren Peterson, you just don't see pure scorers come into the league that often, that are ready to score the basketball like Darren Peterson is. So, there's all three of those guys have like real traits that, you get once every few years or once maybe even 5 years or in best case scenario, maybe once every 10 years. And it's something that, if you're the Jazz, two of those guys at the very least are going to be on the board when you pick. So you're going to have to do your due diligence, do a lot of homework and try to make the best choice for what is going to be an important few years for the Jazz.
Tony Jones of The Athletic is here with us on Jake and Ben. Tony, what did you make of Darren Peterson not working out for the Jazz? Is there something to read into there, or what was your reaction?
I didn't make anything of it. It's really standard draft stuff. Darren's people are trying. They're like, okay, we want to go number one, so we have to, do what we have to do to make sure that we go number one. AJ's people, they want to go number one. It's interesting that Cam has been, the quietest of the three, so to speak. I do know that in league circles there's been like some surprise, that DeBansa has been, as accessible as he has been during this, pre-draft run. One source described it to me as a podcast tour, so to speak. So, I think that there's, people talking about that. And then obviously, Darren and Keontae George share the same agency. So I think that there's stuff about that. But all of this stuff is standard pre-draft stuff because agents, they all know that once you actually get drafted, well, guess what? Your control leaves for at least 5, 6, 7 years, and in some cases 8 years. So, this is the only part that, the agents can actually control. So they're doing their best to control that part.
So I wrote my story on Monday about the Jazz and Darren Peterson not coming into Utah. And what I had heard is that communication had remained between both sides. And then the writer from Dallas comes out and says, no, Darren Peterson doesn't want to be in Utah. Have you heard anything on either side of that about Darren Peterson either still having communication with the Jazz or not wanting to be in Utah, as the writer in Dallas said?
I have not heard anything to that. I haven't heard anything that, he flat out doesn't want to be in Utah. Nothing comparable to the noise around, Ace Bailey last year, because that was very noisy. The thing with Darren for me is that of the three places that he can land, Utah is probably by far, I don't even want to say probably, I would say by far his best landing spot basketball-wise. Darren Peterson comes to the Jazz, his competition for a starting shooting guard spot is Bryce Sensabaugh, and he's a better player than Bryce Sensabaugh. So he should start from day one, and he should get a lot of touches and a lot of shots. And if Walker Kessler and Jaren Jackson Jr. are behind him, some of his weaknesses defensively will be covered, from day one. It's a picture perfect it's a picture perfect scenario for Darren Peterson to really get out to a great start in his career. And so much of what a career comes from a player is the scenario and the situation that he initially goes to. I've seen very, very talented players go to bad situations and have to fight through that for 3 or 4 years. And then I've seen players who were similarly talented, go to great situations and, be able to thrive right away. So, I think if you're Darren Peterson, I would, 100% want to land in Utah.
Who should the Wizards take?
That's a good question for me. I would probably say Peterson because I think that so this is where I have my big board. I think Peterson and AJ DeBanza are the same level of player. I think that Cameron Boozer is the third best player in the draft. I think he's a beat behind DeBanza and Peterson. So I don't think that Peterson or AJ are one tier ahead of another. I think both of those guys, I think all three guys have a chance to be Hall of Famers. But I think both of those guys, DeBanza and Peterson, just have a chance to be superstars. So it comes down to fit for me. And, and I think that Peterson's a better fit next to Trae Young than AJ DeBanza is because he's less ball dominant. He's less ball needy than DeBanza is for me. And I think that he's a guy that can really thrive next to Trae Young. Just coming off of DHOs, coming off of pin downs. He's a better version to me of Bradley Beal. So I think if you're Washington, I would take Peterson.
Ace Bailey and AJ DeBanza are kind of shaped similarly. Physically, they share some similar tools, 6'8", 6'9", super athletic. Their games are really dissimilar, but do you think they could play together?
Oh, absolutely. Because, AJ has the ability to handle the ball, and the ability to be dynamic off the dribble that Ace Bailey doesn't have. So I think that AJ DeBanza can 100% play shooting guard in the NBA, especially offensively. And I think that he can play shooting guard, for the Jazz from day one. I think he's a small forward / shooting guard. He can play both of those. Spots. So if you're the Jazz and you draft AJ DeBanza, long term, AJ's going to be at the 2, Ace Bailey's going to be at the 3. I think that, I've said this on Twitter. I think that the Jazz can keep their current team together for 2 years. And then at the end of those 2 years, they're going to have to start making some real decisions. And then by that time, I expect, Ace Bailey to be, the guy who steps into a long-term starting situation. And I think that his position long-term will be at the 3. And I think that AJ DeBanza can play the 2 easily.
How do you think this all plays out with Walker Kessler?
Oh, you had to ask me that, didn't you?
It's very relevant.
No, it's very irrelevant. I think that at the end of he's gonna be with the Jazz. I don't know how it's gonna work out in terms of, what his contract is gonna be, in terms of, what the length of his contract is gonna be. But I do think that he's going to be with the Jazz for sure. I don't think that he'll be anywhere else in the 2026-2027 season. I will say that there's a lot of work to be done on both sides to get that relationship back on the right track. I think that there's some legitimate grievances there from both sides, and it's interesting that it's kind of played out this way. But the one thing I will say is that this Jazz roster really, really, really needs Walker Kessler, because this isn't a candy shop of point of attack defenders. Let's put it that way. So they need some rim protection. They need some rim protection for sure on that front line, and they need a guy who can be a vertical lob threat, and that's Walker Kessler.
What's Philly going to do in the draft, Tony? They've got a pick in the 20s.
So it's really interesting. I'm trying to figure out what Mike Gansey, the new president of basketball operations, what he likes. I would say this. I mean, I think they're going to go best player available. I think that they need another guard. I think, somebody like LeBaron Filan, if he's on the board, that would be a great choice. But they also need, more processing on the roster. They need, another power forward because they need some rebounding on the roster. So they're working out this week. Zuby Ejiofor from St. John's, who's a beast at the 4. Chris Nack from Houston, who's a 4 and a 5. They're working out Dalen Swain, who I really love, who's a 3 out of Texas. They're working out. I'm trying to think of these names off the top of my head.
You're good, Tony.
Alan Graves as well. But they're working out, 5 or 6 prospects that are going to be around that number 22 pick, and we'll see what happens with them.
All right, Tony. Here's my prediction for you, and you can actually it's 2 predictions because I think the Lakers are absolutely done with LeBron. So here's what's going to happen: he either gets signed and traded to Cleveland for Jared Allen, or he signs as a free agent with the Clippers. What do you think?
I think that he goes back to the Lakers or he goes to the Warriors.
I know the Warriors are kind of the new one out there, but what are they? I mean, what are they giving up for him?
No, he just goes.
Just goes as a free agent. Can they sign him?
Yeah.
Do they have the room?
Yeah, he's an unrestricted free agent. So they don't have the room, but if they make enough moves, they can just.
You can find the room.
Give him $3 to $5 million.
Dude's getting his retirement tour though. That's happening.
Oh, he's definitely getting his retirement tour, but he shouldn't retire. He's still one of the best 10 players in the world.
Oh, stop it.
Oh,
stop it. He is not.
Listen, he averaged 20 points per game, 8 rebounds a game, 7 assists per game. And then in the playoffs, when he had to be the number 1 option, he was 28, 8, and 8. Is that not one of the 10 best players in the world?
This is going to be my response. He led the league in one category this year. Do you know what that is?
Is it turnovers?
Nope. Cherry pick baskets.
It was fast break points.
Cherry pick baskets. That's where
that in transition point.
That's where that production is coming from. You guys get to stop and pass it on ahead.
You think he leaked out on every single transition? Ben, you have to work with this guy every day.
Look, I'm a LeBron believer. I recognize he's not playing a lot of defense anymore, but he still does a lot of great things, and people are going to want him.
Jake, I love you. I love you like cooked food, brother.
Tony, you are the best. You are greatly missed around here.
Are you going to be in New York, Tony, for the draft?
No, I heard through the grapevine that you were going to be.
I was hoping maybe I'd be able to run into you.
Well, I'm going to be at Summer League, so I'll see you at Summer League.
We'll see.
It's going to be a roasty 118 degrees down there. That's going to be very
nice.
No.
I'll be in Salt Lake.
Oh, you're going to be here? Oh, that's awesome. Well, dude, you need.
Listen, I told the Athletic. I said we're going to have either AJ DeBanson or Darren Peterson, plus Cameron Boozer, plus probably like Mikael Brown or somebody, all in the Salt Lake Summer League at the same time.
And Tony Jones, apparently. We got to blow it out, man. We got to do something.
I'm going to be there for like a week, and my daughter's coming with me, too.
Cool.
That's so cool. Well, we love you, Tony, and we're so happy for your success and that you're willing to, in all seriousness, carve out a few moments for us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tony.
You guys are the best, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Tony. The great Tony Jones writes for The Athletic and has had some reporting this week on the Jazz. Of course, covers the Sixers specifically, but still does a lot of Jazz
And
stuff.
in the offseason, he just writes about the NBA. Yeah, he's an NBA writer.
It is going to be a particularly star-studded summer league.
Yeah, the Jazz have done a good job getting good players in traditionally, and now the Jazz are themselves getting good players in. That's the nice part.
So make your plans.
Yeah.
Get over to the Huntsman and watch it and say hello to good old Tony Jones.
Yep.
No, I thought he was talking about Vegas. Hot.
Avoid that.
All right, we'll have more coming up next. It is the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Professional basketball teams use their high draft picks wisely to win, and that means great leadership. And when it comes to selling your home, that's exactly what you want to. Here in the Salt Lake City area, the pick is easy. It's the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. The Stern Team has decades of winning results, and with their experience, strong negotiation skills, and proven marketing strategies, they know how to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to make a move, pick the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
First, at Shriners Children's, the world's most advanced scoliosis procedures are born here. In fact, we deliver access to the world's best doctors for nearly every pediatric orthopedic condition. We're delivering care without compromise is our promise. And kids can just be kids. Because being first always starts with empowering the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
no one knows. Has the face, lies the snake in the sun in my disgrace. Boiling heat, summer stench. Neath the black, the sky looks dead. Call my name through the cream, and I'll hear you scream again. Black holes.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Shout out to Tony Jones for jumping on with us from The Athletic. Do you think it's do you think it truly is a 3-horse race for the Jazz? And obviously this is all speculation, but what Tony was saying is, AJ, Darren Peterson, and Cameron Boozer are all in consideration there at number 2.
Not to be snarky, but no, I think inherently it's a 2-horse race. This is the nice thing about having the number 2 overall pick, and I would bet at this point the Jazz have narrowed it down to 2.
I think so. I think keeping Cam's name out there in connection with the Jazz is.
Well, regardless of who the third is that they're keeping in.
Well, I don't think it's
smart.
Caleb Wilson.
I
don't know that.
I mean, you have 3.
Yeah.
Whether it's AJ that they don't like, or Darren and I don't mean don't like the least. AJ they like the least, Darren they like the least, or Cam they like the least. You might as well keep all 3 out there and keep everybody guessing.
Yeah, you're not going to definitively say that.
Like if you were to cut AJ out and say, yeah, we're not going to take him if he's on the board at 2, regardless of who goes 1, and that doesn't help your advantage. No, the Jazz are at, everyone's talking about the Wizards kind of being tight-lipped. Jazz are playing games too, absolutely.
Yeah, I like that more about the Ainges. They're willing to engage in the game, whereas Dennis Lindsay never was.
Yeah, Dennis had his intel, and Kevin O'Connor had his intel, was good with that. But the Ainges seem to actively be getting the little mosquito sprayer out from Bugs Bunny, and they're putting smoke in the air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
which I think is what you got to do.
And I can't point to what they're saying exactly or anything. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But you just get the sense that there's always a little bit of what's going on there in the NBA, and I think that comes from. That happened in Boston all the time when Danny was running the show, and it seems like it's come here to Utah certainly.
Let me ask you this, somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Let's say the Jazz have it narrowed down to 2, and Cam Boozer's the odd man out. Do you lie to Carlos about it?
No. I will be curious if Carlos is a scout for the Jazz next year.
Yeah, Carlos, we love Cam.
Yeah.
Oh, heavily considering. Heavily. I think you got to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't be honest with
That's
him.
where you gotta somehow convince Washington to take Cam number 1. So you can tell Carlos, hey, there was nothing that we could do about it.
We still love you. We love Cam.
Yeah.
We would have taken him.
Yeah. If it's AJ or Darren, and Memphis has to have Cam, you got to trade back to 3 and let Memphis take him at 2 to make Carlos feel better. Carlos,
Okay.
he was off the board.
What do you want us to do?
We were drafting 3. What were we supposed to do?
Yeah.
You traded down. I don't know what to tell you. We had to do it.
How honest with you or with your own scout are you?
We were talking to John Avil, who hosts a radio show in Washington because the Wizards have the number 1 pick earlier today. And, as we were just talking about, Cam and Carlos is a storyline here. It's a thread. AJ DiBonsa and BYU here is a thread. It's a storyline. We've been following that for a long time. And he said, Michael Winger, not Michael Winger, the assistant GM. The GM.
John was telling us about, yeah.
Goes back to his time in Boston before he moved to Oklahoma City and was working with the Thunder. I can't remember his name right now off the top of my head. But, AJ DiBonsa comes from Boston. Well, who else comes from Boston? Austin Ainge. And then he goes to Utah Prep. And then he goes to BYU. Again, there is a chance that all the late Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer noise that you're hearing, all this stuff, is an effort to get AJ DiBonsa to the Jazz.
To fall to 2.
And then it would be oh, yeah, of course. He went to Utah Prep, then he went to BYU, and then he went to the Jazz. Oh, yeah, all that makes sense. That feels very collusion heavy. That feels way too much coincidence for that to happen.
Still don't know what the definition of collusion is anymore.
No, I don't know.
Going back to, who was it, Doug Gottlieb, who was ranting about how Ryan Smith
the most tampered with player of all time.
Was tampering with A.J. DeBonsa. Is that? I don't even know the rule. What is true? I remember talking about that. Going, of course, Ryan Smith can be a booster for his alma mater and help the BYU basketball team.
Yeah, I honestly do not know. I'm sure there are certain things you can't do. In fact, I know there are certain things you can't do. I was sitting baseline at a Jazz game. It was a Jazz Suns game. Now, here's the weird part of this, because this kind of goes against what I'm saying, but maybe I'm outing somebody for breaking the rules. But a Jazz exec is standing baseline talking to, I think, Kevin Young and is it Fizdale, who was with the Jazz for a little while and then went down to the Suns? David Fizdale.
Yep.
And I believe Ace DeBonsa. Ace is AJ's father and also kind of his agent, but Ace DeBonsa. And they're just kind of sitting courtside and talking. AJ comes over. The Jazz exec leaves immediately because you can't talk to players. You can talk to people around players. You can talk to coaches. You can't talk to players. The Jazz exec left immediately, like very on purpose. Fizdale did not. Can Fizdale talk? I mean, can you? I don't know. To your point, like, what is tampering? Because Fizdale didn't seem bothered by it, if I remember correctly. Probably have photos somewhere in my phone of the conversation. But yeah, I certainly like specifically saw the move of like as AJ came in, the Jazz exec moved out to make sure I think there was no like, hey, that's tampering. Hey, that's breaking the rules. You don't get to do that. But I don't think Fizz left.
But they hired Cameron Boozer's father.
Correct. yeah, absolutely.
They hired
right.
Cameron Boozer's dad.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The Knicks did get fined for tampering with Jalen Brunson, despite the fact that his father is an assistant coach on the team, and his former agent is the general manager of the team, and the general manager of the team, son, is the agent of Jalen Brunson, if I still remember correctly.
That is correct.
So, yeah, I don't know what's tampering. The NBA clearly said that was too much.
Sounds to me like they need to redefine those rules. Those rules. In all honesty, in today's day and age of the NIL, I mean, is an NBA owner forbidden from contributing to college basketball?
To paying a player.
Should that be a rule?
Yeah.
And again, I bet you Ryan Smith would tell you he never directly paid A.J. DeBonsa, but so take that out of it, I suppose. But conceptually speaking, I mean...
You know, I would be fine with that being a rule.
You cannot contribute to a collegiate NIL fund.
Yes.
I'd probably be fine with that being a rule too.
That seems like a good rule to me, actually.
But now it's certainly not a rule now. So what's to stop you, though, if it's not a rule, from turning BYU into the Jazz minor league program, other than the draft, of course, which throws a wrench into all of that.
But you do have the ability to go out there and get different. Yeah, I mean, you just because you have to get number 2 to have a chance at A.J. DeBonsa, you can get anywhere in the first round and have a chance at Richie Saunders.
But does it actually give you an advantage to establish a relationship with A.J. DeBonsa? Because the Jazz having the number 2 pick at the exact same time that he's coming in, the odds of that happening is probably pretty low, given you have to establish the relationship with the player multiple years ago.
Correct. To the idea of recruiting a player to come to a Utah high school and then a Utah college, that's believable. That seems like, okay, that could have been lined up. That makes total sense. To then say you're going to get the pick in the draft that he's in.
The odds of that have got to be super low.
Super low. Very improbable. So, no, I just don't believe that aspect of it.
And having the relationship previously doesn't really give them any sort of advantage.
No, in fact, I think some people might tell you that's a disadvantage. Because then there's this weird pressure to draft somebody that you may not want to draft. Now, I will tell you, I promise you, the Jazz will say, oh, no pressure at all. We're just going to get the best guy.
Well, that's what they'd say.
Yeah, that's what they would say. Now, who you actually have to face when you go to church on Sunday morning, or, you go down and talk to important people down at BYU. How did you not take our guy? I don't know. I don't know what those relationships are like in the slightest. But, having a little bit of the distance might not be the worst thing either. But, we're talking about the awkwardness. Do you lie to Carlos on why you don't take Cam? Or you tell him it's a 3-horse race if it's only a 2-horse race at that point. Like, that's the awkwardness we're talking about. Maybe it's better to avoid.
Yeah, I don't know, because what is the benefit? That's kind of what I'm...
Or you draft his kid and you say, like, yeah, we loved him. That's why we hired his dad. And then everyone's like, oh, duh. Yeah, that makes total sense.
What if you passed on AJ? I mean, that's where it becomes difficult because then you're like, well, you got to know me for 2 years and you watched me play and then you passed. What does that say?
Yeah, absolutely. What if it goes Darren, Cam, AJ? I think that's maybe the least likely outcome of the three possibilities that are out there, or if you combine all the different potential possibilities, other than maybe Cam going one and then the Jazz going DP over AJ. But yeah, it's so weird that the Jazz are so closely connected to two players at the top of the draft and have a chance to for sure get at least one of them.
Yeah, it's totally bizarre.
I don't remember a lot of scenarios where this has been the case.
Is that advantageous? I always thought having Carlos as a scout would be advantageous because of his son coming up through the system at the time that he did, who would have better intelligence on these couple of years of prospects than another
a dad in the
parent.
area.
Yeah, who's watched them play since they were whatever age and been actively involved and probably knows the families of everybody and all that sort of thing. Like, it's kind of brilliant to hire him as a scout, whether you're in a position to draft his kid or not. They just happen to be now in the position to draft his kid. Didn't Carlos show up with Ace Bailey last year?
Yeah, he was on the plane coming back.
Yeah, I'm sure Carlos has known Ace forever.
Yeah, probably has been around at least in some of the circles of like, yeah, my kids played AAU against you that one time. You remember?
I bet it's way more than one time.
It might be way more than one time.
Those AAU communities, especially of the elite players,
and those U19
super small
international groups,
they all know each other and have known each other forever. In fact, it wouldn't shock me. I have no idea, but if the Jazz were trying to do the calculus on Ace Bailey's attitude about Utah, it wouldn't shock me in the slightest if they got Carlos's input on that.
Yeah. We talked to Isaiah Collier last year about Ace Bailey and vice versa. They played against each other in high school. Ace played against Caleb Wilson in high school. Caleb's a year younger and also came from Atlanta. They played in Georgia high school basketball against one another. McEachern versus, I don't know. I mean, I just Googled it right now. Ace Bailey, Cam Boozer. There's just videos of them guarding each other. Yeah, these guys all know each other.
And have for a long time.
But, to that point, you saw the photo after the draft or after the lottery. A lot of people probably did. You probably saw Keontae talking to Darren Peterson. It's like, yeah, they have the same agent. Now, those agents have several clients, but there's a familiarity with everybody. You know everybody that you're talking to. These groups are tight, even though Keontae's been out of, the AAU circuit for 4 years now, 5 years now.
Everybody, I guess, doesn't know, but everybody should know that the agents during this pre-draft process, they put all of their clients together. Mm-hmm. All the CAA rookies all work out in Southern California.
Yeah,
they're all together right now.
And then you have your pro day together, yeah.
They all get to know each other.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Britton Johnson's agent was Mark Bartelstein, and he knew every Bartelstein agent that was in basically his universe. They all get together. All the clutch guys know each other. That's why all the fake anger between LeBron and Draymond Green was always that fake.
Here's Boozer just really giving it to Ace Bailey in high school at the Holiday Hoops Giving. They spent Thanksgiving together. They're already friends. Cam Boozer had 40. Ace had 31 in this game.
All right, joining us now, we're very excited about it in studio. He's our buddy Jake from Advanced Window Products. What's going on, Jake? Good to see you, man.
Hey, good seeing you. Thanks for having me on.
No, we're excited about it. Of course, we've heard you on the station for a long, long time, but this is our first chance to have you on our show.
Time. And I'm solo. I'm normally with Nate. Nate is he's getting his back looked at. Those years playing in the NFL takes a little beating. So he's got his lower back. He's got a doctor checking him out. So I'm solo today.
Well, shout out to Nate. Good vibes going his way.
Yeah, that's right.
But you know what? If you wear that jacket every time, you can just leave him at home.
Yeah,
that is a smooth look.
Thank you.
That is a smooth look.
Well, I suspect a lot of our listeners are seeing the electric bill start to go up because it's getting hot out there. It's hot. 90, and you're like, oh man, this feels hotter than it was last year. There's a chance it's your windows or your doors.
You were exactly right, man. Those windows right now, like if you're a homeowner, you're sitting in your house, and or in the evenings in that sun setting, and you have a west-facing window, go put your hand up to that window and just feel that heat radiating. Like that is so uncomfortable. And knowing that is just like heating your house, your air conditioning's trying to keep up, we can help you if you're in that situation as a homeowner. And today, with it being the first time we've been on with you guys, we have a special that we are going to offer just to really get your listeners kind of fired up. If you call today, we're going to give you $3,000 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Plus, which is new, never done this before, free installation on those windows. So that's a value of $150 per window. So really, this is the inaugural appearance with you guys. So let's get those. If you're a homeowner thinking about replacing your windows, you've talked to another window company, you've received another bid, anything like that, call us and you're going to get a screaming deal on that.
$3,000 off the top. Free installation, which is $150 per window.
Yeah, so 10 windows, you got $4,500 off. 20 windows, you're going to be at $6,000. But give us a call. That number to call is 801-850-9100. Again, 801-850-9100.
You know what I like about Jake, Ben? He brought in a deal that's going to make us look good.
It's going to make us look smart.
I like
just trying to help you guys out. Just trying to help you guys out.
Us look good.
Yeah.
$3,000 off the top. Free installation. That's amazing. Hit us with that number one more time.
Number to call is 801-850-9100.
Do it. And you guys are here. You're Utah. You're right up our alley. Jake
right.
is currently present in studio.
Yeah,
so we're
here with you guys.
We're not in St. Louis or something.
Yeah, that's right.
He's right here. Well, we're excited you're here. Thanks for joining us, Jake. You're the man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll have more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. We love Beehive Meals, Ben, because we love things that make our lives easier. And I'll speak for myself here. I don't exactly feel like a master chef. So if it makes me look good, all the better. And Beehive is great. And we're super excited to be a part of their new product, Ben, to roll out the flat top meals. Of course, it's Beehive. No chopping, no measuring. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready to go.
And you know what? I like cooking. I do like. I don't mind following a recipe and going out there, but I can't do that every night. And sometimes you're driving home from work and you get the text or you get the call, hey, what's for dinner? And if that's what you're getting, it's simply too late. And then you're talking about a grocery store, then you're talking about all the prep, and then you're talking about not eating dinner until it's 8 o'clock. The kids are getting ready for bed. Everyone's hangry. No one has a good time, and your night is ruined. Beehive Meals solves that exact problem. You put your food in the fridge, it thaws, and then you throw it on the flat top grill, the griddle, even just your pan inside your house. Cooks up in just minutes, and you have delicious homemade food without all the fuss.
Emphasis on delicious. It's great. Your family's going to love it. If you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left a tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Hey Jake and Ben, this is Ryan, a podcaster from the future, giving a club soccer deep dive in less than a minute, even though you don't care. The Premier League is considered the best league in the world, mainly due to depth, but it's not heads and shoulders above the other leagues in the world. Bundesliga, La Liga, Serie A, Ligue 1. Ligue 1 is definitely the worst of the 5 leagues. It's not very deep, but they've had the European champion of Champions League the last 2 years. You qualify for Champions League by being top 4 in your respective leagues. Some leagues have 5 qualification spots because they're better. It's kind of like the SEC always getting bids for the college football playoff. Yeah, it's much more like that rather than the MLB in the minors. Like so Harry Kane switching from a top third of the table team in Tottenham to a team that wins the Bundesliga 14 out of every 15 years to play Champions League. It's kind of like a move up, even though the league's a little worse, and then each league has their own stuff.
Jake and Ben, I have an idea for a draft. Christian and Ben should draft Jake's all-time favorite storylines, and we need to have Jake judge who wins. Also, the adult novelty heiress has to be a number 1 seed, right?
Oh, man, that was amazing. I just love our voicemails. Download the KSLSports.com app, and if you have something to say, drop us a voicemail like Ryan did, and then followed by James. I love that idea from James.
That's great.
I do have the storylines that I love, and yes, the adult novelty heiress would be
top seed,
a heavy favorite. Yeah, that would be a good pick.
And Ryan, thanks for the explanation. That was concise. That was A+.
Well, we needed a soccer nerd. And Ryan was happy to step up to the plate. Our friend from the future, we were talking yesterday, and we were just butchering it terribly. The hierarchy of leagues, European football.
And how you get to the Champions League.
Yeah, right there. We were totally making...
But that makes total sense. The Champions League is the college football playoff.
Yeah.
And you qualify through all your different, essentially, conferences, which are just the leagues in Europe and, I guess, Africa.
So well done, Ryan. We needed you. We appreciate it. And
just all Europe.
I like James right there.
Yeah, that was a great idea.
It is a great idea. I do have the storylines that I go back to over and over again. Poor Wemby and his bodyguard beating up Britney Spears. It's never getting a break.
Yeah, we've got a handful of storylines.
Mick Cronin humiliating his own players.
Toughest guy here.
Yeah, toughest guy here. Let's go do radio.
Let's go do the radio.
Yeah, I love all of those. The oldie but a goodie, the backup Northern Colorado punter who stabbed the starter.
Yeah, classic. What are our early ones? You really seemingly found a groove in the last 2 or 3 years.
Found the stories that I really like to follow. Groove. Yeah, well, there you go. Katy Perry and her tumultuous love life.
I mean, our on and off relationship with Armpit.
Oh yeah, we don't talk about Armpit as much anymore. Thank goodness. I know he's not on the TV.
Well, we went turning over and just seeing AJ Hawk just staring blindly at a camera.
How does that guy make money? Or let me put it this way: how does that guy have a contract?
Yeah, it's great. Good biz.
It's a good gig if you can get it. I guess.
I'd take it.
So if Armpit's getting $60 million a year, what are they giving AJ Hawk?
Oh, $14,000.
I bet he's making like $10 million to sit there and look dumb.
Do you think he's making over $1 million a year, AJ Hawk?
Yes. I think that's Armpit taking care of his guys.
Yeah,
I bet
it is, absolutely.
I bet all those guys make a ton of dough. And you went. It's like speaking of my favorite storylines. It's like Jeannie carving off $24 million for Linda Rambus.
Yeah, that's crazy. $8 million for Kurt.
For Kurt.
24 for Jeannie.
For Linda.
For Linda, excuse me. Jeannie cutting off 24 for Linda. That's a good biz. Canada up 6-0 on our friends in Qatar. Tough.
Qatar.
Whatever.
Listen, I got so offended when I heard the British play-by-play people over the last weekend say Qatar over and over again.
Yeah.
I was outraged for you.
Okay.
It's like Ben would not be happy with this broadcast. He'd be super furious right now.
Turning it off.
All right. We're super excited. He's been hanging out with us throughout the show. He's our buddy Jake from Advanced Window Products. What's going on, Jake?
Man, we're having a good day. It's good. This promotion has gotten the phones ringing.
Well, it's like that.
It's exciting.
Well,
yeah.
We've got the weather on right behind you on the news here.
Crazy.
It's hot. You know what I mean?
Guys.
It's hot outside.
Hot.
And you may not realize it until you wake up in your house and like, why is the house 80 degrees? Why is it so hot? But this is one of the things I was talking about. I don't know. A lot of people don't think about their windows, right?
Yeah.
You buy the house, the windows are there. You think, well, those are the windows. I don't really think about what a better window would do or what a worse window does. For somebody who's never replaced their windows, like what will they notice if they do replace their windows?
Yeah, there are three common themes that we hear from homeowners when they replace their windows. Number one is like their neighbors say something like, wow, like your home looks so much better with those windows. Which I think most people, when they replace their windows, they're not saying like, hey, I need to update the look of my home. That's not number one on their mind. But that is what the number one thing that they tell us the response is. It's the neighbors. Second thing, the sound. Is it like you get used to your sound, like hearing neighbors next door, hearing the dogs barking.
The lawn mowing in the morning.
Yeah, the lawn mowing. You just get used to that because that's all you've known. You've been in the house, that's all you know. But when you get those windows replaced and all of a sudden that sound goes away, we'll get people telling us that they've had to buy the white noise machines because at night it's like too quiet. It's like eerie. And so they buy those box fans or a white noise machine. Number three is just the level of comfort in their home has increased so dramatically. And the amount of money that they are saving on those energy bills. So the comfort and that's really what gets people calling in the first place, is they can see the money that they spend every month on that energy bill, and then they're just uncomfortable. If you're uncomfortable in your home, call us. Like that, it shouldn't be that way. We can fix that for you. And the number to call is 801-850-9100. And when you call today, you're going to unlock $3,000 in savings, which is a great promo for you right now.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, we're going to give you that free installation. But look, the free installation is valued at about $150 per window. But the phones we have a limited number of slots with this. Nate actually just called me a few minutes ago and said, hey, like we keep our lead time 6 to 8 weeks. And so we have a limited number of slots for these things because we don't want to sell too many and then push out our lead time.
Right.
And Nate is watching this closely. He gets on me as being like I'm more over like the sales and the finance things, and Nate oversees the manufacturing installation. He's like, hey, just be careful with how many. so yeah, jump on it if you're thinking about it at home right now, or if you're driving, you're sitting in the office and you're thinking about windows, just call us. There's no pressure when we come out to your home. We'll educate you, but you will unlock significant savings.
I love that.
Yeah.
$3,000 off, free installation. Hit us with that number one more time.
Number to call is 801-850-9100. Again, 801-850-9100.
Let's really stress out the mayor of Sack Lake City.
Stress him out.
Let's
He needs
really
it.
stress
He
him
needs
out.
it.
Yeah, it's good for him. I agree. Jake, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
We appreciate it. All right, that's our good friend Jake. $3,000 off, free installation, Advanced Window Products.
801-850-9100.
More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do?